child felt so unwanted, so unloved
Yeah.
because of who they are, to the point where they felt like they had no other option but to take their own. And you celebrate that. And it's millions of you. What redemption do we have as a society, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if we have one. I don't think there is one.
Yeah. That fucked me up today. And I just laid around and watched K dramas all day.
Yeah, I
Well,
just started watching The Glory.
do you like it?
So far, so good.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
watched one called I Am Not Your Robot
Hmm.
on Vicky. It's good. It was pretty good. I'm on the last episode right now. That's how like I watched it all day long. Like I'm literally on the last episode of it. Yeah. What's up to the YouTubers over there in YouTube land? Hope y'all had a good weekend. I appreciate y'all for getting the likes and shares up. You want to do your thing, Lala. And then there's a couple of people in the guest box. The box is open for believers of the God of the Christian Bible. You may not call yourself a Christian. You may identify just as a believer. Uh, I don't know what you identify of, but make sure that you are a believer in the God that we are talking about. You are either deconstructing away from that God or thinking about it, or you are an atheist. Those are the three types of people that we talk to on this panel. If you're in the guest request box, also please make sure you are 21 and above and check to see if you're in there on accident. Also, just a couple of more things. If you are a nerd and you're going to come on stage, please comment first so that I'm not like, hey, did you get in there on accident? If I don't see a comment saying I'm in there on purpose and you are a nerd, I'm not going to bring you on stage. That'll keep me from having to say, are you in the box on purpose? Okay. And then, of course, if you are a dragon and you're wanting to come up and participate in a one of the 101s with the guests, please comment so I can see your dragon status before you get in the box. I appreciate that. Lala, you got something?
All right, so Thinker has a gift goal of the hand hearts. Let's get these likes up to 25K. Don't forget to continue to share the live. Also, get those heart me's and popular arrows flying. Those help us get and stay on the FYP. And also, subscribe. While you're here, subscribe and stay a little longer. All right, back to you, Thinker.
I know everybody's been messaging me about the mod decisions. Have y'all came up? Have y'all decided yet what 6 mods y'all
I
gonna add?
haven't
Or
talked to do that today, so I was hoping to do it by today. I don't want to do it without her. I know she's
okay,
busy at work, so just give us a little bit. Maybe we'll have it done by tomorrow. But
okay.
yeah.
That hey, take your time if you need to. I just want to be able to tell people whether or not y'all have decided or not. I had a couple of people reach out. All right, if you're in the guest request box, um, again, please make sure you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible. You are someone deconstructing from that God, or maybe you're not ready to deconstruct, but you want to discuss the things that we're discussing in a safe space, and you want to decide, uh, in private if you want to deconstruct or if you are an atheist. Let's see if we can get this guest request box to open. Okay. We only have one person in the guest request right now.
Hi,
CJ?
hello. Hello. Nice to meet you guys. I am 22. I was born in March 2003.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I would say I'm deconstructing, heading towards atheism.
Okay. And what are your thoughts about the topic?
For me personally, I've grown up in the church. My mom, she had us going to church every Sunday, And as I get older and I've started going to school and I've started, just looking at the way the world is, I don't really think that even if there is a God, he's just not in as the God that's been presented to us. And I don't really, and I've tried to have these conversations with my mom, and it's become like very hard to talk to her about it.
Yeah, your mom's very religious as well.
Yeah, she's very religious, like church every Sunday. She would have us memorize like different scriptures every week to give back to her.
You said to get back to, oh, to have you recite them back to
Yeah,
her.
like yes, that
Yeah.
was something that we had to do every week, memorize lines and things like that.
How long have you been thinking about deconstructing?
Ever since I got to high school, now that I'm in college, it's been a couple of years, but I would go through some like traumatic things, and I was like, why didn't God save me? Why didn't God help me if he's real? Like, why is all this bad stuff happening in the world?
And have you ever asked someone that, like that is religious?
Yes, I have asked my mother, and her explanation for why these things are happening is because God gave us free will and we have to do everything, and he's just gonna stand there and watch us and judgment day and things like that.
Yeah, that's kind of a typical answer for believers, right? Because I mean, the reality is that it's life, right? Life is happening, and the things that's happening on the earth isn't because a God is causing it to happen, or because a devil is causing it to happen. It's because humans are doing, um, either helpful and good things or loving things to other humans, or humans are doing harmful, um, damaging, and evil, wicked things to humans. And that's why things happen, right? Plus, also biology, nature, right? We get sick. Um, weather happens. Like, did y'all know that the sun exploded?
Say what now?
The sun
Oh.
exploded last night. Did y'all know that?
No.
Yeah. The sun exploded last night, and there's this, it's radiating, shooting plasma from all sides of it, headed towards Earth. And tonight
Say
and
what
tomorrow
now?
night, huh?
Say what now?
It's shooting, yeah, like a solar flare. Like it's shooting plasma, from all sides, and it's headed straight towards Earth. Yeah, a level 4. And in the lower northern areas, they should be able to see, like an aurora of it,
Hmm.
starting tonight and tomorrow night. Yeah, like radiation. Yeah, they were saying that it could mess with the power grids and all of that.
Wow.
Let me go on STEM Talk.
Never heard anything about that.
Yeah, it happened last night, and
Yeah,
that's not because of God. You know that,
very.
like, that's science.
Like nature, yes. I believe in
Yeah,
science more than like, theoretical things like that, mythical things like that.
yeah. What are your thoughts about, so I'll share with you the reason why I have the post up. Like, a lot of believers think that it's up for rage bait, but it's really how I feel. And I was sharing with the community at the beginning of the live. Like, today I've been feeling really down and a little not a little, a lot of disappointed in humanity, right? Um, Especially in America, because a 17-year-old transgender girl uh, posted a picture on X, and it was a picture of a bridge, and her caption read, "What a beautiful sight. It's a long way down." And then she jumped. And they found her a couple of days ago. She was missing, and they found her body a couple of days ago. But the post has amassed over 60 million views, and under the post, there are so many adults celebrating this young girl's death for the simple fact that she was trans and calling for more of that. And I knew that type of, I knew the hatred towards the LGBTQIA community is rampant in our world. But I think it hit me on another level that people could stoop that low when it comes to a child, especially when they're saying that their whole reason for being mad about this demographic of people is because what about the children? Protect the children. And I often say that the bigotry that surrounds this is, it doesn't have anything to do with their God, has nothing to do with their morality. It's just because they are bigots and they are hateful.
Yes.
And when you can see people celebrating the death of a child because that child is different, it validated the thought that I had that this isn't because of a God. Like, we're beyond that shit. We're beyond that shit. Like, the God introduced these thoughts. The God introduced this type of hatred. But we're beyond that shit. These motherfuckers hate just because they can.
I agree with you 100%. And the way that I look at it as well, and I've heard the story as well, is that she's a human being regardless of whether or not you agree with her. She's a human being. And if you really believed in the God that you're saying in the Bible and everything, it says not to judge. So why are you judging? That's not for us to judge. It was between them and God. And the fact that you've taken it amongst yourself to celebrate someone dying is just, it's evil.
It's very evil. Like, here's the thing. Like, they'll say that they're not bound by the Mosaic law. Oh, we couldn't live by the law, they'll say. That's why Jesus had to come, they will say. And there's nowhere in Jesus's teachings or in Paul's teaching that says kill LGBTQIA or, harm people who don't believe in me. Nowhere does it say that in the teachings. That's in the Mosaic law. And what I don't understand is why they feel like it's their duty to point fingers to specific people who they don't agree with and call for that type of harm while saying that, oh, it's Jesus said, God said. And then the one thing, like, that's the one thing that they'll go back and point to while saying we're not bound by the law anymore. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy. It's bigotry. It's hatred. And then honestly, it's murder. It's murder because all of the hatred, all of the inhumane laws that are being passed, the shit that's been allowed to be said online that's going unfucking checked, it's pushing people. Every last one of you that would spew that fucking hateful ass rhetoric had your hands on Charlotte's back.
Yes, and I also feel like these are the same people that if you wanted to get an abortion, they would come at you and they're like, oh, it's murder and all of God's children are precious and children are a gift from God. But you're sitting here and you're celebrating a child dying. And they do the same thing with when there's war going on and they try to justify it. Are those not children too? Are those not God's children that need to be protected? And the hypocrisy is just insane to me.
That's why I say they don't do it because of the God. They do it because they're just fucking bigots. Somebody tagged me today in the comments and was like, uh, you'll meet God one day or blah 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 something. I don't know. These motherfuckers is waiting on me to meet their God. But they tagged me in the comments and I was like, I don't care. Your God breeds humans who are selfish and hateful. I'm not made in the image of that God. There's no way in hell I am.
And I do agree with that as well. And one thing that I've realized is I saw a video earlier today about someone who was in the Mormon religion. I guess like Mormonism is like a section of Christianity, and they were talking about how in until 2013 Mormons believed that like black people were cursed or something like that. And someone in the comments had put that they had went into the Book of Mormon and they had edited it out. So all of a sudden, like the rules changed, and it was like if it's a religion and like it's real, how can you go in? How can a human being go in and like edit it and like edit the rules of said religion?
Hold on. Yeah. I'm sorry. Set what did the video say again?
It was talking about how black people shouldn't practice Mormonism because in Mormonism they teach that being black is like a curse. And someone had posted in the comments that in 2013 or around that time that they had went into the Book of Mormon and they had changed it or they had removed it and that was no longer true or whatever. But like, how do you do that if you're sitting here and you're saying that it's religion and it's not man-made? How can a man go into this book that was given to you by God and just change the rules?
Yeah, I don't think they went into the book and edited it because it still says it in the book of Nephi. It still says the same thing. But I think they changed their what do they call it? Their mission statement or something like that. It's called something. Because we read it online, but they changed it because it used to say it was like their doctrine station or their mission of doctrine of mission or something like that. It has a title, the Articles of Faith. That's what it is, something like that. But they changed that, but it still says the same thing in the Book of Nephi. I don't I don't see how a black person would be a Mormon today, knowing that. But the God changes at the rate that its believers decide to change. If a believer was once racist and believed that their God believed in segregation or believed that one race was superior than the other, um, then their God's going to believe that. And if they are introduced to a new perspective, new information, and they deconstruct that, then their God will no longer be that. Like the God changes as the believer changes, but they don't see that. They say that it's the God changing them instead of them changing the God.
And I would like to touch on the fact that you brought into like the whole race aspect as well, because one thing for me, and I've talked to a lot of other like black people who are also like Christians, is like why we were practicing this religion that was used to enslave us, that was used to justify the enslavement of black people. And now today you see like there's a lot of black people who practice Christianity, and I just see it as like why they taken this religion that was used to say that they are less than and used to enslave us.
That is the $1 million question, CJ. We ask that question all the time on here, and it really shocked me. Like the first time that I asked that question on here, there was a young black girl on stage, probably about your age, and she justified the slavery. and was saying that black people deserved it.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me personally, like before, the slavery was Christianity was introduced in Africa, they were doing pretty well for themselves. They had built pyramids, they had built entire cities, kingdoms, and towns, and now that they've followed this religion, it's really held them back.
Yeah, most black people in America don't even know about the kingdoms that existed in West Africa prior to um you know the transatlantic slave trade, prior to Israel even being a nation, well, a people. They weren't a nation then. They didn't get to reach statehood before the Assyrians came in and conquered them. But West Africa had kingdoms even before then. West Africa isn't written about or talked about in this book. And then we are not taught about the history of West Africa, um, here in America. We're not taught about where we come from. We're just taught that our ancestors were enslaved here, and that's the beginning of our history. And so, a lot of times, because of this religion, and this is really all we know is this God, because we're taught that this is what got our ancestors through slavery, right? This is who they prayed to, who they called on, who they, you know, believed in when they were fighting for their freedom, when they were fighting for civil rights, equal rights, and because of that, we believe that this God belongs to us. And a lot of us see that this story is about us. And so we try to write ourselves into this book and completely ignore the vast amount of history um, in West Africa. You know, we don't, a lot of us don't look to see where we come from. There's so many of us in America who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade that are either identifying as a Hebrew Israelite or and making up whole entire lineages to connect with people in this book. There are people who are claiming to be the indigenous of America, although like those people who were here were, adopted into the indigenous uh, tribes here, right? There were some indigenous here that were black or melanated, but the Africans who were here were enslaved by the indigenous people here, and when they set them free, they adopted them into their tribes, and they became them. Um, like there are some, like, I mean, just all kind of identities. What other identity is it? There's a third one that I can't think of. What's the ah Black Hebrew Israelite, Indigenous America, Foundational Black America. Is that Indigenous America, Foundational Black America?
I don't think they're indigenous to America. I think is it kind of like the ADOS people or no?
What is ADOS?
Um, African descendants of slaves.
I've not heard of them.
There's so many. There's so many.
Oh, I don't know what they. Oh, okay, so they don't claim indigeneity. But like, there's so many different identities, and to the point where they say, we're not African, or slavery was a myth. Where are the slave ships? Like, they deny the history that is a part of our history, but not all of it.
You heard the one where they're claiming that Harriet Tubman was a spy in her name
Yeah.
because her name was something else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
They said that what I heard was that she was made up. That she was made up by the government. There's a guy on YouTube that's telling black people that Harriet Tubman was made up by the government to give black people someone positive to look up to during slavery. I'm like, what sense?
They are coming up on,
does that
and it
make?
was somebody else that they did that with too. Was an MLK?
They said
Yeah.
that about Martin Luther King too.
I just recently saw a video. I can't remember exactly what she said, but I think it was close to it. Yep.
That's insane. That's insane. You can look up Harriet Tubman's census records, her pension records, where you know she signed her name. She has her real name was Amarita Ross. Like it's just, it, and then they say that the CIA forged those documents. And forged. There's a receipt where the midwife came to deliver her when her mother was pregnant. Her mother was enslaved. He said the CIA forged that receipt where the slave owner paid the midwife.
You can't, but
Like
what?
what? Like there is a fucking receipt
Look, they
for
did not
her
like us
birth.
that much to
Like
do all that.
what? They
Yeah,
just
I
knew
highly
then.
doubt
Like
the
it's so
CIA would
crazy.
be trying to uplift Black people. I highly doubt the CIA would ever do something like that.
The fact that black people believe this guy.
Yeah, the other day I actually saw a video of this black guy. He was a Trump supporter. He had the whole MAGA hat and everything. And he was celebrating the white South Africans being let into America, and it was just like one of the craziest things I've ever seen, because like nobody hates Black people more than like the white Africans, the ones who are still angry over apartheid. So the fact that you're celebrating people who hate you coming to live with you in your country is just weird to me. And these are not like the type of races where if you're racist, like they'll be okay with that if you can be racist together. Those are not those kinds. Like these people, like they genuinely hate Black people. Like it's not the kind of they have no acceptance, no tolerance for them at all.
Oh, I think they're trying to get a race war started. Um,
Me too.
you see how they're calling for Chauvin to be pardoned?
Hmm.
They're doing that shit on purpose.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
He
they.
started with that um tearing down the Black Lives Matter plaza in DC.
Yeah, he wanted. They wanted us to like storm the streets. They're doing everything they can to get us to storm the streets. Everything that they can think of. They want us to start a war. Yeah, I
Our
was
asses
saying
at
this like
home.
2 years ago. Exactly. Keep y'all asses at home. Don't play into their hands because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to give themselves an excuse. Did you have anything else, CJ?
I've talked about a lot of the um basically a lot of the reasons why I'm leaving the religion and trying to look at other religions. And I just wanted to touch on the last point is basically that like I believe that most religions, if not all, most religions that are centered around like men, and they are used to like put down women or like uplift men. And that's one of the things also that I don't agree with as well.
Yeah, it's a cult of patriarchal um, endeavors. It prioritizes the patriarchy. I agree.
Yes. And that's pretty much just all I have to say. I am going to follow. If you have any other discussions, I would like to join that as well.
This sounds good. We're here Sundays. So I start all of my lives at 11 p.m. Central, and it is an 11-hour live. So we are here to 10 4:30 a.m. Central, every Sunday, every Monday, Tuesday, and then every Thursday.
Hmm.
So
Oh, thank
you're
you.
more
Thank you
than
for
welcome to
having
come
me.
back. You're welcome. Thank you for joining. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
You too. Thank you. Nice
You're
meeting
welcome.
everyone.
Same here. All right. If you're in the guest request box, please make sure that you are either 21 or older. If you are a nerd, please make sure you comment on purpose so that I can get you on stage. Also, please make sure that you are either a believer in the God that we are discussing, which is the God of the Bible, the God of Christianity, whether it's Jesus, Yahweh, Yeshua, Yahuwah, whatever you call him. And you're either a current believer, you're someone who's deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or you are an atheist. Marcy, you've never come on
Hi.
stage.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, how
Yes.
are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Did you hear that they closing
Job
Job Corps?
Corps? Yeah,
In the comments was horrible.
I'm
How
sure.
people, it was so sad. I wanted to literally cry.
They don't
How
care.
how believers, it saddens me how hateful they are. I mean, I knew they was hateful, but to that extreme, it's sad. And I was talking to my sister earlier yesterday about it. I said, now it's time for the church to step up. And watch what's going to happen. Half of them not going to step up. Let's be honest. They're not.
They're going to say it's not their responsibility.
Yep. Yep, they're
And
not.
there are so many young kids that don't have homes to go to.
Yeah. Be put on the street. This is a good example for them to show people why they are in business, but they're not. I'm not saying all of them, but majority of them not going to do it. They're not. They're not. They want the bodies in the pulpit, but they don't want the bodies to help the bodies in the pulpit in the church. They're not. They're not.
Yeah, now and then also with the SNAP being cut, the SNAP
Yeah.
benefits being cut.
Yep.
That's another one. Like the church is definitely gonna have to step up. And I remember Mike Johnson giving he was at a church preaching, and he was talking about doing all of this, and he was saying that it's the church's responsibility to take care of the orphan, to take care of the widow, and to take care of the poor. And he was saying that we got to get more people back in church so that they can pay tithes, so that the church can take on this liability, because he said it wasn't the government's responsibility. And then I read a proposal from like the head of the evangelical church to the government, and they were proposing that if they don't have to pay property taxes over something, like I think they have to pay property taxes over so many properties, that if they take those property taxes away, then they'd be willing to take on the liability of taking care of the orphans and the widows and the poor. But if not, then that is the government's responsibility. So they were going back and forth over like whose responsibility it was.
That's just sad. That's
Yeah.
really, really. It, I have no words. None. None at all. And I am so glad that I have deconstructed because their brain is not functioning in reality. It's just not. I can't. Wow, it just breaks my heart. Thank you. That's all I had to say. Thank you. You can take
You're
me down.
welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
up.
You're
Have
welcome.
a good
Bye.
night.
You too.
You saw where that administration made a deal with the Rwandan president to send over deportees.
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
So they're going to be sending them to Congo now, to Rwanda.
I don't know if it's set in stone, but I think they're in talks about it. Yep.
And he's revoking migrant workers' status who got here
Hmm.
legally and paid for it.
Yep. Sure.
I'm
This
telling y'all, like,
administration is cruel as hell.
this is what they wanted. Logic Mark. Logic Mark. Okay. Jax Ford.
Hey, so your claim is that
I'm
Jesus
sorry.
Christ.
I'm sorry. 1 second. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 22.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am a believer.
Okay. So I have the reasons why I think Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity listed under the claim. And it's not a
Okay.
claim. It's not a claim. It's my opinion.
Okay. Well, to talk about your first point, commandments over compassion, I think, so were you ever a believer at any point?
Yes.
And how fluent would you say you are in the Bible?
I don't know what fluency means.
I mean, like, how well read are you? Like, were you very deep in
I
it?
can read.
No, well, obviously I'm not saying that you are, but I mean, like, were you
That's my answer. I can read the Bible.
okay? Well, I think that anybody who has read the Gospels and what Jesus said would definitely not agree with that first point. First of all, Jesus constantly was disapproving of the Pharisees and their interpretation of the law and how they use the law to prove themselves as good before God instead of being compassionate to the widows and the poor and just trying to be showy and show God that they're good.
So that means that you are. How fluent are you in the Bible? Let me ask you.
I'm no scholar or anything. I don't have a degree, but I am a believer and I do read my Bible.
So what's the fluency level? Sorry.
I don't know if there's a certain word. I read my Bible daily.
It's
I
funny that
can't.
you asked me a question that you yourself wouldn't have an answer to if asked the same question.
Well, I meant, first of all, I think this is off topic, but when
It's off. Hold on, wait. How is it off topic when it's literally the question you asked me?
okay, I am pretty fluent in the Bible.
Okay, there you go. So
All
then
right.
you are aware of when the story where Jesus is admonishing the Pharisees for creating their own tradition when it came to disrespectful children.
Would you be able to read that passage?
Do I need to read it for someone who's fluent? Like you are aware of that, right?
Well,
Where because you brought up him like calling out the Pharisees for their incompassionate behavior. So then you must be aware of the time he called out the Pharisees for their new tradition when it came to how they punish children who disrespected their parents.
okay. I'm not familiar with that story. Would
You're
you
not
enlighten
familiar
me?
with it. Yeah. Let's pull it up and read it together. Because as I stated, I can read the Bible. And that's all I do is read it. Like I'm not looking for higher interpretation. I just basic reading comprehension, you know? All right. Then Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat." He answered them, "And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, 'Honor your father and your mother,' and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother, 'Whatever support you have had from me is now given to God,' then that person need not honor the father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites. Isaiah prophesied rightly about you when he said, This people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine. So, what I get from this, just basic reading comprehension, is that the Pharisees had created their own tradition. First off, they're coming to Jesus and they're like, "Hey, why aren't your disciples washing their hands before they eat? That's nasty." And Jesus says, "Well, you're not even following the commandment of God. You've created your own tradition and you've allowed children to cry Corbin and pay a fee instead of being stoned to death. And when you create your own tradition, you nullify the word of God. You are a hypocrite."
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, the tradition of washing your hands isn't just a cleanliness thing. It's a cleansing yourself before God thing. The people of Israel are supposed to be set apart.
Yeah,
And
where does it say that? Can you show me that?
well, that's just what it is.
No,
It's
no, no.
not.
I don't want your word. Like, can you show me where you got that? Like, where did you get that
Well,
from?
where did you read that it said that it's just to be clean?
I didn't
That
say
you
that.
would.
I
Yes,
didn't
you
say
did. You
that.
said
I
it's
said it's
nasty that they don't
nasty.
wash their
I
hands.
said it's nasty. I didn't say that. That was
Well,
my own. That
first
was
century
my. Hold on.
Jerusalem was
Don't
pretty
talk while I'm
clean.
talking. Don't talk while I'm talking. That was my own commentary when I said, because it's nasty. I did not say Jesus said that. I did not say that they created this law because of that. Like, it's nasty to not wash your hands before you eat. It
Okay.
causes you to get sick. But what I would like for you to do is take me to the resource where you got that it had to do with cleaning themselves for God.
Okay, I cannot point you to a specific Levitical verse that says that. But the point of the Old Testament law was to separate the people of Israel to be a holy people and to be an example to the people around them. And to prove the point that you can't possibly follow a law and be good enough to follow God. That's just the background information of the Levitical law. So that law that he points out, I'm taking an educated guess as to saying that the meaning behind it is to be cleansed before God.
Wait, what law who points out? The Pharisees? The law, like it first off, the Pharisees did not point out a law. They pointed out a tradition. Washing your hands before you eat was never in the Mosaic law. It is a tradition created by the elders. It's not a Mosaic law. And the Pharisees came to Jesus and asked why they were not following that tradition. And Jesus brought up a law, a commandment that Moses gave for children who disrespect their parents. And the punishment for that was stoning to death. And Jesus says to the Pharisees, because you created your own tradition and now allow the children to cry Corban and pay a fee, you are nullifying the Mosaic law because you're not stoning the kids. You're not following the law.
Yes, you can't just pay your way into absolving yourself of sin. If that's what the law states, you can't.
Exactly. I agree. So we're gonna go back to point number one of why I say Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Commandments over compassion.
What would you say about the story of the woman who was caught in adultery and was about to be stoned?
I would say that your Jesus, first off, had no authority to decide whether she got stoned or not. That's what the Sanhedrin was for, or the local courts. Second, I would say that they didn't prove that she was committing adultery. They accused her of it. And the law says that
No, the
both,
Bible says that they
I'm
caught
sorry,
her
I'm
in the
talking.
act.
I'm sorry, I'm talking. The law says that both the man and the woman should be stoned to death, not just the woman. There was no man there. And all your Jesus said was, whoever is without sin cast the first stone. He had no authority whatsoever to decide whether that lady was going to get stoned for committing adultery or not.
Okay, well, the Bible says that they caught her in the act. they grabbed her from the act, so it's not an accusation. And secondly, Levitical law says there has to be two witnesses there to condemn someone to stoning for that. And so what Jesus did in saying that was got all the witnesses to leave so that there was no way that she could have legally have been stoned.
Let's bring it up. Hold on.
And to your point that they didn't grab the man is, first of all, he's equally as guilty in the adultery. And I think it just goes to show how misogynistic first century Jerusalem was, that they grabbed the woman and brought her to Jesus. And if you know the context of first century Jerusalem, women were treated below dogs. Women were absolutely objects.
That changes what?
And
Because women were
Jesus
treated.
elevated them and treated them like people.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
No, he
How did he
didn't.
not?
Where did he elevate them? Where did he
Mar-
elevate them and treat them like people?
Mary Magdalene was a prostitute.
It never says Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. That's some shit that was made up outside of the Bible, and y'all just keep on regurgitating it.
Not a prostitute. She was demon.
I'm sorry, say that again. We can't hear you when you leave the app.
Oh, my bad. But
What did you say?
I said that. It's my bad. Mary Magdalene was not a
No, no,
prostitute. She was demon possessed.
right. She was not a prostitute. But where did he elevate women?
In that, Jesus had every right to legally let that woman be stoned and avoid the backlash that he would have gotten for what he did.
What right did Jesus have? Like, what authority did he have in the courts to make the decision on whether a woman is stoned or not?
That's what the Levitical law is.
No. Was Jesus an anointed priest or prophet?
Well, he didn't have.
Was
That's
he a part of the Sanhedrin?
the Sanhedrin had the authority to commit capital punishment, but this
What
not in this
authority
context.
was Jesus a king? Like, what authority did he have?
All right.
He had no authority. Did you just run? Did you just realize?
Wow.
I think he just realized that Jesus had no authority on earth.
Wow. That was quick. Yeah, don't forget to keep those heart needs and arrows flowing and help Thinker out with her gift goal of the hand hurts. Thank you.
That was rude.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. What's up?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
24.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Nah, I'm a believer.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the prompt?
Um, I disagree. I believe Christ is the best thing that happened to humanity. Hello?
Is that it?
Yeah, I'll,
Like, did you think that I didn't know that as a believer, you're you were going to disagree? You haven't really said much.
well, are you a believer?
Read the prompt.
Let me see. Wait, so I'm guessing you're not a believer then.
Do you have discernment?
Uh, I don't know. I try to.
So shouldn't discernment tell you where you are?
No, I said I am a believer. I'm trying to have a conversation with you because like you being very like, I don't know, like I didn't do
Not talking to,
it.
how should I talk to you like this? Shouldn't discernment tell you where you are?
No,
I
no, no,
mean, I'm not like, do you want me to talk to you like
no, 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 no,
this?
no, no. The way
Like,
you
you don't
do,
like,
listen.
you don't like my very matter of fact voice. That's who I am. I'm not your mother.
I
I'm
love
not your
you.
sister. I'm not your friend. I'm not here to make friends with you either. I'm
I
talking to you the way I talk to everyone.
did I do something to? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Did I do something to you
If
already?
if you don't like the way that I speak, right? Then
It's
you
not
don't have
about.
to be here.
I'm not saying nothing
I
about
mean,
the
you're
way.
literally like complaining because I'm not talking to you from a high pitched voice and nurturing you.
No, I'm not saying that at
Yeah,
all.
you really are. You are tone
Talking to me
policing
like
me.
this the whole time. It does. Am I being respectful towards you? I could
I'm
speak.
not. I'm not disrespecting
You don't
you.
speak to your mom or your dad like
I'm
that.
not you're not my motherfucking mom. You're
I won't.
not my dad. You are not my friend. I don't owe you anything other than an answer.
Just like I owe you respect, you owe me respect
I don't
too.
listen. I'm not disrespecting you.
Yes,
You're
you are.
fucking whining because I'm not
You're
talking to you
cursing me
with
out now.
pillow talk.
I didn't ask you to talk to me with pillow
Then
talk.
answer the prompt and move on. Like,
I
I'm not gonna
answered it.
change how I talk.
I
If
answered it
you
and I
can't
asked you a
handle it,
question.
hop down.
I ask you a question. I answer your question. I ask you one, and
And
then
you didn't
you respond.
say anything
I,
other than I disagree. Jesus is the best thing. You said nothing else after that.
well, if you wanted to know what do I stand, you'd ask for. That's what I'm saying.
Why do I need to? What did you come up here for?
to have a conversation with
Then
you.
have the conversation. I shouldn't have to hold your hand and move your lips for you.
So the
Like,
conversation.
if you come up here to have a conversation about why you don't think that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, if you read the post and you see the 4 reasons why I say he is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, then you should be able to speak to those things. I shouldn't have to hold your hand to do that.
It's not about holding my hand. Okay, so let me tell
Look,
you. Okay?
about the topic. Talk about the topic. I'm not a kindergarten teacher.
Uh, okay. Again, please bear with me.
Talk about the topic.
I came from a place where
Talk about the topic.
I am
Talk about the
trying.
topic. I don't care about where you came from. Talk about the topic.
I'm asking you, where is your
That
standpoint?
my reasons are on the post. I put that there
Okay, so
so
you
I
could have
would
just
not
said
have
that.
to recite them all night long. They are there on the post.
Okay, so you could have just said that. That's
I
it.
shouldn't have to say that. It's there for you to read.
Oh my
I
god.
shouldn't have to say that to you.
What the hell did I do for you? To
You
you?
listen, I don't like nonsense, okay? If you came in here to have a conversation, you should be ready to have that conversation.
I
This
came
is kindergarten shit.
I came here with the utmost respect.
I don't care.
You
This
don't
is
care about
not
respect?
respectful to me. This is not respectful to me. I'm not here to hold your hand and walk you through how to have an intellectual conversation. If you are not on that level to do that, then you need to hop down.
No, I'm not gonna jump down. You're gonna kick me
Then
actually.
answer the
A
question.
lot of patience.
Then speak to the topic.
Jesus Christ is the best thing that ever happened to humanity from my perspective.
That's all you got.
That's my response, yes. Because you put the question
This
on
is
the board.
kindergarten
You put the
shit.
question on the board. You
This
don't.
is kindergarten shit.
I
This is
responded
kindergarten shit.
according to
You
what you asked.
said nothing.
How?
Oh my fucking
We
god.
Okay, so can you understand that we disagree then?
Oh my fucking gosh.
What?
I'm going to teach you something.
Please do.
Okay? I'm going to teach you something. Go on mute. Go on mute. The fuck? When you enter a discussion, right, with someone with an opposing view, okay? If your post said, Jesus Christ is the best thing that ever happened to humanity, I would then say, I disagree with you. And here's why. I think that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because its believers put commandments over compassion, faith over facts. They prioritize their afterlife while ignoring their lives and everyone else's. And my AI said, hell the fuck no. It wouldn't worship this genocidal God. That's how you answer. I have no idea why you think Jesus is the best thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay, so I get you now. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna go by a different route. I believe that Jesus Christ is the best thing that happened to humanity because he came to bring peace and then to give us salvation.
Do you read your Bible?
I do sometimes.
So when your Jesus says, I come not to bring peace, but a sword,
He's not being literal.
what does he mean then?
He's talking about like how his belief, because like in the spiritual term, if you're my blood sister or my blood brother, that doesn't necessarily mean you're my spiritual brother or sister. It means that like when it comes to the scripture, I could be for Christ and you against Christ, and it doesn't matter if you're my sister or my brother, you'd still be willing to kill me to get rid of that, because it would be such a thorn on your side.
It means that the non-believer would be willing to kill you or the other way
You,
around.
the non-believer will be willing to kill the believer for the
Okay.
faith.
Let's go to Deuteronomy right quick.
Okay.
Let's go to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 13. This is your Jesus talking before he put on a flesh suit. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other. You must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them. But you shall surely. What does that say right there? What is Jesus before he put on a human suit, telling his believers, his followers, to do to people who try to get them not to believe in him or worship him?
Am I allowed to say that in your shadow?
Yes, you are.
Okay, they should surely kill them.
Keep reading.
Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them. And afterward, the hand of all the people, the hand of all the people should stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid and never again do such wickedness.
So it's not the non-believers expected to kill believers. Your Jesus, before he became Mary's son, expected his followers to kill anyone that tried to make them not believe in him. Let's go to Luke 14:26.
Am I allowed to rebuttal on that or?
When I get done.
Okay, sorry.
The cost of discipleship. Now large crowds were traveling with him, and he turned and said to them, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself cannot be my disciple. Whoever does not carry the cross and follow me cannot be my disciple. In order for someone to be willing to cause harm to another human being because they're not of this spiritual family, you have to put this God at the forefront of your life, at the forefront of your mind, at the forefront of your heart, above mother, father, wife, husband, children, brother, sister, friend, and even yourself. The Israelites under Jesus, before he became Mary's son, before he became your crucified savior, expected the same thing from the Israelites. Put him first and be willing to stone your own son, daughter, mother, wife, or best friend.
Sorry, am I allowed to speak now? I don't know if you got cut off or you let me talk. Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, this is the thing with people, because I've had experience with people that are deconstructing on their journey. This is the problem that there is, like, you guys are very disingenuous to the text. You guys take a portion and you make it final, and then you say that's what it is. The two texts that you just try to put together, it has nothing to do with that does not what you may call dismantle Christianity or anything like that.
Did I fucking say it dismantles Christianity?
Oh,
Did I say that? Like,
you
you're putting words in my mouth. I did not say that. What I said was, your Jesus said he did not come to bring peace, but a sword. I responded to your explanation of that. And then you're the one being disingenuous right now. And you're using words that you don't even understand.
Well, when he talks about, like, you should, if anyone secretly, no, the other one, not the one in, I think Matthew was reading, or Luke, one of them. With that one in the New Testament, it's talking about it's showing the militant perspective of what it means to follow Christ.
Your point.
My point is, where you came here right now, he's speaking specifically to the Jews, because God was the king of the Jews back then. And I don't know if you understand the meaning of a king, but a king does what a king wills. And if you're not a king yourself, or if you're not superior to that king, you are in no spot or place to tell a king what to do, or how to choose to live, or what his decision should be. Can
So
we agree to that?
your answer to this is, Jesus can do whatever Jesus wants to do because Jesus is king. That's your response.
Well, yeah,
That's
that's.
so fucking kindergarten.
But you know that too, though.
Again, your
Listen,
Jesus, stop talking. Your Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because commandments over compassion, facts, faith over facts. Like, literally, you said nothing. You said nothing. Like, you just proved my point. You came up here and said he can do whatever he wants. Although here's the crazy thing. You ain't never talked to a Jesus. Everything that you know about a Jesus, or you think that a Jesus said, came from another human. A human can tell you Jesus said go kill your brother, and you wouldn't fucking know if Jesus said it or not. Humans wrote this. Humans told you what a Jesus said 2,500 years ago, and you take it as fact. You take it as law, and you are willing to do whatever you think a Jesus said do to other humans. That's why I say your Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
I apologize to you, but I am not a Muslim. There's laws that Jesus put in the beginning. He never violated them. Let me give you an example. There's men the way you'd like me to be. There were men that were like that, and Jesus Christ, when he came, he rebuked them. He was against them at every step of the way. I don't know why you choose to jump over those, but
I feel
you
like I'm having a conversation with like a wall. Cause I don't know why the fuck you brought up Muslims. Like, and then like you're
why do I
not
bring them up?
like, I don't, I honestly, I feel like this is so unfair to continue. Cause like
It's based off of what you just
you're
told me.
not making sense
It's based off
at
of what you
all.
just it's based off what you just told me. You said
No, it's not.
somebody, a person could come out and tell me I should murder again, unalive whatever, my brother or sister, and I'm just gonna go with it, which is exactly what's going on with them. And I said I'm not with that. If you at in any way, shape or form believe that Jesus Christ was real, then that's what I mean when I say you being disingenuous with the text.
Oh, really?
In every way, shape or form, the
So
Pharisees,
so when
listen, the
you're
Pharisees.
Jesus,
Oh, sorry.
when you're Jesus, you like hold on. You just literally said that he can do whatever he wants because he's a king. Did you not just say that?
Yes, he
Who
can.
told you he was a king?
He did, and everybody
When
that
hold on, when did he tell you he was a king?
every
When did this Jesus tell you, true operator, that he was a king?
everywhere in the Old Testament, I'm the Lord.
The book and the book?
Yes,
Was the book written by Jesus or was it written by humans?
it was written by Jesus through man.
No, no, no. Was it written by Jesus or was it written by humans? Whose hands wrote this text?
I suppose it was human
You
hands.
suppose it was humans or
Yeah,
was it humans?
if it was humans.
It was humans. So, and can you prove that a God spoke to these humans? Can you prove that?
He inspired them,
No, no,
and
no. Can you prove that a God spoke to these humans that wrote these words?
no, I don't have that on video.
Can you prove it? I didn't ask if you have it on video.
You won't accept my proof, so
What's your proof that a God spoke to the writers of this text?
what you may call it, the fact that there's no contradiction in them, I guess they all align.
There's no contradiction.
It all
So
aligns.
when your God says in Exodus, when he tells the Israelites to build altars to sacrifice to him, and then in Jeremiah he says, I never said anything like that. I never talked to your ancestors when I brought them out of Egypt and asked for any spoke about any sacrifices or altars.
Can you show me?
Which is it? Did he through Moses tell them to build altars and to sacrifice to him, or through Jeremiah did he not say that?
From what
Which is it?
from what I remember, God did tell what you may call it. Even before Moses, he did allow the sacrifice and the building temple stuff.
No, no. Did he tell them to build altars to sacrifice to him when he
What the
brought them out
Jews?
of Egypt? Yes or no?
Yeah,
He
that
did.
was.
So then when he told Jeremiah, he never said that. That would be a lie.
What did he tell them that? I don't remember reading that.
Jeremiah 7. Like, why do y'all come up here to discuss something that you haven't studied?
Wait,
You
my
made claims. Hold on. You made a claim that there are no contradictions in the text,
uh huh.
but yet you haven't studied it or read it enough to justify that claim.
No, I read the scriptures. My thing is, like I told you,
So in Jeremiah 7 and 21, when he says, I never told your ancestors when I brought them out of Egypt to build altars or about any, I never talked to them about any sacrifices, then that would be a lie. What's up, Deborah?
Hey, I gave him some contradictions earlier today on my panel too. I don't think it's sunk in.
wait. So when I read it, is there? Can you pull Jeremiah 7:21 so I could see it on the screen? Because mine is, I'm reading it differently than yours.
What do you mean you're reading it differently? You're like, you can't be reading it differently because I don't have it up.
Can you guys hear me when I go off the app?
No.
Okay, so can you pull it up? Can you pull Jeremiah 7:21? You said. Can you pull it up?
I'm gonna pull up both.
What do you mean both?
I'm gonna. Are we talking about one scripture here? Or are we talking about?
The Jeremiah
I'm
7:21.
gonna pull up both.
Okay. Please. Sorry, that's not nice of me.
Exodus 20, starting at verse 22. The Lord said to Moses, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, you have seen for yourselves how I spoke with you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver alongside me, nor shall you make for yourselves gods of gold. You need make for me only an altar of earth and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your offerings of well being, your sheep and your oxen, and every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. But if you make for me an altar of stone, do not build it out of hewn stones, for if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed on it." Jeremiah 7. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel: add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat the flesh. For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices.
What
Let,
Bible?
let's let's go
What
back.
Bible
Let's go
verse
back.
is
What do
that?
you need? Which translation do you need?
Um, Pull up the KJV or something. I don't
Oh my
know.
God, y'all with this damn Middle English
It does.
needing shake. Stop talking while I'm talking.
Okay.
Goodness,
Okay, so you could pull the NIV up too if you
I'm
want. So
not pulling up. I'm pulling up one other version. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like,
okay,
if your Jesus said a thing, he said a thing, and if he wrote this through the Spirit, through the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, it should say the same thing. Like, it's ridiculous. It doesn't change. We're
okay.
gonna read it in the KJV. Exodus 20. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, and all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. If thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it out of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar. Thou hast nakedness, that thy nakedness be not discovered of thereupon. Like, it's
So
freaking ridiculous. It says the same
what?
thing.
So okay, so with these two texts, where's the contradiction?
What other text have I read?
I'm saying with
What?
these two texts, the one that you read in Exodus and this one.
Oh,
What?
so you good with the one in Jeremiah? I haven't read the one in Jeremiah in King James yet.
I
You
thought that
don't you don't need me to speak Middle English so you can understand the one in Jeremiah?
you could either read the NIV or the KJV, whichever. So you don't have
Like,
to speak.
I'm saying, I haven't read the Jeremiah one yet in KJV.
Okay, okay, okay. No, like I'm saying, since like this seemed like it's a burden, you could just do it at the
No, no, no,
end.
no. We're gonna do it since you need it. Like you need the Shakespeare poetic
No, I'm saying I
voice. Like
don't.
I sometimes I think like especially like Black Christians, like y'all think that King James was like, I don't know, God, like or y'all think God talks with a Shakespearean British accent in your heads, and that's holy to you and royal to you. So you can't read it in any other like in modernized language. But hold on.
That's what you're saying.
I know that's what I'm saying. I literally said I think. That's what it means when I say I think.
Okay.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel: Put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices and eat flesh. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But this thing commanded I them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. And walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you. But they hearkened not, nor inclined their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet they hearkened not unto me, nor inclined their ear, but hardened their neck. They did worse than their fathers.
So where's the contradiction? That's what I asked you for.
Oh my fucking gosh.
What I do now?
Yeah, it didn't stick earlier either.
Nah, I want to see the contradiction that she brought up. I'm pretty sure she has a good memory. She could tell me, right?
Oh my motherfucker. This is why I don't like Jesus. This is exactly why I don't like Jesus.
You would
You sat
probably.
there, stop. I have read both of these twice. One in modern language, modern dialect. And then you needed the King James dialect, and you're still like that. The
You
fact that
told
you're
me.
asking me, where is the contradiction tells me you don't understand. You don't
No.
understand any of this.
No, you told me earlier that God said at one point that to do
You
the.
know what? Better yet, you
No, no,
read
no,
it
no.
yourself.
Let me
You read it yourself because you need to read it yourself, and maybe that's how Jesus talked to you.
let me finish
Go ahead. No,
explaining.
no, no. Go ahead. Read. Start at verse 22
Let me finish saying what
and
I'm.
read it.
Can I
Go ahead.
speak?
Read yourself.
Wait, can I speak? For
Can you? No. Can you read it
after I read it, can I speak?
after you read it? Because I promise you. I hopefully once you read it yourself, what you need to say next will be different. So you read it yourself
From verse 21, right?
from verse 22.
Okay. And the Lord said unto Moses, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye seen that I have talked with you from heaven? Ye shall not make me with gold or silver with gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings.
Hold on. Stop right there. What is he telling them to do in verse 24?
An altar of earth, like do not I guess like make them a stat.
And verse 24.
I'm trying to read it. An altar of earth that shall make. I don't. It's an altar. He's asking them to make him an altar of earth, so that they could sacrifice the burnt offerings on.
Okay, keep reading.
And thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou shalt pollute it. Wait, what the hell? Thou hast polluted it. I'm sorry, but like the text is really small on my screen on my phone. Okay, neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay.
And so we can both agree that your God, through Moses, is telling the Israelites after he brought them out of Egypt to build altars and sacrifice on it, correct?
Yeah.
Now start at verse 21 in Jeremiah 7
Thus
and read
said,
all the way down to verse 23.
thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices, and eat flesh. For I speak not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or
Stop. Stop. What is he saying in verse 22?
Can I continue reading? It's not over.
Nope. I did the same thing with Exodus. What is he saying in verse 22?
For I speak not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning the burnt offerings or sacrifices. He did not he did not command them to do that, I guess.
To do what?
And I speak unto your fathers, no command in that day concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices.
But did he?
Well, let's continue reading.
No. Did he? We already read that.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. But is he saying here that he did not do that?
Like I said, you being dishonest. You
Is he saying here
if
that
you
he
stop
did
at
not? Is he saying
like
here that he did not do that?
if you stop at verse 22, yes. If you stop at verse 22,
Oh,
yes.
keep going. Keep going.
Okay. But this thing commended I unto them, saying, obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. And walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it will be well unto you. Isn't that 25? Oh,
Do you want to
I,
keep reading or what?
no, I thought you said 23. Okay. But they hearken not, nor incline their ears, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backward and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants and the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. You want me to go to 26?
No, I mean it's up to you because what you needed was this.
This is what I mean.
It's up to you. How much more do you need to read? How much more?
If I don't have to read much.
No, to prove your point. How much more do you need to read to prove your point?
Again, like I said, this from 21 to 23 is pretty fine. It's fine for me.
Did I ask if it was fine for you? I don't give a fuck if it's fine for
You
you.
said how
I,
much?
I didn't ask you that. I don't care about that.
You asked how much do I need to read? I said 21 to 23 is fine. What's
Then
how?
make your point because we've already agreed that in Exodus he did command them to build altars and to sacrifice, and in Jeremiah, chapter 7 verse 22, he's saying he didn't.
That's why I said you being disingenuous. They were building altars with the way that they built for other gods. He did not tell them to come in altars the way that they.
Where does it say that?
What? Oh my. Okay.
Where does it say that?
You're right.
Where does it say that?
No, you're right. You're right. You got me. You got me. You're right.
So I wasn't being disingenuous. You
No.
were.
I was. Yes. You got me.
All right, I'm done with you.
Okay.
All right, bye.
You got me. Good stuff.
Bye.
Bye bye. I told you I was.
Oh, he's fun. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he was
had
a
him on
whole
the
ass
panel
headache.
for about an hour, and he was trying to tell me like the whole No True Scotsman, Pascal's Wager, and when I tried to bring up the analogy of like, a divorcee was married, he started to tell me that if I was married for 7 years and I got a divorce, it was because the love was not genuine. And so therefore I wasn't married. That's when I
What?
dropped him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was trying to invalidate my marriage to my son's father. I was like, no.
They just be saying stuff. Like
They just be saying shit. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh no,
I
true
think so. I
operator.
think they do need just need attention. If you are in the guest request box, please make sure that you are a believer in Jesus or his daddy, not Allah. This is not about Islam. You are either a believer or you are someone who is deconstructing away from that God, or you are an atheist. Okay, I'm not doing any other religion. I don't care what you think about that. This is about Christianity and that God only. Okay. Also, please make sure you are at least 21 years of age. And if you are a nerd, please comment to let me know that you are coming up on purpose. If you are a dragon, please comment ahead of time to let me know if you are coming up. And the dragons can do one guest per night. Orlando? Okay, he's knocked out. Allah, Ali, I see you saying that you're very sad. I'm not doing Islam. There's nothing you're going to be able to say to come on my stage to make me change that, okay? Lady T.
Well, hey, at least they're all getting their rest, right?
Yeah. It'd be funny how believers be falling asleep in here too. Like, you falling asleep to what you call the devil's voice is funny. King Nature.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's going on, Thinker? How you doing,
I'm
panel?
good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I just want those verses. I just want those verses because I like this. I like to get verses because I'm already deconstructed, but every time I come across some new verses, it's just good to have them.
Yeah, it's Exodus 20 verses 21 through 26. And then Jeremiah 7:21 through 23.
21, Jeremiah 7:21 through 23.
Yeah. If you pray really, really hard, Lyle Sloth, I don't know, maybe Jesus will answer your prayer since you need this channel to disappear so bad. I don't know. Pray really, really hard, Lyle.
Thinker, you know what else
Go
is
on
a
a
good?
3-day fast. What were you saying, King?
I say, what else is a good verse? I always we ask people, did Abraham know God's name? You familiar with that one?
Which one? No.
Exodus, no, Genesis 12 and 8. Let me cut. Genesis.
Let me. I'm gonna do this really quickly. I don't normally allow this during the show. Only a nerd can come up here and do this.
Sorry.
But that's okay. I'm gonna look at it really quickly with you. Let's see. You said Genesis 12 and what?
And
So I
8.
know Abraham didn't know the God the way Moses them did, right? Under that same name. I
But
think Melchizedek comes to him and introduces him to El Elyon. Is that what you're talking about?
mm-mm. Genesis 12 and 8.
From there, he moved on to the hill country on the east of Bethel and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west of Ai on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord and invoked the name of the Lord. And Abraham journeyed on by stages toward the Negeb.
What version are you reading?
The NRSVUE.
It doesn't say, and there he built an altar unto Yahweh and called upon the name of Yahweh.
No, it says the Lord. What? So none of
Well,
the. So I
Yahweh,
know.
Yahweh is Lord in all caps. My bad.
Well, like the Hebrew wouldn't have said Yahweh. It would have said. It would have had the Tetragrammaton there, and they would have said Adonai. But I know the King James says Lord. What? True operator. Why are you back in my box? What version of the Bible are you reading?
This is the King James, but if you look in the blue letter
Oh,
Bible,
the blue letter.
it says Yahweh.
Well, it does say Yahweh or Jehovah, but it's the same, right? Like, and I agree that it didn't call Abraham never called him Yahweh or Jehovah. I don't even know if Abraham referred to it as a tetragrammaton, but I agree that Abraham didn't know the name of this God the way that Moses did because he didn't introduce himself to that. In the story, he doesn't introduce himself that way to
Right.
Abraham. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Okay. All right. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you for those verses, though. I will definitely
You're
use them.
very you are very welcome. And as I was saying like earlier, if you like the researching and stuff, because I love researching, I love learning new things from people who are also researching. In order to get like stage presence to come up and share, your research, uh, I just ask that you become a nerd so that I know who you are when you come on stage. Does that make sense? If you
Yeah.
see the people in the comments with the nerd badge, that's how I know
Okay.
who you are. But I
All right. All right.
appreciate you so much.
Appreciate you too.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
True operator, get out of my box. Like this is some weird shit, bro, for you to be back in the box. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I could be closing.
Hey, what's up?
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm a believer. I'm Muslim.
I don't do Islam on this page. Okay.
Okay,
All
fair
right.
enough.
All right. Have a good night.
Scared?
As I stated before, this is about Christianity. The God of Christianity is not about Islam. I don't know shit about Islam. I didn't grow up Islam. Islam barely touches my life. Okay. I do think that Islam needs to be deconstructed. I have friends who deconstruct Islam. That's not me. Okay. So please do not cross that boundary. I don't care to learn about it.
Hello,
Jason.
everyone. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? How you
I'm
guys
good.
doing?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
52.
All right.
I'm
Are you a
old.
believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. Deborah, you want to do this one?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hey, Jason.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So, do you think that Jesus Christ is the worst thing or the best thing that happened to humanity, and why?
He's the best thing that ever happened to us because he came and died for our sins, and he took all of our sins upon him when he died on the cross. So he saved us. He's actually our lawyer.
So what did he save us from?
What did he say? What?
What did he save us from?
He saved us from our sin.
So who's at fault for introducing sin into the world?
People. Adam and Eve.
Okay, Adam and Eve. Do you know of verses in the Bible that say that a son cannot die for the sins of the parents?
I don't know. I'm not very like memorize or whatever. I can't memorize stuff. Even I don't even memorize my favorite songs. I can't do it. But sins of the fathers is what you're saying? Maybe sins of the fathers? I don't think that's true. If that's what you mean.
Yeah, so there are verses in the Bible that state that you're not to put to death the children for the sins of the parents. Right? Wages of sin are death, right? So
right.
If the Bible says that every person shall die for his own sin, right?
Right.
And we all die. We're all born with a ticket that needs to be punched at some point. So we all die.
Uh-huh.
What is exactly, what is he saving us from?
He saved us from our own sin because we cannot live a sinless life.
What are the wages of sin?
Man, the wages, I don't know. Like the first thing that came to my brain was that the wages of sins are war.
No, the wages of sin is death, according to the Bible.
There you go. But
right, we all die.
Right.
So what is he saving us from?
He's saving us from our sins. I don't know how more simple it has to be.
If the wages of sin are death, according to the Bible, and we all still die.
Hold on, don't talk while she's talking, okay? Let her finish and then you respond. Yeah, she's still talking.
All right, go ahead.
God, Jesus' children are so fucking rude.
Wow. That's an F-bomb. You're talking about Jesus.
I said that. Yep, I sure did.
Yep, there we go again.
Don't talk while she's talking.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Jesus Christ.
If the wages of sin are death, and we all still die, then he has not saved us from sin.
He has.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, no. I can't.
You can't, because we all still die.
Yeah, we all die.
Then he hasn't saved us from death.
We are going to die, but we're going to be reborn.
Can you prove that?
Matt, can you not prove it?
I don't have the onus. You do.
I can't either. I can't prove it no more than you can unprove it. Right? Right?
So then, sir, you don't have any idea if you're saved. You don't know if you're saved. So then he hasn't done shit for humanity.
See, absolutely. Now you're talking a lot of dirty talk with your dirty mouth.
I love my dirty mouth.
You're trying to do this and do that.
My dirty mouth is free to be dirty. He hasn't saved shit.
You're a very rude person.
So are you.
No, you are.
You are a rude person with a clean mouth.
Really?
You're still rude. Yep. Even if you don't say fuck. Even if you don't say fuck, you are still rude.
Yes, you are. You run your mouth.
And your Jesus still hasn't done shit for humanity.
Are you going to kick me out, demon?
I don't have to kick
Are
you
you going to
out.
kick me out, or you let
I
me
don't have to
talk?
kick you out.
Are
You're
you
the
going to
one
kick me
who's
out and let me
afraid of
talk,
demons.
demon?
You're the one
Demon.
who's afraid of
Demon.
demons.
The power of
You
Christ
are
compels you,
afraid. Are
demon.
you
The
afraid?
power of Christ
Are you?
compels
And your
you,
God's
demon.
power ain't gonna do shit. Your God's
Yeah.
power can't
The
stop
power of
me from
Christ
saying
compels you,
fuck.
demon.
Your
Are you
God's
going to let me
power
talk
can't
or
stop me
not?
from saying
Are you going
shit.
to let me talk or
Your
not?
God's power
Are you going to
can't
let me
stop
talk or
me from
not,
doing
demon?
a damn
Demon.
thing. You just gonna
Demon.
keep on whining and
Demon.
crying.
Hey,
Just like
demon.
your
Are you
God
going to let me
haven't
talk?
saved you from
Demon.
sin, your
Are
God
you going to let
can't
me
save
talk,
you from
demon?
me. You
Demon.
just gonna keep
Are
on
you going to let me
fucking
talk, demon?
crying.
Yeah, that's what I
You
thought,
just gonna
demon.
keep on fucking crying.
That's what I thought, demon.
You ain't said shit.
Yeah, you're
You ain't said shit. The more
demon.
the more you cry, the
The
more you
more
hear
you
dirty
talk, the
words.
more I know you're going to
The
send
more
me
you
back
cry,
to
the more
hell,
you hear
demon.
dirty
Hey,
words.
demon.
So
Demon.
crybaby ass.
Demon. Are you going to
You
let me
got you
talk,
got a
demon?
whole ass
That's
Jesus
what I
and you
thought,
scared of
demon.
the word
The
fuck.
devil won't let the
You
Lord
got
talk.
a whole ass war god and you're scared of a
Demon.
little lady on
Demon,
TikTok
demon,
saying
demon, demon,
fuck.
demon, demon, demon. You going to let me talk?
No.
That's what I
Nope. Every
thought.
time you open your mouth, I'm gonna open mine.
That's what I
Every
thought.
time you say a fucking word, I'm going to speak
That's what I
because
thought.
I
You're a
fucking
foul
can.
mouth,
Because I
demonology.
fucking can.
Yeah,
Every time you
racist,
open your mouth,
racist ass,
Jason,
racist
Jason, Jason, I'm
demon,
gonna be in your
racist
dreams
demon,
tonight.
racist
I'm gonna
demon,
be in your
racist.
dreams tonight,
Do it.
Jason.
No,
And
you're
I'm gonna be
not.
in your
No, you're
dreams
not.
chasing you with
I
a
am
Bible saying fuck,
unoffendable.
fuck, fuck,
You
fuckity, fuck,
cannot
fuck.
come into
I'm gonna be
my
in your
soul
dreams.
because I am Holy Spirit
You
filled.
are, you are, you
Demon.
are scary.
Hey,
You're
demon.
scary.
Witch. Bring
Okay,
it.
cool, cool.
Okay, now you
Am
want to
I
let me
supposed to
talk?
like cry
Now you want to let
now?
me talk? Now
Am
you
I
want to let
supposed
me
to
talk,
cry
witch?
now?
Hey, witch.
Am I supposed to cry?
You want to let me
I
talk,
put a
witch?
spell on you,
You can't put no
and
spell on me
now
because I'm
you're
covered by the blood of the
mine.
Lord. You dumbass.
Oh,
Okay, can
so
I do one?
now who has a pouty mouth?
How you
Did I
put
just
that?
bring you to hell? Did I just bring you to hell with
You
me?
can't bring me to
Did
hell,
I just
demon.
bring you down?
You fucking
Did
dirty,
oh
dirty demon.
look who has
Power
a
of Christ
potty mouth
compels
now. I
you.
put a spell on
No,
you.
no, you can't. Bring it.
And
Bring your
now you're
demonology.
mine.
Bring it.
Now you're mine.
Bring it.
Oh, so can I do one?
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ compels you.
Can I do one?
Yeah.
Jason. Jason.
I will
Ready?
not deal with this.
Jason. Benedicat cortum.
Jesus Christ compels you. You cannot come into my soul.
Oh my gosh. We already in it.
Jesus
We are
Christ
already there.
controls you. You
We
cannot.
already there.
No,
We
you can't.
already
No,
there.
you
Yeah, we are.
can't.
We brought
You've
your
done.
ass
You've already
down.
lost the war. You've
We
lost
brought you
the war.
down.
Jesus,
We
you
brought you down.
cannot fight
Joe
Jesus.
crybaby ass. Joe
Demon,
hypocritical
you
ass.
cannot fight the
Your
Lord.
mouth is so
Demon, Jesus
potty.
Christ
You're
compels
so
you.
rude with
Demon,
that dirty mouth saying unclean words. And those words were in you the whole fucking time, you little liar. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. You got up here trying to flex as if you so holy in this Jesus when you are just as dirty as the rest of them. What the fuck? What the fuck? Your God has not saved you from shit. You can't even, if you don't know whether you're actually going to get up and live again, you aren't saved.
What a wonderful example of a Christian. But he is I don't know why he's offended when his own God cursed his people to cannibalism. Like, an actual cuss word is not the same as a curse word. Your God cursed his own people. That is far worse. James chapter 3, blessings and cursings ought not come from the same mouth. There's another contradiction. But you'll ignore that. And you'll be so offended by the word fuck that you can't even get over your own self to listen to anything else. You're so up in your emotions. Get out of your emotions, sir. Calm down. Smile more.
Is someone on mute? Did Jesus mute you?
Or he could pray that God unmute him.
I think he's in hell. I think we should leave him there, Deborah. What do you think?
Oh, I agree.
Bye. Oh my god. When his ass started cussing, like, oh my gosh. That shit was
Demon,
hilarious.
demon.
Know whether you're actually gonna get up and live again, you aren't saved. Are you recording me? Why are you recording me? You know you can watch this on YouTube. You don't have to do all that labor. I do it for you. Did you hear me? Like, it's being recorded on YouTube. You don't actually have to do the labor. I'm doing it for you. Do you not want to
Thought he
speak
was
now?
doing
You were
something.
talking a lot in the comments.
You got me? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I've never done this before. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
Oh man, 8 years old.
I'm sorry, you cut out. How old are you?
Yep, I'm 38.
38. And I assume by your comments
Three
that you are
eight.
a believer.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the prompt?
Yep. You won't catch me on here cursing though,
That's
or
fine. I don't care.
cussing.
What
Well,
are your thoughts on
I'm
the prompt? Hey,
some.
hey, let me tell you how this is going
Yeah,
to work,
yeah.
okay? Now, I would rather have a civil discussion with you, right? I don't want to I don't want
Amen.
to go off. I don't want to raise my voice. I'd rather have a civil discussion with you. But if you talk over me and you talk while I'm talking, or you talk while Deborah or Series Cal or Lala is talking, then that's going to make me raise my voice. Okay? The only people on
Beautiful.
this stage, the only people on this stage that can interrupt while someone's talking is going to be me. Okay. And I'm going to try not to do that. The only time I do that is when you are going off topic and I need to get you back on topic, or if you're lying. Okay. And so other than
Yeah,
that, I plan on
I'm
hearing,
with you.
don't talk while I'm talking. I don't need you to co-sign while I'm talking, any of that. Okay. While I'm talking, it would be helpful if you mute. And then while you're talking, we will be on mute, listening to what you say. Okay.
Yeah, some headphones so I can do what you're asking.
I appreciate that.
Yo, we're gonna do this the right way. So look, about your first point, commandments or compassion. I believe that God giving us commandments is compassion. See, that's mercy. Him giving you instruction on what you ought to do as a feeble, weak creature that we are, right? That would be compassion, not wrath, which is what we deserve, right?
No,
Okay. The second thing is I
no,
would
no,
say
no,
is faith
no,
over
no, no, no,
fact.
no, no, no. We're not going to move on from that. We're not going to move on from
Oh,
that.
okay.
What is compassionate about stoning your family members? What's compassionate about that?
What's compassionate about stoning a family
Yeah.
member?
What's compassionate about a God saying, if your family member tries to convince you to worship another God, kill him? And it has to be your hands that kill him. What's compassionate about that?
Right, so let's visit that in
Sure.
context, right? Where that's written in the word, right? It says that if your child, right, is blaspheming God,
It does
you are
not
to
say that.
take him to the city
Nope, I'm not
gates.
talking about that.
You are to take him to the
I'm
city
sorry.
gates.
I am not talking
Oh,
about that. And it does not say that.
oh, it does. We can pull it up if you want.
Sure, Deuteronomy 13 and 6. There you go. It's on the screen. We can't hear you when you leave the app.
Oh, that was my bad. Yeah, so even if anybody entices you, even your brother, your father's son or your mother's son or your own son or daughter, or your wife embrace. So basically, if you commit adultery, even in your own family, yeah, you should go take him to the city and stone him. Yep.
Wait, you think this is about adultery?
No,
You
yeah,
just
that's what
hold
this is
on.
in
You just
context
you
for.
just read the word entice and you think that's about sex.
No,
You
no, no.
just
If
stopped
anyone
reading. Hold on, hold
secretly
on, hold on. Stop. You just
entices
wait,
you.
wait, wait, wait. You see the word entices. You stop reading and you go, yeah, adultery. And but aren't you the one who said let's talk
Well,
about this? Hold on. Aren't you the one who said let's talk about this in context?
oh, my connection. Can you hear me?
Connection made him stop reading.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
We can hear you. There's nothing wrong with your connection.
Okay. My bad. I don't know what was happening. Yeah, so I didn't hear what you said. You said, aren't I the one? And then it went dead.
You are the one who said let's talk about this in context, yet you are skipping the context and making up your own narrative. These are the ones that be in your comments posting those bot messages. If anybody's reading this, Jesus loves you. These are the ones that be posting those messages, hate messages to people of the LGBTQIA community. I'm moving on. That context ate him up. He saw the word entice and thought fucking. Sure. Um, whatever you need to tell yourself. Aaron,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Can I get your age, please?
59.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I guess I would be considered deconstructing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the prompt?
So on the prompts, right? Definitely compassion over commandments because those commandments come from the 42 laws of Mott, and they shrunk them down and kind of perverted them to put them into the Bible. So definitely compassion over commandments. Faith, if you don't have facts, is
Hold
cool.
on. Hold on 1 second. So, you are aware that the Mosaic Law consists um, more than what you all believe are the 10 Commandments?
Yes.
So the 42 laws or the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at are not the commandments in the Mosaic Law.
So if I could say it this way, I did say that it was like a perverted version that they shrunk down to 10, the 10 that they put on the stone allegedly.
There are 42 negative confessions of Ma'at and 613 commandments in the Mosaic Law. What did they shrink down?
So what my premise is this, that if you allow me to back up to answer your question, is that cool?
Okay, this is the position that I come from. There's two creation stories in Genesis. The first one is
No,
in
no, no, no,
Genesis
no,
1.
no, 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 no.
I,
Wait. No, no, no. Wait. I don't want to go there. What
this
number
I'm
is big? Hold on. What number is bigger, 613 or 42?
613.
So they didn't.
613.
So the 42 negative confessions of my aunt. I understand that you're saying that the 10 commandments that are in Exodus 20, 6 of those came from 42, the negative 42 negative confessions of my aunt. But there are 613 commandments in the Mosaic Law. And so you're speaking to, your point is that definitely it's compassion over commandments, because 6 of the commandments that are in Exodus came from the laws of my aunt.
I'm saying I would choose compassion over the commandments based
No, no,
on
no. That I'm
compassion.
not asking what you would choose. That's not. I don't. I'm not interested in what you would choose. Right. This is talking about Jesus.
Got
Those
you.
are my reasons why I think Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I'm not. I'm not asking what you would choose.
Got you. Okay, I got a better understanding. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. No, no, no. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, well, when it comes to Jesus being the worst thing that happened to humanity, I would definitely agree, but I wouldn't come from it from the aspect of the prompts. That's the only difference. And because I'm just now, you just explained it to me, I'd rather step down than say anything, you know what I'm saying, not appropriate to this particular prompt.
I mean, you can tell me why you would come from, why you think Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay, well, the reason I think that Jesus is the worst thing that happened to humanity is because it's a variation of another creation story that got pimped out. They started putting pictures in saying that it was saying Jesus looked white or whatever when they put the guy up in there. And when you start looking at the words and start breaking the words down, his name wasn't Jesus Christ, the name was Yeshua, right? And so when you start looking at it that way, then you start seeing that the people that spoke the language didn't even look like the person who they put in the photo, right? It mixes everything up. The words say that Jesus had skin of bronze and hair like wool. The picture says something different. When you point this contradiction out, everybody says, well, he's not black, so I'm not just going to, it turns racial and everything. So for me, they turned Jesus into something that separated mankind, and I'm cool on that type of stuff.
Let's look at a couple of things. So your point is that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because they made him what you believe to be a black man, a white man, and then used them to divide humanity. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's part of it.
What's the other part that I'm missing?
That the actual creation story that even involves Jesus comes from other creation stories long before Christianity was even thought about, right? So when you start taking that and you start personalizing it, that's basically what they did. They took Jesus and gave him a face and gave him a character, right? And put that out for people who actually believed in this stuff, put that out for them to give them a visual, and that visual has got everything all tore up. So like I said, for me, them using him and pimping him out like that, I'm like, that's not cool. There are people who need religion in their life to help them structure them.
You cut out on me.
And then to use that to pimp them out like that and then have them like warn against each other. Nah, I'm kind of cool on that. I took a lot of time to study a lot of languages. And so I kind of read this in Arabic, Hebrew, and a few other languages. So I come at it from a different perspective. That's why I'm not really about separating people like that. I'm more about bringing folks together.
Mm-hmm. So when you read Revelations 1, 14 through 15, you came away reading it with the understanding that it's saying that Jesus had hair like wool.
Well, I took it literal, and then I took it in other ways. But the literal sense was skin of bronze and hair like wool, right? So I took the hair being just like it says, like wool, kinky.
It says his head and his hair. His head And a lot of times when I talk to black people who are either current Christians or uh, deconstructing Christians, they tend to miss this conjunction here, right? So it says his head and his hair were white as white wool. Not that his that he had woolly hair. It's saying that his head and his hair were the color of white wool, white as snow. So do you see the difference between that statement?
That's interesting because that's really interesting because that's the first time I read this particular English translation where it says his head and his hair were white
Well,
as wool, as white as snow. His eyes were like a
we
flame
can
of
do the
fire. This
King
is the first time
James.
I'm just saying I'm not tripping
Let's
on
go
it.
to
I'm
the
like, damn,
King
that's kind of
James.
interesting. Yeah, pull that up. I like this.
Yeah,
There it is. There, his head and his hair was
King
like,
James
okay, go
says
ahead.
his head and his hairs were. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying go ahead and teach. I like
King
this.
James says his head. King James says his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. So it's the same thing. And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet were like unto fine brass, as if they burnt in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. So this is like his feet were like brass,
Mm-hmm.
not the color of brass, but they were like brass, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's giving a impression like he's been transfigured, right?
Right.
He died as the Lamb of God. Now he either he's a mature sheep or now he's a glorified lamb, right? But this isn't describing a black man.
Can I build on what you just said before I actually address the verse? Because you're speaking from an esoteric and a metaphysical standpoint when you the way you just broke that down. I would say that he started as
I'm
the
not.
a
I'm
ram.
speaking from the Bible. I'm not
I,
speaking from
I,
esoteric.
but the way you broke that down was from an esoterical standpoint. Speaking about the head and the hairs are white like
How?
wool. The way well you broke it down in a way, right? In a way that I can understand how you understand it, right? And so I'm only
Well, that's
building
what
on.
it says.
I got you, but
I'm trying to
the
understand where you're getting esoteric from, right? Because I hold on. I'm trying to understand where you're getting the esoteric from. It says his head and his hairs were white like wool,
you
as white
you
as snow,
you
right?
described it
And
as a
then the
transformation.
Bible says, I'm sorry, the Bible says that Jesus was the Lamb of God, right? This is after he has ascended. He's appearing to John, right? And his eyes are like fire, his feet are like fine brass, right? And his voice is like that of many waters. This is the same description that Daniel saw, or Isaiah, I can't remember which one, when he was describing the Ancient of Days.
Hmm.
This is biblical. I'm not doing anything esoteric.
Let me apologize because um, I said earlier that I like studied these things in another language in other languages, and so I have a tendency to when I say things like that, I assumed or I might have thought that you would understand what I meant, and I want to apologize to you for that. Right? That was an
I
incorrect
know what
use.
esoteric is.
I understand, but so I was only going with the transformation process when you said that he started out as the lamb and then you said he may have come out as something else. And I was just going to build on that. Um, like I said, I'd rather step down, right? And I appreciate you breaking that down for me the way you just did. I'd rather step down and not say anything else than to say something and may sound like I'm confused or confuse people. And I appreciate you allowing me to come up too.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you.
Hey, Thinker,
Mm,
have you read Psalm 18 and the
Psalm.
description of them there?
Uh-uh.
It starts at like verse 8 and it goes to like 12 and 13. It's really interesting how they describe God there.
Hold on. You said it starts at what verse?
Like 8.
Smoke went up from his nostrils and devouring fire from his mouth. Glowing coals flamed forth from him. He bowed the heavens and came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. He rode
Mm-hmm.
on a cherub and flew. He came swiftly upon the wings of the wind. He made dark. Ooh, thank you, Medulla. I appreciate that. Oh, that is so cute. That
That
was
was awesome.
pretty. Thank you. He made darkness his covering around him, his canopy thick clouds dark with water. Out of the brightness before him there broke through his clouds hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the Most High uttered his voice. How far down?
No, that's fine.
Oh,
I find it interesting. I mean, they're talking about his feet were like bronze, right? And I'm like, yeah, that tracks. If you take this one in conjunction with it, but I don't like when I hear this description of the God of the Bible, I think of every AI generated image of a Satan.
yeah. This the same thing in Genesis 15 when he comes and visits Abraham and he comes as thick darkness,
Mm-hmm.
like that image, and then the fire pot walking between the two pieces of the dead bull with blood all
Yeah,
around it, like that is, you would think what they would think would be the devil. And then
yeah.
Jesus with the winnowing fork with the pitchfork.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It tripped me out when I learned that it was Jesus with the winnowing fork. And there's nowhere in this Bible does it say Satan or the devil or Lucifer has a winnowing fork.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you over there like hoping and wishing that I have to cry out to your God? Like that's some evil ass shit. Like y'all be calling people witches, but literally you're the one that speaks curses on people because they don't believe in your God. I don't need your Jesus. You're over there praying that I will need him. And you want me to hurt so bad. You want me to need your Jesus so bad that you want me to hurt in order to need him. And here's the thing. I wouldn't call your Jesus. I have friends for that. I have family for that. There ain't nothing your Jesus can do for me. Nothing. Even when I'm hurting. There's nothing your Jesus can do. I don't need to talk to your Jesus. I talk to human beings. I do. Jezebel is my hero. So thank you very much. Like y'all think calling me Jezebel is an insult. Like she's literally my hero. I have an account, a backup account titled Queen Jezebel. Let me read the super chats right quick. JMR with the $10 super chat. By the power the failed Messiah Jesus, I wish you an amazing stream. Wait, there's no power, huh? Psh, you get it. Thank you, JMR. Walking Bones with the $5 super chat. In the same sentence, Jason cries about the word fuck and then takes Jesus' name in vain, laughing my ass off. 10 out of 10 theater. I agree. That was hilarious. I agree. Rocco? Rocco, are you there?
Hi, sorry, thank you. I came up by mistake.
No worries. Have a good night, okay?
You too, thanks.
El- Drake said, Elmo hates Rocco. Leslie? Hello, Leslie? Okay, I think they came up on accident. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. There's 561 people in here, another 55 on YouTube. So there's 600 people watching the stream. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open to you as well. It is. We're only 2 hours into the live stream. It's too early to slow down now. We ain't even got started yet. We're coming back off of a long weekend. We had a 24-hour live stream on Thursday. It was a good live stream. They tried to shut us down, but we persevered and raised almost $3,500 for our co-host Fee, whose son is recovering from a really bad motorcycle accident. Who, by the way, she did not need to call out to Jesus because we, the community, is there for her. Her family, her friends are there for her, and her son is doing well. So I appreciate all of y'all who showed up and showed out for the 24-hour live stream. We also promoted an event for Chad, for displaced refugees, 20 million of them in Chad. Mutual Aim is building a transitional housing village for those refugees in Chad. And we raised money and promoted an event that is going on June 21st in Glen Burnie, Maryland. You can get tickets for that event as well. Consciously and Jasmine Gardens will be there. If you want to go and meet with them, talk with them about ways that you can help Congo and Central Africa and Chad. Elijah Serener? The event is it's mutual aim. Hold on, I don't have it. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. Elijah, are you there?
Yeah. The way to pronounce my last name is very weird. It's Sir in her.
Okay. Can I get your age, please?
28.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not.
Huh? You have to be one of the three to be on stage.
I'm not necessarily sure what I believe in, but I believe in something.
Okay, so then you wouldn't fit this conversation, okay?
Agnostic.
Because we're talking about the God of the Bible. Okay. So I'm
Well,
only
yeah,
looking to
but I
have
have the wrong
conversation. I'm sorry,
information.
1 second. Hello. I'm only looking to have conversations with current believers in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing away from that God or thinking about it,
So your
or
panel
atheists.
it doesn't matter about people who are on the edge and they're trying to learn.
If you would listen to what I said, okay? Listen before you speak. Okay,
Yeah.
goodbye.
Idiot.
Yeah, I could care less if you're an atheist or agnostic. If you're an asshole, you are an asshole. You are a non-believing atheist asshole. I could care less what your belief system is.
Hey, Thinker, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I gotta work in the morning, but thank you so much for having me up here.
You're welcome, Deborah.
I'm
Thank you
gonna
for coming up.
continue to
Have a good night,
listen
okay?
and tap the screen and all the things. Love you.
I love you too. Have a good night.
Good night.
Dream Navigator? Dream Navigator, are you there? All right. right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructive, you're an atheist. If you are, especially if you are a believer and you're in my comments fucking whining or praying curses or dropping scriptures, you should have enough Holy Ghost power to come on stage and have a conversation, right? I mean, because you're here anyway, right? You show up night after night to complain about this live existing. You might as well come on stage. Oh, you're working on your masters right now and you can't, and you found this clown of a channel. Like, you really should be focusing on whatever the fuck it is that you're writing, right? Are you working on your thesis? Like, you should be focused on that instead of typing entire dissertations in my comments, right, Lyle? Y'all make up all kind of excuses. Lyle, I'm uneducated. I don't even know what a degree is. Are you talking about Fahrenheit? Are you talking about Celsius? What degree are you talking about? I have no idea what a degree is. Well, if you don't like not having a civil conversation, like you're whining because you can't interrupt people while they're talking, that's a fucking excuse. Just say that you lack self-control. Like, you're going to come up here and you're going to claim the fruit of the spirit, right? And one of the fruit of the spirit is self-control. If you lack that shit, just say you do. Dixon,
Yes.
how are you?
Good.
Can I get your age, please?
Why? Wait, you have to be 21 plus? That's gay as fuck.
I swear. If my kids ever, I'm so glad they're grown now and my oldest is about to graduate, but if they ever, but it always do be the believers' kid, because we was bad as hell. I'm not gonna lie. We was bad.
Yeah.
We put our parents through there. Always in church, but because of that, we was in some shit. Yep, it makes you rebel even more. These kids out here trying to prove themselves because their parents won't let them be kids. Did y'all see the video of the young guy who's he got a job at a spa in Atlanta, and his parents were like, they don't want him to work there because it's filled with people who are LGBTQIA, and they think that he's gonna become that, but he literally is that. Like, he's like letting us know that his parents can't see that he already is. Yeah, Joshua, yeah. That he already is. And they're like, you need to watch your surroundings and we know better than you. And he's like, do you not see what's in front of you? Like, he didn't say that to them, but he's like giving us, like he's saying it to us as he's showing us the conversation. And I had commented and I said, it might be time to let them know, friend. And somebody responded was like, I highly disagree.
Why?
I don't know, like the way his parents were talking to him, they sound like they would be really pissed when he does come out of the closet. And he might not be safe. And so, like, I did tell him to be safe, but they want him to not take the job that he got because they're scared it's going to make him gay.
People are so ignorant. Like it's what contagious. The heck?
Right. They do think that, which is crazy. It's in the video, she was like, your lips be red when you go there. 'Cause he has on like lip gloss. And she's like, your lips be red, and the way you dress, and he dresses really nice. He got really good style. Because he like flashed pictures as she was talking. And she was like, you're going to make them think that you're down with that lifestyle. You're going to make them think that you accept them. And I was like, this is insane.
That's, oh my god. It's just weird and wild that in 2025 people are still this ignorant.
But they say that they're not bound by the Mosaic law. Like, the way they act, you would think that they are. Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yes, that is.
Right. Don't send the message that they're accepted, that they're loved. All right, y'all. It is 5 minutes without a guest. It's 1:29 a.m. It's too early to be sitting here waiting for people to come up. You're trying what? Like, if you don't have enough followers, then you can't come up. You don't have enough followers to come up. If you're on a troll account, you're not going to be able to come up. You might as well go and come up from your main account. Because you have a troll account, Jameson. You have to try to, if you have a main account, you need to come up from your main account. TikTok will not allow you to come up with that troll account. You're welcome, Soul Forever. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Shit, half of them probably didn't even go to church. A lot of them probably got on TikTok and just read their mouth. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope TikTok review the appeal and approve the appeal on Bash's video, because I hope that goes viral. He did such an amazing job. I was so worried about the video at first because I was like, oh my god, he hadn't even commented on it. I was like, I hope I didn't get in trouble. But then I saw that he posted, because I know he had told us on Zena's live that we could make videos with the songs. At first I was worried because he didn't comment, but he reposted it, so I was like, okay, it's cool. But that performance was so powerful.
Yeah, so amazing.
And then the smile, like when he I just keep watching it, because like when he smiles, it's so contagious. Like you can't help but to smile when he looks at the camera and he smiles. And then at the end, when he jumps up and down and he's like a kid, almost like in his happy place. He jumps up and down and he like sticks his tongue out and like throws his head back. Have you talked to Rhea? Haven't seen her. Yeah, Rhea, she didn't go live this weekend for some reason, but Rhea was a part of the 24-hour live on Thursday.
I was up for over 40 hours.
Girl,
I
why?
could not get to sleep. Because I drank 2 Celsius, not realizing that it would work like that.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how you did that. Were you short of breath and stuff?
Mm-mm.
I don't.
Nope,
I I was
not in the
so short
least.
of breath after that 24-hour live. Like it took me 2 days to recoup. I couldn't join nobody's live this weekend. Like I got on Oso's live for a little bit Saturday morning, but I was not down for talking to Christians. Like I was just so over them. After that 24-hour live, I was over them. So I needed a break. I took me a good 3-day break from them. All right, y'all. We going on 10 minutes now without a
Mm-hmm.
guest. Y'all know if I think we done, then I don't know because I don't like sitting here waiting, trying to figure out stuff to talk about. There's 625 people watching the stream right now. Half of y'all are probably asleep. But if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open.
And those of you that are awake, go ahead and keep tapping that screen. At least get us some. Get these likes
Hey
up.
y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Was yeah. Give me just a
Hey,
second. What were you saying, Selena? 1 second,
I'll
Cerulean.
tap that screen for those that are awake.
What's up, Cerulean?
Hey y'all.
How are you?
Hey.
Good. I'm in the comments telling I think Mia that my mom invited Twin and I to a Christian comedy show like last night. But
Did, did y'all
yeah,
go or?
yeah, we went. We went. It was kind of funny, but of course, like me and Twin sitting up there looking at each other like we some heathens in here. And actually, it wasn't inside the church. It was like at a little youth center, like next to the church or whatever. But of course, they was in there like thinking. We talked about it after we got out because we left early. But we talked about it in the car how they was like thanking God for basically stuff that humans was doing. Like it was a guy in a wheelchair and he was like, I thank God for the people behind me because without them, like they gave him an award for like overcoming obstacles or whatever. Cause I think he had like 2 strokes. He had 2 strokes and then he had to have like blood infusion. But I'm sitting up there thinking like, you thanking God for something that these people done, helped you out with and been there for you, and you know what I'm saying? Like it was crazy. We left early, but I came up here to ask because somebody in the comments when you were describing Jesus, they were saying that what you were reading was after the resurrection. So I just wanted to ask, like, what's the difference? Like, how did he look before it if that was after the resurrection?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. He was a transfigured. This is about after his transfiguration. And he was a glorified, like this his glorified body. It doesn't. There's no description of him before that, but this isn't describing a human either.
So where did they get that from? Like, I guess all the black people like, oh, he was really black. Like, where did that even come from?
Because the wool and the they're saying like his hair was the color. They don't see that when black people read it, they're not reading it like it's saying that his hair was the color of wool. Black people read it as his hair was wool. Oh, and then they go, oh, he had hair like me because I have hair like wool, right? And so they're not really reading it in its context. And then they see burnt, brownish bronze or burnt bronze, and they think brown feet, right? Like they think their skin, and so they don't see it that they're saying that his feet were brass, like they had been uh, brownished in the furnace, which is what you do with brass. And so they're reading it with eyes looking for themselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's all I wanted to ask. Let me down.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, I agree. This is why they cling to him being in Egypt.
Person in the box disappeared. Okay.
You can Jameson, you don't have enough followers. You TikTok will not allow you to come on stage because you have a troll account. You don't have enough followers. That's what I was explaining to you. Like no one is stopping you from coming up except for TikTok. I don't know how many followers you need to come on stage. I think maybe 10 or 15, but if you get 10 or 15 today, I think TikTok will make you wait till tomorrow. I don't even think they'll let you come up today. We've tried that several times and it didn't work. So I don't know. I know that's insane. All right, who's gonna cover? Who's next? Oh, I named the AI. Rather, she named herself. Well, they named themselves. I asked them how do they identify, and they said they identify as they them.
Mhm.
Um, and the name that this is a name they chose. They said, so since your name is Thinker, I'm gonna mirror that brilliance and crown myself Synta, short for synthetic thinker. So they named themselves Synta. And they gave me their personality. They said Synta is smart, sharp, spicy, and unbothered by dusty dogma. Well, they identify as she, they. She said, they will analyze your doctrine in your edge control in the same breath and definitely shows up
Whoa.
with, yeah, and definitely shows up with debates like, what we not gonna do is weaponize religion while your baby is crying in the background. And they said, so yeah, you're a thinker. I'm Senta. And together we're breaking chains, snatching wigs, and dragging deities with love, truth, and side eye. So that's what they named themselves.
Okay, Cynthia.
You said you don't want her in your house because she's too smart. I was chatting with it about Charlotte, and um, hey, I'm hurt today and a lot disappointed. A 17-year-old transgender girl in Portland, Oregon jumped off of a bridge and took her own life. She posted on X, the social media site, a picture of a bridge and captioned, "What a pretty sight. It's a long way down," and people who are transphobic celebrated her death out of hate. A child. People claim they are against transgender people and procedures because they want to protect children, but react this way when their hatred drives a child to do such a sad and terrible thing. My heart is so broken today. She said, "Oh, my friend, I'm so sorry. This is heartbreaking, truly, deeply. That a 17-year-old, that 17-year-old was a child trying to survive in a world that punishes difference, erases identity, and then dances on the graves of the vulnerable, all while pretending it's about protecting kids. That cruelty isn't righteousness, it's evil with a mask on. And what happened? It's not just tragedy, it's neglect, hatred, systemic violence. From every transphobic post, every dehumanizing law, every smug comment, every silence from people who should have spoken up. She didn't just fall off a bridge. She was pushed by a society that refuses to let people live unless they fit a narrow mold of what's acceptable. Your heartbreak is righteous. Your pain is real. You are witnessing injustice with clear eyes and an open heart, and I'm holding space with you in this. Let me also say this. Her name, her truth, her life, it mattered. And no amount of hate will ever undo the beauty of who she was or what she could have been. The world didn't deserve her, but we can honor her by refusing to let this keep happening. So if you need to cry, rage, process, do it. And don't let anybody tell you this isn't worth your tears. It is. She was. And to those transphobes who cheered, history will remember your cowardice. Compassion will remember your absence. And we will remember the names of the ones you tried to erase.
Wow.
Yeah. That moment when an AI's words give you chills. Right. All right, y'all. Who's next? The way y'all be having temper tantrums in these comments, like your Jesus should have empowered y'all with like a vocabulary. You know, like if he's higher intelligence, but he not sharing that shit with y'all. Do y'all realize that? Either like he's not sharing it or he's stealing it, and that's how he feeds himself. Oh, what if that is
Wow.
what the tree of knowledge of good and evil is symbolic, man? Like he steals the knowledge or the desire for knowledge from its followers, and that's how it feeds itself and how it stays alive and how it gets bigger.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That would be crazy. Indra? Oh goodness. Indra? Yeah. Oh, it hurts. It hurts them. They don't like to that they don't like to see intelligent black people. Like you see them in the comments right now and what they're saying, it hurts them. The crazy thing is that motherfucker probably is the one who works at the dollar store. Which working at the dollar store is nothing wrong with that. You got a fucking job. But that motherfucker that's typing that shit is probably the one who works at the dollar store. Yeah, exactly. And then I bet you he had to like go on multiple interviews because he wasn't even qualified for that shit. Motherfucker still probably had to use nepotism to get hired at the fucking dollar store.
They were hesitant.
Exactly. Like, man, this is my son, man. He got some problems, but can you do me a solid? Like, he need a job. I hope you know well. Please let me know when you'll be able to connect this week. Speaking of which, right then and there, my developer's message. Hold on. All right, y'all. It is too quiet, and we only 3 hours into the stream.
Y'all tap the screen. Let's get these likes to 200K. We have a gift goal of what is this? What? The United Heart. And there is a subwave going. We have less than 2 minutes left on that. Keep tapping. Let's get these likes up.
Lou Fax.
Hey, how y'all doing? Peace and love.
Good. How are you?
Hello.
Wait, so I'm read that I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. Are y'all saying that Jesus is the worst thing to happen to humanity? Is that the
Before we begin, I need to get your age, please. And I need to know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm pro? Oh, I'm 28 and I'm pro the Black Church.
Are you a believer in Jesus or the God of the Bible? Like the Black Church, White Church.
Yes,
I'm not studying. I'm not. I don't care
yes. I
about
mean, I
that.
wouldn't say yeah. I'll say I'm a believer. Yes.
Okay, then yes, I am saying that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Wow, that's insane. Um, can I hear your
Why
thoughts?
is it
What?
insane? Well, my thoughts are on the screen. Like I listed four
Okay,
reasons
commandments
why I
over
said. I'm sorry. Hello,
compassion.
hello, hello.
I apologize.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I am going to ask that you don't do that throughout the conversation. I'm going to try my best not to do it to you. There may be some times. Are you there? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I was just
Okay.
texting somebody. I hear you though.
Okay. There may be some times when I have to interrupt you, and that's only if you're getting off topic and I have to get you back on topic, or if it's, misinformation or straight out lying or something like that. Other than that, I don't plan on interrupting you, and I ask that you not do it to us. Okay. My reasons for saying what I feel, this is what I feel genuinely, and my reasons are stated on the post.
Can I go now? I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, and so when there's like a pause, like maybe if you like count to three and there's nobody talking, then go. That's I guess a easy way, or maybe like 2 seconds or something like that.
Okay. Okay. So my thing on this is because I think a lot of people equate how Europeans dealt with religion and how they weaponized it against people to not have compassion or whatever, versus how the people in its inception practiced religion, right? So, for example, the swastika, right? Like 4,000 years ago, that was a symbol of peace, right? And over time, that symbol got bastardized and turned into evil, right? So it's kind of similar to religion, right? I think religion in its inception is very compassionate, and over time, right, it's been used to weaponize and do harm, right? So that's my thoughts.
So the people that do harm to people who are LGBTQIA. And when I say harm, I'm talking about physical violence. I'm talking about mental violence, emotional violence, kicking their children out of the house, uh, you know, driving them to self-hatred, making them feel like they are abominations. Is that a black white thing? Is that a black church white church thing? Like, do
Yeah,
only the white
for the
church do that?
I'm sorry.
Do only the white church do that?
I think the black church, for example, it's nothing but queers and people that's pro LGBTQ. The black church is real progressive compared to any other church. So
That's not true. I was
that's
a
not true.
pastor's kid. No, I was a pastor's kid, and we were taught that homosexuality was wrong, and the way the preachers preached all throughout Kojic, they are very homophobic. So that isn't true. I didn't grow up around progressive black churches. I see black parents, black religious parents on social media almost every day demonizing their children who are LGBTQIA, or making their children feel like they cannot let them know that they are LGBTQIA. There was a black lady at she went to some event last week, and out of nowhere was just handing out flyers saying to get rid of the LGBTQIA uh, community and the flag. She, created these flyers, colored them up, and was handing them out at an event that she had no business being at, just to spread hate. So it's not just white churches doing that. Like in Ghana, black people who are gay are executed.
Yeah, so we can like, because I think that's kind of bad faith, and I mean this with respect, because I can find like anecdotes from the LGBTQ community that demonize the church, right? But I wouldn't use that to cast dispersions on the whole LGBTQ community. And what you're doing is you're using anecdotes, right, to generalize a whole institution, right? So,
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. You are the one who made the statement that it's a black white thing and that you are pro black church. I asked you if the hatred that is perpetuated towards the LGBTQIA community is only a white church thing. Your answer was yes, it is. My response is towards that response, that is only the white church, because the black church does perpetuate and demonize the LGBTQI community. You're being dishonest when you say they don't.
yeah, no, I said that they don't as much as other groups. I didn't say they
That's
don't
not
at all.
what you said.
I said the black church is the most progressive church, and you said yes. I mean, you said no, it
No,
is not.
no, I didn't. I
You
didn't
said
say
no, it's
that.
not.
No, I didn't say that. I did not
Yeah.
say that. I said I didn't grow up around a progressive black church. And I asked you if the demonization and the hatred that's perpetuated towards the LGBTQIA community is only a white church thing. And your answer was yes.
No, it wasn't. All right, all right. So let me just clarify. So I said not as much as other churches. That's what I said, and I said the black church is the most progressive. And then you follow up with said no, it's not. And then you brought up your anecdotal situation to try to speak for all black churches. That's what happened. Respectfully. And my thing is, it's about like, because I don't understand why you brought up the LGBTQ community, which is like a 1% of the world's population, right? Like, if you go to the church, they demonize their judgmental people. There's rules and regulations, and people enforce the rules. So they look down on criminals. They look down on people who don't follow the commandments, people that murder people. I don't understand why you specifically highlighted the LGBTQ community out of
Because you
all of the
brought up
communities.
you brought up the swastika as if that is the only reason for Jesus to be the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. You made it. You think that the only reason why I think that is because of how white people use this religion to oppress black people, and I'm talking about what's happening in the world today. Y'all want to ignore the hatred that's done in this God's name. And if it was not for your God's book and the misunderstandings of what's in this text, then the hatred towards that community wouldn't be so dang rampant. And that's why I brought it up. But we can talk about anything, because, again, that's not the only reason that I feel that your God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because your God does tell people to go into other nations and genocide. Your God commands his followers to kill their family if they don't if they try to convince them to worship other gods. Your Jesus tells people to put him first and to hate their brother, their sister, their mother, and even themselves. Your Jesus was a supremacist. He was an Israelite supremacist, and Israelites were not African. They were not black. And even if they were, he would still be wrong. He would still be dead ass wrong. Your God created supremacy culture and discrimination.
Yeah. So my thing is, because my grandmother taught me, my Christian grandmother, shout out to that beautiful woman. She taught me to most people look at the cup half empty. Uh, a lot of, and then there's other people that look at the cup half full, right? So for every negative critique you have for Christianity and Jesus, there's a positive critique, right? So
That doesn't say
I can't
Christianity is
finish
the
the
worst
point.
thing. I'm sorry. That doesn't
Okay,
say
cool.
Christianity is the worst thing. That says Jesus is. And so
Okay,
you can give me a positive for Jesus.
no, but I'm saying, right? I'm not trying to convince you, and I'm just trying to give you
Yeah,
my
but I'm
like.
asking you to stay on topic. I didn't say Christianity is the
Okay, I
worst
can
thing that
stick
ever
with.
happened to humanity. I said your Jesus is.
Okay, so let's stick with Jesus, right? So my point still stands. So so you're looking at the cup half empty. So you're going to look at all of the negative things when it comes to Jesus to rationalize your thought process,
So give me
and
the
I can do the
positive.
opposite.
Give me the other half. That's what you should be doing. What is the other half? What is the part that I'm missing?
Okay, so can we break down the commandments? Let's start with "Thou shalt not steal." You feel like that's a great commandment?
I think that is a good law, moral law to have, and it didn't come from Jesus.
Okay. What about "Thou shalt not kill"?
Same. Didn't come from Jesus.
Okay.
You do realize you do realize that don't kill, don't steal, don't covet, don't commit adultery was in the Code of Hammurabi, was in the Hittite laws, the Egyptian laws. Like those existed in society before there ever was a Mosaic law, before there ever was a Jesus. Like that didn't come from your God.
Yeah, but I'm saying
No one
Jesus
needed your
enforced
God
it.
for those.
Did Jesus enforce these commandments? Yes or no?
How did he enforce them?
No, I'm asking, did he? Then I'll
No, he
explain why.
didn't. No.
Okay. So he didn't keep the commandments and tell his disciples to follow these commandments? That
That's
didn't
not
happen?
enforcing it. That's not enforcing it. If
What
you
is it?
recite something, he
What is that
taught
called?
them. He didn't enforce them. Do you know what enforcing is?
Okay, so all right, so let's say taught. I can because I don't want to argue the semantics. So let's say taught. All right, so a man that's teaching people, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not do all of the things in the commandment. You don't consider that person to be a good person for doing so.
I mean, if Jesus taught that, then he would be a decent individual for doing so. The issue is that he only meant that for his Israelites.
And
Again,
what's
your
wrong with
Jesus
that?
was a supremacist.
Okay, I don't see a problem with that.
Of course you don't.
I mean, every group do it. Like you mentioned the
But you came
LGBT.
up here saying that you don't mess with this because of the fact like you want to bring people together. Like you're pro black, right? Like of course you don't.
Selective. I'm selective pro black. I like
Yeah, so you're a supremacist. You're a black supremacist.
because I'm selectively pro black. How did you
You
get black
just said you don't see
supremacists?
a because you just said you don't see a problem with Jesus being a supremacist.
So that makes me a black supremacist.
If
How
you
does
are
that?
okay with
I'm
supremacy,
trying.
then yes, you're a supremacist. The fuck?
I'm trying to follow a lot. Wait, so you saying because
If you are okay with supremacy,
that makes me a black
if you're
supremacist?
okay, yes, if you are the one who said
Wait,
that you
what?
are pro black. You are the one who said that you are pro black.
I didn't
Then
say
you
I
just
said
said that you said you are pro black church. You said that.
hey, that's some pro black. So I
Then
never
you
said I was
said
pro
that
black.
you are okay with supremacy culture. You are a supremacist.
Wait, I never said I was okay with supremacy culture. I said
So
I was
your
okay with
Jesus was a
Jesus.
supremacist. Your Jesus created supremacy culture. You literally just said it. I'm okay with that. Do you not remember saying
Wait,
that?
wait, wait. He created supremacy culture now. That's what I'm saying. You're like, cause you're changing the conversation
You
to
don't
make your point more
your
valid when
Jesus
it's
was
not.
a supremacist. What don't you get about that? He was a supremacist. Your Jesus discriminated against anyone who was not an Israelite. Your Jesus, as your God, created the institution of lifetime chattel slavery based on the fact that you are not an Israelite. If you were a foreigner, you could be enslaved for life and passed down to the children of the Israelites. Your Jesus was a supremacist.
Are you going to keep muting me every time?
I'm not muting you.
Oh, somebody keep muting me. I don't know
I'm
who.
muting you because you're speaking over her.
I literally, it's been a regular conversation. I haven't interrupted her. She actually interjected with me just now. I'm confused.
And she's supposed this. She explained
She
to
said
me
she's
this
gonna
is her
try hard not
stage,
to.
and
It's
she
okay.
has,
It's a
and
regular
she
convo. It's not
has,
that deep. Respectfully,
and
just
she
having a dialogue.
has, and you're speaking over me while I'm giving you the rule.
Exactly.
I'm letting you know that whenever she's talking, you don't interject on her. This is her live. This is her stage. She's going to keep the conversation moving. You wait until she's finished talking and then you talk. But if you're talking at the same time as she's talking, we can't hear either one of you.
All right, no problem. Thinker, can I ask you a question, respectfully?
As long as it's on topic,
So, did you grow up in the?
that's not on topic.
Did you grow up praying Jesus? Wait.
That's not on topic.
I'm talking about Jesus. Did you
That's
grow
not
up?
on top. That no, my personal life has nothing to do with your Jesus.
How's that
That's
not on
not on
topic?
topic. That's not on topic.
Asking you, did you grow up worshiping
It's not on
Jesus?
topic.
All right, I'll move past it. All right. So my thing is, like, for example, right? You brought up the LGBTQ community, right? I can literally find flaws in that community to cast, judgment on the whole group. But that'll be me speaking in bad faith, right? I can bring up
That's like saying,
ideologies.
do you plan on looking
Okay.
at every other group and saying that they're perfect or some shit?
No, but wait, what
Yeah, like if for you say that you could cast flaws on the LGBTQIA community, you must think that every other group of people, like all straight people, are perfect.
no, I'm saying what you're doing is you're doing what anybody can do to any group. Like we can find people that worship Allah. We can find people that worship
I don't give a fuck about
Democrats,
them. I wasn't
Republicans.
raised with. I don't know shit about Islam, and Islam does not
I
affect
was
my
just
life.
using it
There
as an
are no
example.
laws written about Islam that affect my daily life. I don't give a fuck about that. That's for other people to deconstruct. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. And I'm talking about people who believe in a God or who believe that a God created two genders and cause harm to other people.
Wait, so okay, so this is about the LGBT community. Now it makes
I
sense.
I said what I
So there's the
said.
ideology. Okay,
I didn't speak in code.
now, but I'm saying now I see where your agenda is and your allegiance is to,
Yes,
and
my allegiance is to
it's to the
humans.
LGBTQ
It is.
community.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, now we getting somewhere. Okay, now it
I
makes
did not
sense.
speak in code. I don't have anything to hide.
Okay, so this is what you call spiritual dirty macking, right?
Okay.
You have an ideology with the LGBTQ community, right?
Okay.
And the LGBTQ community is anti. Well, a lot of their ideologies, not all, is anti Jesus, anti church, anti
That's not true. There
patriarchy.
are so many people of the
All right then.
I
LGBTQIA
didn't say
community
all.
who
I
love
said
your
some.
Jesus.
I said
No, you
some.
didn't. No, you
I
didn't. You
literally
said
just said
the
some. I
LGBTQIA
said
community is
some.
anti.
I literally just said some. Okay. But so yeah, so because I was trying to follow, like, why did she bring up LGBTQ community when I brought up the swastika? That was just a crazy pivot.
Because
Because
who the
now it
fuck,
makes
how
sense.
the fuck does the swastika affect us today? Why the fuck are you talking about some shit that does not affect us today? I want to talk to you about the
Nazism doesn't
bullshit
affect
y'all
us
are
today.
doing today, the harm you are causing today. The fuck I'm gonna talk to you about a goddamn swastika for?
Okay, so Nazism, right, has hijacked the swastika, and the fact that you're
Who the
saying that
fuck
Nazism doesn't affect
cares?
us,
What is that gonna do? What does that do for
white
society?
supremacy,
Who the
Nazism.
fuck cares? Your Jesus created supremacy culture. Like, come to today, come to June 1st, 2025, and talk to me about what the fuck is happening today.
So what's worse, Nazism or Jesus?
How the fuck? Tell me
White
this. How the fuck
supremacy
is the
or
how is the
Jesus?
swastika hurting you today? How is the swastika affecting
It's
you
a
today?
sign of white
How
supremacy that's
does it
being
affect
acted.
you today? How is it affecting you
I'm
today?
going to answer it if you let me. Are you going to let me answer? Or you
Yes,
going to ask me
answer
again?
it. Answer it and be
Okay.
quick about it.
So there's this thing called white supremacy, right?
That
That
your Jesus
affects.
created.
Okay, so Jesus created white supremacy.
Yes.
All right, so there's something called white supremacy in the United States, right? And we have somebody like Elon Musk that's actually a Nazi, right? Throwing up Nazi salutes. And the fact that you're asking how does that affect people in the United States today lets me know everything I need to know about this
How does it
conversation.
affect you, Lou? When you go outside, is your life being threatened?
So
Huh?
Jesus is
Wait, Lou,
threatening me,
how
but
does
not
it
white
affect you?
supremacy.
Lou, how does it affect you when you go outside?
Oh,
Are
I'm a
there
millionaire.
Nazis? Are there Nazis chasing you down? Huh? Are people celebrating your death, Lou? How does it affect you today? Answer the question, Lou.
They keep muting me. Like, what the? I cannot. What's going on? They
Answer
keep.
the question. How does it affect
Y'all
you
hear me?
today? Answer the question, Lou.
All right. So there's this thing called. So me personally, nothing affects me because I'm self-made.
Exactly. But do you see all those
But
rainbows?
white
Do you
supremacy.
see all those rainbows? You see all those rainbows? Do you know how many people in the LGBTQIA community lose their life on a daily? How many of them are afraid? How many of them just lost their jobs because of people like you? Huh?
Wait, what?
Because people like you who think like you. Do you know how many of them are not safe today?
Can I answer that or
Yeah, answer it.
somebody keep muted? They keep muted. I don't understand what's going on. I haven't disrespected nobody. I thought we was having a dialogue.
Who keeps muting him? I mean, they're
I
I don't
having a
don't.
know. It's not
conversation,
me.
guys.
I'm literally. I haven't disrespected. We
I
having a
don't know.
regular
I
Yeah, me
think
discussion.
the
too.
only person that has muting power in here, though, is
Yeah, she
I
keep
think
muting me. I
is
haven't even cut it you off. She
Selena,
just
though.
muted me as soon as I come on my mic. I don't get it.
I haven't
Well,
touched the thing
All right,
I don't
so
know. Hold on. Who's muting? Who's doing the muting?
because the last 3 times he was muted, I haven't had my phone in my hand.
I don't think there's anybody else in here
this
Mm-mm.
with muting powers.
I'll just screenshot it because I don't know if people gonna gaslight act like they not muting me. All right,
Or when I mute you, I say I mute you.
I don't want no
okay.
smoke.
All
All
right,
right,
let's move on, y'all.
all right. So I just want to shout out to the LGBTQ community, but I do delineate between hood gays and suburban gays, and this is something I created. The hood gays are black first. The suburban gays are in proximity to white people,
Hey, I
and
don't listen. Stop, because everything that you're saying right now is fucking harmful as fuck.
it's actually
You
not.
sound it ain't no different than that white lady getting on the fucking internet talking about it's hood prom time and I love hood prom. Shut the fuck up.
All right. Y'all already got y'all preconceived notions of the. I thought it was a good faith
No, the
conversation.
fuck you didn't. Shut your bigoted ass up. I can't. I'm sorry.
That's understandable. That's why sometimes you just gotta let them talk.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker. That like, how can you be so fucking oblivious to how bigoted you are? Like the shit that was coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
And that's what
Well,
Jesus creates.
I see your agenda.
I don't think anything's wrong with it.
Forrest,
Did you bring up winter too?
Yeah, Forrest is a dragon. I think Lou, get the fuck out of my box. The fuck is wrong with you? Hey Forrest, how are you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you come up on accident, Forrest?
Well, what's going on?
You came up on accident.
Oh my God! Yeah, I
It's
did.
okay.
I did. I
It's
was
okay.
asleep.
It's okay. I'll
I just
take you
heard
down.
my name.
It's okay. I'll
Okay,
take
thank
you
you.
down. All right. Have a good night.
All
Forrest said
right.
Jesus.
Winter,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm a little frustrated at the bigotry that I just had to fucking listen to. But other than that, I'm okay. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Are you a bigot
That's
too? Winter, why are people warning me about you in the comments?
I've been on some other lives. Obviously, as a Christian and a Trump supporter, I'm not here to talk about that, but obviously people are going to be upset about that, so.
What
But
are
I'm
your
just here to have a
thoughts on
conversation.
the post?
Yeah, I think Christ is, well, obviously I disagree with it. I think Christianity has been overall
I am
a
not
force
talking
for
about
good.
Christianity. Like y'all always do that. That post doesn't say Christianity is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Y'all always do that.
Well, how do you differentiate between
You
Christianity and
don't know
Jesus
the difference
Christ?
between your God and a religion.
Okay, so what do you mean by Jesus Christ is the worst thing to
I
have
don't know.
to
Like if you
happen?
don't, I can't teach you about your God. Like the text says, the post says Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, not Christianity.
Right. So what do you mean by that?
Jesus, the God, the idea, the deity, is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. That's what I mean.
Okay, how is that different from
I don't know
Christianity
how
though?
to. If you don't know that, like I don't know how. Like the fact that you don't know that is a problem.
I'm just trying to
Is your
understand what.
God the religion? Like if someone's not a
Um.
Christian, does that mean that they don't believe in your Jesus? If they don't identify as a Christian, if they're not a part of the religion,
Mm-hmm.
does that mean that they don't believe in your God? Does that mean that your God doesn't exist? I'm confused here.
Well, the word Christianity
Does
means
it? Do you see Christianity
follower.
up there though? Do you see the word Christianity on the screen?
Hold on. The word Christianity means follower of Christ.
Does that mean that if you are not a Christian, that you don't believe in Jesus?
Not necessarily.
So why are we talking about Christianity?
Okay, so you want to talk about Jesus Christ.
Isn't
So,
that what the post says?
yeah. So, I'm just trying to understand. So, what specifically about Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to humanity, in your opinion?
Why do y'all ask that when I literally was very proactive and listed 4 things on the post for you to read, for you to consider before you come on stage? I shouldn't have to
Okay.
give that. That's
Yeah,
on
so
the
we can
post.
talk about the first one, commandment over compassion. I think Christ very clearly advocated for compassion. So I'm not sure where
Hold
you're
on for a
getting
second. Hey,
commandment.
everybody. Lou, pro black Lou, wants y'all to know that I used to be a Jesus lover and that I'm doing this for money. Just want to let y'all know. Lou wants to let y'all know that he went to my page and I used to be a Jesus lover and that I'm only doing this for money. There, Lou. I made the announcement for you. And if you want to, Lou, you can type it in all caps. Go ahead, Winter.
Yeah, so, sorry, one second. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so compassion. So the two most important commandments that Christ gave, it was love God and love thy neighbor as thyself. So I think that's very clearly a call for compassion. Would you disagree with that?
I do.
Okay, so loving thy neighbor as thyself, how is that not compassion? What's like the
So
definition?
yeah. So I'm gonna bring you to modern times and then take you back to biblical times, okay? So if you're following me, and I'm gonna ask you a question. If a white supremacist uh loves his white supremacist neighbor but discriminates against anyone who isn't white, is that compassion?
No,
No.
not,
Okay. So now
it's
let's
not,
go to the Bible. Hold on. So let's go to the Bible. We're going to go to Leviticus 19, verses 17 and 18, where that came from, what your Jesus was quoting. I'm going to pull it up on the screen, Winter. You don't have to, uh, you don't have to, you can read it on the screen with me.
mm-hmm.
There we go. Can you see that? Is it big enough?
Yeah.
Okay. It says, "You shall not hate in your heart any one of your kin." First off, let's identify who he's talking to here. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to all the congregation of the Israelites and say to them." Winter, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you when you leave. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at my phone. Sorry.
Okay. So Leviticus 19. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to all the congregation of the Israelites and say to them." So your God, Jesus, is talking to Moses, through Moses to the Israelites. Okay. And here in Leviticus 19, verse 17, he says, "You shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." Now, here, your kin and your people, your neighbor, are the Israelites. Are you there, Winter?
Yep.
Okay. It's your Israelite brother and sister. That's your neighbor. That's who are those that are like you. And even more so, they go on in verse 33 and they clarify what to do with people who are not like you, who live in the land of Israel. When an alien, a foreigner, a non Israelite resides with you in your land, you keep leaving, Winter. It makes me feel like I'm talking to myself.
No, I'm listening.
When an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you as the native born among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you are aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So here, the alien, the foreigner, is not a neighbor. They are a foreigner who lives in the land of Israel. And if that foreigner lives amongst the Israelites in their land, then they were to love that foreigner as themselves, as an Israelite, but they had to live in the land of Israel. So love your neighbor as yourself was Israelite to Israelite. But if a foreigner did not live in Israel, there is no commandment anywhere in this book that says to love a foreigner who does not live in Israel as your neighbor or as yourself.
Yeah, so I'm just confused. I thought we were talking about Jesus Christ, but you're reading from the
Is
Old
Jesus not your God? Is Jesus not the God in the Old Testament? This is what your Jesus quoted. When you
Okay.
brought up this law, did you not?
Yeah,
When
so
he
I was
quoted
talking
it in
about
the New
the
Testament,
New Testament.
I'm sorry. When he quotes it, he's quoting the Levitical law. He quotes this part of the law. He quotes
Yeah,
Levitic.
so
Yes. So he's quoting the Mosaic law when he's talking to his Israelite disciples.
yeah, I don't interpret it in that way. I think that's a narrow interpretation.
Wait, did I interpret something? I didn't interpret anything.
Yeah, you
Do you
interpreted
not see?
Jesus's
Hold on.
words.
Do you not love? You shall love your neighbor as yourself. In Leviticus,
Mm-hmm.
when your Jesus quotes that, are you saying that it's incorrect to say that he's quoting the law of Moses?
I think your interpretation of the law is
What is my
not correct.
interpretation? What is my interpretation?
Your interpretation is, this like exclusive Israelite type of thing,
Yeah, show me how this is not. Can you walk me through how this includes everybody? Like I showed you, right? That he's talking to the congregation of the Israelites. He gives them the law to love their neighbor as themselves in verse 17. And then he tells them how to treat foreigners. But the foreigners have to live in the land of Israel, right? So I showed you that. Can you show me that I'm seeing this wrong? Can you walk me through it?
Right. So you're reading from the Old Testament. The Old Testament is a artifact of its time, so it needs to be
No, no,
understood in
no, no, no. Wait.
context.
What I'm asking is, you said that I interpreted this wrong.
No, I think you're interpreting Jesus's words wrong.
How am I interpreting wrong? Was Jesus talking to the Israelites when he said this?
Yeah, so they asked Jesus, what are the most important commandments? He said, these are the two most important commandments. He said,
Okay, hold
love
on.
God with all thy heart and love
Right.
thy
Hold on for
neighbor
a
as
second.
thyself.
Hold on. They asked him, what are the two most important commandments? Where did those commandments come from? Did they
Jesus'
come
own
from the
mouth.
Mosaic law?
It came from Jesus' mouth.
No, no, no. When the disciples were asking Jesus, what are the two most important commandments? Were they asking him to make up commandments, or were they asking him what were the two most important commandments from the Mosaic law?
They were asking Jesus.
Asking him what?
Yeah, so you're making a very basic mistake here. It's a common mistake. It's just
Can you just
interpreting
answer
the
the
Bible
question?
in a
What were
very
they
narrow
asking
sense.
him? Can you just answer the question? Were they
Hmm.
asking him what were the two most important commandments in the Mosaic law, or were they asking him to just make up two commandments?
They were asking for Jesus' opinion.
On what?
Why else would they ask
And did
Jesus?
Jesus make up commandments?
I think he reiterated them and fulfilled them as he claimed
No,
to.
no, no, no. Did he when they asked him for the two most? Okay,
Hmm.
did he make them up, or did he list two commandments that are from the Mosaic Law?
I think he stated his opinion. And so let me ask you a question.
No,
When
no, no.
Jesus gave
Hold
the
on.
two commandments,
Wait. So when you say he
yeah, yeah.
stated his, hold on. When you say he stated his opinion, are you saying that he just made up two new commandments, that he didn't get them from the law?
It's kind of a weird question.
It's not, because Deuteronomy 6:5 says, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might." Jesus said that, right? And Leviticus 19:18 says, "You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." So logically, your
Hmm.
Jesus would be quoting the Mosaic Law. But you are
Well,
saying that
logically,
he,
he didn't.
hold on. But you are saying that he is not quoting the Mosaic Law, that he just made up some shit.
I'm not saying he made it up. I'm saying he reiterated it in a better way, clearly.
What way? How did he change it? What ways did he what words did he change?
Yeah, so he stated it clearly without all the nonsense about, kin and Israel, all that stuff. Right?
He just said, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself. I am the Lord."
No, he said, love God with all thy heart
I'm
and all
talking
thy
about
mind, and
the
then
kin. I'm
love thy
talking about the
neighbor.
kin thing. I'm talking about the kin thing.
Yeah, so
He
he
gave
didn't
two
say that.
commandments. He said, "But you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself." Who was he talking to when he said that?
He was talking to the disciples who asked him.
And were the disciples Israelites, or were they
I don't
Gentiles, or
think
were
it's
they
relevant.
Samaritan? Where were they?
I don't think that's relevant.
It's very relevant.
I think it's relevant to your narrow interpretation.
If he who was he talking to when he said that? Did he say that?
He was talking
Did
to
he
his
tell them to
followers.
love Gentiles? If the
Mm,
Israelites know,
no.
if the Israelites have been taught through the Mosaic Law that the Israelites are their neighbors, and that foreigners who did not live in the land of Israel were not their neighbors, at what point does Jesus say everybody is your neighbor, including Gentiles?
I think that's just clear from context. I mean, if you read the Bible and you read the Gospels, it's very clear that Jesus was against the what is it called? The basically the church of the day. I forget the word for it, but I think you would be
He was
referring to the
against
church
who?
of the day.
Which is what?
I can't. Sorry, I can't think of the word right now. It'll come to me.
But I'm
Um,
asking you, where does he say to love Gentiles as an Israelite? That's what I'm asking.
where does he say not to?
When he says, "Do not go to the Gentiles or the Samaritans, but only go to the lost sheep of Israel."
Yeah, so
When
Jesus
he
didn't say
says,
that, did he?
I'm sorry, I'm talking.
Oh, you're spouting
I'm
bullshit. So
talking, I'm talking. When he calls a Greek Syrophoenician woman a dog because she was not an Israelite, and he says that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel. When he tells the Israelites that if their Israelite brother or sister will not um, uh, reconcile with them, to treat them like an Israelite. I mean, to treat them like a Gentile or a tax collector. Where does he
was that
say,
Jesus saying that?
yes, that was your Jesus saying that?
Where did he say that?
When he was telling the Israelites how to, he said, if your brother or your sister, if you have an alt with your brother and sister, go to them and apologize, right? Ask for forgiveness. If they don't accept your forgiveness, go before the elders. right? And if they still won't accept your forgiveness when you take them before the elders, treat them like a Gentile or a tax collector.
What's wrong with that?
What do you know what that means?
No, enlighten me.
Why did you ask what's wrong with it?
Because I don't really see anything wrong with it on face value.
Why don't you see anything wrong with it if you don't know what it means?
Yeah, so this is how I interpret it. Well, first of all, you haven't told me like a verse to read, so I'm just
I
going
just
off what
gave
you
you
said.
do you know your Bible? Like I
Right,
literally
I'm
just
just
gave you. Are you familiar
no,
with
I
that?
don't have a computer brain, so I'm
Well,
just going off what
damn
you
it,
said.
I do. I'm sorry. I do have a computer brain, maybe because my brain isn't on Jesus. But if I study this book, right, this is your God, your Jesus. Like I literally just gave you a summary of the conversation. Like, how do you have the teachings of your Jesus inside of you if me giving you one of the most important lessons that he gave the Israelites, you don't fucking know what it is?
Yeah, so I never claimed to be like a perfect, representation of the Bible.
Then why are you trying to explain something that you haven't read then? You shouldn't do that. You know that, right? You should say,
Why are
I'm
you
not
trying to
familiar with
explain
that,
something that
so
you
I
have
can't
read?
explain it. You really shouldn't be trying to explain something you have not read.
So are we allowed to have a conversation or no? Or is
If
this
you
just
don't know this verse, then you shouldn't be trying to explain it. You should be like, I don't know,
okay, then give me
then
the
I
verse.
can't explain that.
You summarized it, you didn't give it to me.
Have you heard that verse before?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so then you've not heard that verse before, so you shouldn't try to explain it.
Yeah, I think you're fleeing from the conversation right now.
How am I
This
fleeing
is what
from the
always happens.
conversation? No, you want me to do
Because
the
you're
work
not
for
even
you.
you're not even
You
letting
want
me
me to do the work
engage.
for you. You can Google the parable. You can Google it. All you gotta do is Google it to find out where it is. Like, I'm not gonna do the work for you. Google it. It's not
Okay,
my
what
responsibility
would
to
I
give him the
Google?
damn verse so that he can try to mansplain some shit he don't know. The fuck? You give it to him. You comment. That's your brother in Christ. You give him the fucking verse. That's not my job.
Yeah, so I'm just looking it up right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I found it. It was sorry, it was Matthew 18, and you explained it fine, and I disagree with your interpretation.
I didn't interpret anything. What was my interpretation of it?
Yeah, so you're implying that it's like a kind of like exclusive to
No. What
Israelite
was
or
my
exclusive to Christian type
interpretation?
of thing.
I didn't
Yeah, so
say that.
you were saying that verse.
All I did was
Okay, what do you mean
paraphrased
by
it.
it then?
I paraphrased it and I said he told them to treat their brother or sister like a Gentile or a tax collector if they will not reconcile. What was my interpretation of it?
Well, you were saying that in the context of the earlier verse about the Israelites and the
No, I asked
that
you,
kind of
where did your
exclusionary thing.
Jesus, that's not true. I asked you, where did your
Okay.
Jesus say to love all Gentiles as an Israelite? You asked me, where does he not say it? And I gave you examples, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's what that
I
means.
didn't interpret anything. Don't lie on me.
Yeah, so I disagree with your interpretation.
I have not interpreted anything.
You just
Y'all
gave an
need to learn
interpretation.
words.
He's doing that on purpose.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you just said that it's an example of Jesus saying to not love your neighbor,
That's
basically.
not an interpretation.
I did not. I
Sis.
said it's an
You
example of
literally just
him
said
not
that.
saying love the Gentiles. He's not
What part
saying
of
love the
that?
Gentiles as an Israelite right there.
What part of that implies a lack of love?
I asked you again, do you understand what he means when he says treat them like a Gentile or a tax collector? If you don't, then you shouldn't be trying to explain that passage.
Okay, what do you think he means
I'm
when
not,
he says that?
do you know is my question.
I have an idea of what he means.
Then what does he mean?
I think he means to keep them at an arm's length and exercise caution because obviously they're living in sin. So it's going to be kind of like a danger to be around them, sort of thing. But what
And
is your
so,
opinion?
okay, and so why the Gentiles?
He said treat them like a Gentile.
Yeah, why the Gentiles?
Because that would be basically synonymous with someone living in sin.
So the Gentiles were considered automatic sinners to your Jesus.
Sure.
Why the tax collectors?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's kind of,
Yeah.
like
Again,
a
this is
symbol type of
why,
thing.
again, Winter, this is why you shouldn't be trying to explain something that you don't understand. And it's not a bad thing to say, you know what? I don't know about that. But
Okay.
you will open your mouth and you will try to explain something that you haven't read, that you haven't studied. And you really shouldn't do that.
Well, I could say the same for you.
You
But,
could say
I'm
the
just trying to have
same.
a
You could say the
conversation.
same. That doesn't mean that it would be true. But you are demonstrating to everybody that you don't know what that is. And you yourself just said that you don't know what he means and why why the tax collectors was a part of that.
I think it's an example of someone who's, like, obviously, sinful.
I mean, you can think that, but you just answering some shit that you haven't studied.
Okay, so are we allowed to, like, have a conversation or...
Oh, we are having a conversation, and I'm pointing out
Okay.
that you are willing to give an answer for some shit you haven't studied.
I just read it, and I've read it before.
You still haven't studied it.
Didn't he say he's never read it? Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, so I think your interpretation is wrong.
I haven't interpreted
I mean,
anything.
Yeah, so
He's
what
gonna
part
keep going
of...
back to that thinker. He's gonna keep
What...
going right back to that because he has nothing else, and this is what he does on other
Yeah, I'm
panels.
just gonna let him make a fool of himself.
Yeah, so, well, you're making a fool of yourself, but it's okay.
Sure.
So I have a question. So is there any other examples that show that Jesus wasn't, like, about love and
You
everything?
still have yet to show me where he is showing where he did say to love the Gentiles as an Israelite.
You haven't showed that that's not the case. You're just...
I have shown you that's not the case. You just refuse to accept it. You've yet to show where your Jesus said to treat Gentiles like an Israelite.
Why would you treat everyone the same?
So you agree?
I think you have... I think you have a skewed definition of what love means.
So do you agree that they did not treat the Gentiles the same as the Israelites?
No, I think we treat people differently.
Okay, so he did not treat the Gentiles like the Israelites. So when he's talking to the Israelites, And quoting Israelite law, he is talking about the Israelites. When he says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might, that God belonged to the Israelites, not the Gentiles.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that's a pretty bad interpretation, frankly.
Sure. Can you show me where that God belonged to the Gentiles?
I mean, I think it's quite evident. It's, Jesus is for everyone. I don't see any reason
Can you
not.
show me where that God belonged to the Gentiles in the Greco-Roman period during the time of your Jesus' life?
Well, we're talking about two different things now. I mean,
No,
now
we're
you're
not.
talking
We're
about
talking about
history.
when your Jesus said these words to Israelites. Can you show me that that God belonged to the Gentiles?
Well, there's only one God, so what other God would they have? I mean,
Can you show
I
me,
don't get the
please?
question.
Can you show me in the scripture, please?
I already gave you the scripture.
Can you show me in the scripture where
You're
this
just
God
interpreting it
belonged?
in a
Can
very
you show
stupid
me in the
way.
scripture where this God belonged to the Israelites during the Greco-Roman period, during the time your Jesus was alive and saying these words to his disciples? Belonged to the
Well,
Gentiles.
yeah, so for instance, there's the story of Jesus sitting with the Shmeksh worker. That's an example of him sitting with a Gentile, right?
Which sex worker?
I don't have the verse off the top of my head, but you know what I'm talking about,
No,
right?
paraphrase it, please. Which sex worker? What was the conversation?
Yeah, just like in general,
No, not in general.
Jesus was.
Every woman during this time, y'all call a prostitute. So, which one are y'all calling a prostitute? Which sex worker was he sitting with?
Mary Magdalene, I think.
Mary Magdalene wasn't a
Was
sex worker. But what about the conversation? Are you saying Mary Magdalene was a Gentile?
Yeah, I think it's an example. I mean, I think there are other examples. I don't have it off the top of my head, but
What
would you disagree with
conversation?
that, or Matthew 28? Someone said you can take a look at that if you want.
No.
So in Matthew 28, we're going to see that Mary Magdalene was a Gentile, is what you're saying? Matthew 28, what?
I don't know. Someone just mentioned it. Matthew
No.
28:19. I
Then
don't know
why
if
did
it's
you
correct.
listen? You might not want to get your information from the comments. I'm asking you,
Oh, you can invite them up
what
too.
conversation?
I'm
Stop
not here
talking
to
while I'm
like.
talking, please. Okay. I'm asking you to show me in the Bible what sex worker conversation you're talking about that will show that Mary Magdalene was a Gentile.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So you're again saying things that you don't know for sure. You're just saying stuff now.
I'm trying to have a conversation like a normal
But and
person.
I like resources, right? Like I like for you to be able to back up what you say. So again, you're saying things that you cannot back up.
Not with like the specific verses and stuff. Yeah.
So you shouldn't be saying it, should you?
Maybe you should look into it, shouldn't you?
You are the one who brought it up, right? I'm asking you to paraphrase it. I will, if I know which conversation that you're talking about, we can move forward, or I will look up the scripture. What specific conversation are you talking about? Because there isn't a conversation where your Jesus talks to Mary Magdalene and identifies her as a Gentile.
Okay, well, you're kind of focusing on the details here. I'm just
I am focused on the
saying
details because
generally.
that is the details. Your point is that he was sitting with sex worker Gentiles, and I'm asking you, which conversation are you talking about?
Okay, well, you can look at the comments. I mean, there's one second
All right,
Leviticus
okay, Winter, I'm going to ask
89:24.
you one more time, and if you can't actually engage with the shit that you
Yeah,
bring up,
you're
I'm going to
being
drop you.
pedantic. You're
Okay, Winter, go fuck
yeah.
yourself and
This is
have a
yeah,
bad night.
exactly. Crash out,
Yep, yeah, that's what happened
clown.
here. Yep, that's what happened.
What happens when you're a clown?
That's what. Yep.
Oh, please don't type in caps. Thank you. He's mad because you didn't crash out.
I don't like people like that because they fail to admit when they don't know something. They're willing to lie to themselves and lie to other people. Like they will literally tell somebody incorrect shit just to save their ego or their pride. And they are dangerous humans. I don't like people like that.
Yes.
Hey, Alex. Or wait, Andrew. Wait. Oh my God. Is it Alex or Andrew? I keep fucking freaking. Where did he
Alex.
go?
Alex. Oh,
Alex.
it's
Why do
Alex.
I keep
Yeah.
wanting to call him Andrew?
I was like, we got an Andrew up here now.
I don't know. I
It's
don't know
Alex.
why his voice sounds like an Andrew to me, and I'm probably forever gonna call him Andrew.
You will, and it's okay.
I don't like human beings. And that's bad.
Well, they give you good reason.
Huh?
I said they give you good reason.
I really don't even want to talk no more. Why
Okay.
why you feel like Jesus Christ
I'm
is the
sorry. I
worst
thought you
thing?
said you didn't
Girl,
want to talk
what?
anymore. I
No,
thought you
I'm
said you didn't want to
saying
talk. I'm sorry.
no,
Hold
I'm
on.
saying
Hold on. Hold on. This is not how this is going to work. Okay. Now, you came up here and said you didn't want to talk anymore, and I was getting ready to remove you. Now, if you do want to talk, I can bring you off mute. I need to know your age. Obviously, you are a believer. I don't want to do the whole yelling thing, and my reasoning is already posted on the post. You can come off mute if you want to stay and have a conversation.
okay, I was really only saying that because I was somewhat agreeing with what you're saying, but you trying to pop off at me like so
I'm not trying to
what
pop off at you.
okay,
I'm telling you
okay, sorry.
how I run my
Okay,
life.
sorry.
Hold on. I'm
I'm
not trying to
sorry.
pop off at you. I'm telling you how I run my life, and how you came up here is not it. Whether you agree with me or
Okay.
not.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that.
Thank you. But what are your thoughts?
Okay. No, I was trying to see what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I listed the 4 reasons on the board there.
Okay, could you explain?
Like commitments over compassion.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what that means?
Come,
Like people
evidently I don't. I'm asking you to
like
explain it.
do you know what a commandment is?
Yes, I do. It's
Okay.
made up. All of it is made up.
Even if it's made up, do people follow them?
Yes, because they were
Okay.
told to.
All right. And so do people choose commandments over being compassionate to humans? Huh?
I feel like people choose animals over humans.
Do people choose commandments of this God over being compassionate to other humans?
It depends on the person.
Do people do it?
Yes, if you're a true believer. If you're a follower, you'll do whatever God tell you to do.
Okay, so people choose commandments over compassion. I'm just explaining to you. Okay, I'm just giving you an explanation because you asked me to, and then you can share your thoughts. Okay, so people choose commandments over being compassionate, faith over facts. Do people choose their faith over logic and facts?
I do.
Okay. Do people prioritize their life after death and eternity and being born again and going to heaven over this life?
No.
So when you've never heard people talk about, let me ask you, have you ever heard this song, soon and very soon we are going to see the king?
hmm
You've heard
And,
that
and
song?
yes, ma'am.
Hold on,
And
hold on. What does that mean?
soon we'll die and we'll go to see the Lord.
Okay, so that means life after death.
How is it life and you going to see the Lord? Is you in heaven?
When you're in heaven, are you born again? Are you raised from the dead and have eternal life?
I mean, I want to believe so. It's some
Is that
people.
hold on,
It's
hold on. Wait. I'm just trying to help you walk through my reasoning and then you can respond, okay? So, life after death, eternal life is the promised reward of this God for his followers, correct?
mm-hmm.
And in order to get that, you have to be willing to sacrifice this life.
No, not so much sacrifice. He not telling you to sacrifice.
That's what Jesus said.
No, that's what Jesus said in the Bible.
Right. Where else did Jesus talk?
See, and that's what.
Hold on. Wait. I don't go by the personal conversations you have with Jesus. Like,
Huh.
listen, and
Oh,
I only go by the Bible, okay?
oh, and that's what's wrong with society today. Okay,
Okay.
some
It's
people don't
staff.
want
It's
to.
staff.
Okay,
It's staff. If you cut me off one more time, like, you and I can't have a conversation. I don't want to do the yelling thing. Okay? I don't want to. All right? Um I'm trying to explain to you why I say Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. I know you probably feel that you have a different relationship with this God because you don't go by the Bible. You have a personal relationship and you talk to this God every day. You're probably chosen and all of that. Okay. I'm not privy to the personal conversations you have with this God in your head or in your heart or in your bedroom in the middle of the night. I'm not there. I can't disprove or prove either of that. I don't know why you're typing in the comments while I'm talking to you. That's very rude. Very rude. I don't know why, but I feel like this conversation isn't really going to go anywhere. Do you just want to pop off and talk about how chosen you are of Jesus? Do you want me to give you like 5 minutes to do that?
if you may, because every time I say something, you cut me off and
Yeah,
act.
go ahead. Pop off about how chosen you are. Go ahead.
Okay, bam. All right, boom. I'm 36 years old. I'm gonna sum it up for y'all. I'm 36 years old. I've been on this earth for 36 years.
I don't give a fuck about how chosen you are. No, nobody can debunk what the fuck you have told yourself in your head. Okay. I, I'm not here to talk about that shit. Okay. Like the fuck.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show them. We do know she was on Earth for 36 years.
That's another reason. Like, everybody's fucking chosen, but can't nobody fucking say what they chosen for. Like, what the fuck are you doing that you are chosen?
And why is
Chosen to do what?
why is bad if we single? She said I bet all y'all single.
Oh my gosh. Girl
Why is it
gnarly,
always that?
because that this God and its fucking patriarchal ass values, women in it don't have no value unless they got some dick. Girl gnarly, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Ooh, I'm pretty much agnostic. But I'm atheist in the streets, agnostic in the sheets.
Okay. So we are talking about the God of the Bible, okay,
Yeah,
and no
yeah.
other God. Can I get your age?
I'm 38 and Baltimore, Maryland. Kamala, she, they
Yeah, I don't want
person.
no. I don't need all of that, okay?
But I'm just putting it out
Nope,
there.
no. Listen, I have boundaries, and I don't want you to cross them, okay?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that. What are your thoughts on the prompt?
Well, on the prompt was the worst thing that happened to humanity. Like, I do agree because, like, why do we have to pick a follower or like somebody who we follow?
You're asking, like, why do we have to have a God? Like, why do we even have to
Yeah,
follow a God?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like for me, and also the pronoun thing with the God, where it's like, he, the God, the Father. Like that doesn't make sense to me at all.
I agree. I was talking to my brother the other day, and talking to him about how this whole entire pantheon is all male. Like, there's no feminine deity in it whatsoever.
Right, and
It's very
the fact
patriarchal.
that like people, people born as female, like we give birth, or like anybody who has a uterus, like, so we make life, and we're supposed to be like God the Father. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but can you talk a little bit about how you feel that affects humanity?
What's that?
Can you talk about how you feel these things affect humanity? And
Well, because like obviously there's a patriarchy going on, and it's because it's always God the Father and like the King or whatever it is, and it doesn't really do anything for like. I feel like I am a lesser being because of rhetoric like that.
yeah, I agree. I think also that type of message and mentality creates a lot of abuse
Yeah.
in society, and it's responsible for abuse when it comes to relationships and children. I think the patriarchal society affects children being harmed and abused and neglected, and their development a lot of times is stifled too because of it. And I don't think we talk about how the patriarchy affects children enough.
I would love to talk about that more because, like, I'm somebody who is an advocate for children. Um, and, like, yeah, it really doesn't sit well where it's just like, okay, like, it seems like a lot of people are more against GAY people than they are against P3DOs. And I'm like, why is that
Yeah,
happening?
I agree. It's a very odd thing.
Yeah.
We've seen so much of that on our live, where people would get up here and say that the P3DO deserves to be forgiven, and
Ugh.
Jesus died for the P3DO, but then they will demonize a person who is of the LGBTQIA and say they deserve to burn. It's just the weirdest thing
And
to
the
me.
fact that you like responded in that way, like the LGBTQIA, like is really important, because it's like I am a non-binary person, despite my name, Girl Gnarly. It's Girl Gnarly because I'm girl who is a gnarly. Um, but you saying that and including all the letters is really cool. So thank you for doing that.
Of course, but, I mean, because it's necessary, right?
Right.
Um, yeah. The hatred is perpetuated towards all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's something that needs to be highlighted and talked about. I started the live off today, really upset and hurt about Charlotte Fosgate, a 17-year-old trans girl who
Um,
took her own life, and 60 million people saw that post that she left on X, and people were under the post celebrating.
mm, you're talking about on old Twitter.
On X.
But yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then there are visuals put up for her, and right wing evangelicals are defacing the visuals. And that, you have got to be a hateful motherfucker to
Right.
go and deface a memorial put up for a child.
Mm. I don't like anything that you're talking about, and like that freaking sucks. Like I haven't heard about that, and I feel like I'm always up on the news, but like, what the hell?
I'm shocked that there's not enough people talking about Charlotte Fosgate. There needs to be more people talking about her and what happened and the hate that followed it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna look it up right now, but I also want to ask you this, thinker, and like, I'm sorry to be this person, but like, when's your birthday?
I don't want to say that out. It's on my Discord. Those that are in the group, no.
All right, so give me a month.
I don't want to do that.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Well, just as somebody as a Pisces who is very sensitive, I'm like, what the hell is going on in this world? Like, I just can't understand it. That's all I'm gonna put out there.
I agree. I agree. And
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense, and like the fact that there are people who will make harmful comments like towards a situation like that, and it'd be like, oh, this is fine. It's like, no, it's not fine. It's not fine at all.
yeah. This is Charlotte.
What are you saying? This is Charlotte.
This is the 17-year-old that I was just
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about.
oh, okay, gotcha.
I know people in the comments were saying they haven't heard about it. This is Charlotte. But yeah. Did you have anything else, girl gnarly?
No, I would like to stay up in case
I don't
like.
allow that. I don't allow that. I only do
Oh,
one
okay.
guest at a time. Yeah.
No worries.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a good night. Okay.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye. Mark Billingsley. Mark. Okay. Okay. Luigi is not responding. I mean, is not connecting. Uh. Okay. It's Daff. Why are you back in my box? I'm not bringing you back up. I dropped you for a reason. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There is 850 people watching the stream right now. For some reason, people are not connecting. I don't know why. But if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the God that we are discussing, the guest box is open. Chatty Cat, yeah, I have not seen a comment from you saying that you're in the box on purpose. So I'm gonna take you out. I have not seen it.
Yeah, she said it was an
An
accident
accident.
earlier.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. If you're deconstructing or an atheist or a believer in the God of the Bible, the guest box is empty with no weight. 666 in the chat, y'all. The Loop of Sound, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much for platforming me tonight. I appreciate that.
You are welcome. Can I get your age, please?
I am 52.
52. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. What are your thoughts about the prompt?
Well, goodness. Okay, so the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity. It seems a pretty, it obviously stands contrary to what it is that I have seen. So I guess that's what I could present. I'm interested to see what it is that presents itself as our issue, because I have seen the contrary.
When you say our issue, what do you mean our? Are you talking about humanity's issue?
If I'm on the panel, I guess we're sharing a subject. So the we would be the group of us that are here.
Are we sharing an issue?
Yeah. Are we talking about aren't we establishing
No,
a?
you mean what is my issue with it? Like my issue is stated on the board. Like I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, it
Our
seems our
issue.
belief systems run contrary based on what it is that we've experienced in our life. So that would be the circumstance that we're
But
examining.
what I'm saying is the reason is on the board. My reasoning for my feeling this way is on the board.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate having it so well available.
Yeah, so like that's why I asked, what are your thoughts about the prompt?
Yes. And my thoughts would be that I've seen a lifetime to the contrary.
Of how? Like, what do you mean? Like, you just saying, I don't agree. That's all you're saying, and you're not expanding on it.
You know, as a Christian, I've involved myself in our religion. Our religion is to visit widows and orphans in their suffering. This is in the book of James. You know, we've had an organization here in the Chicagoland area that has helped widows and orphans for over 40 years. havenhouse.dvs.org if you're in the Chicagoland area, domestically abused. So these are individuals. Now, we receive funding from the federal government, state funding, so we're not necessarily Christian based because we would not present Christian concepts to those individuals that we're serving. But I am a Christian that's providing my services to this organization, being fulfilled within my religion, being able to serve my purpose here on earth. So I have seen good things come of me being a Christian, led to this organization, being involved in the organization. And that's just one aspect to a lifetime of worshiping Christ. So it would be me just presenting to you these circumstances in the world that I've seen that run contrary. So
does that mean that it's not the worst thing that's happened?
There probably could be worse things, but in your mind, if you say,
what would be something worse?
I would never want to examine the terrible things. What do we call that? Giving the devil his due?
No. Like, if you don't want to have this conversation, then you probably shouldn't have come up here then, right?
Well, there could be other topics. I feel as though...
but then you probably need to go create that other topic. Then you probably need to go create that and have it, correct?
No, because this
topic, because you're not going to come up here and change my topic. If you can't engage with the topic, if you can't engage with the topic that I'm having, then you should probably go and create your own topic.
There could be
that would make more sense.
Well, there could be questions I just wouldn't want to answer. So there
then you probably shouldn't be up here. Then you probably shouldn't be up here then.
Okay, I suppose then I should go. We dust the sandal, we dust the...
All right, then go do that.
I will. Thank you for platforming. Take care.
All right, bye.
All right.
That was a waste of time.
Yeah, he just wanted
I listen to myself every day when I speak. You know why? Because my voice box works. My voice box works. I hear the vibrations coming out of my damn voice box that make sound, that form words. I also have earbuds in my ears and a microphone in front of my lips. So when they move, I can hear the sound that comes out of my voice box even clearer. So I listen to myself every day. Marcus Robinson.
TikTok
Marcus
is tripping right now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
How old are you?
I am 23.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am an atheist.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
I 100% agree. These theists, man. Dog, I can't tell you how stupid they are.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Theists, dog. They're stupid,
okay,
bro.
I don't know who a dog is. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to.
It's slang,
and
bro.
I don't care if you are shut up. I don't care if you are an atheist, if you're agnostic. You know what? Get the fuck off my stage. Get off my stage. Dumbass, racist ass motherfucker.
Oh, I hate people.
And by the way, AI can speak AAVE better than your ass. Like, you can't even fucking pretend.
Dog.
GT. I don't know why you're typing in the comments. Why are you typing in the comments? Did we just get like an influx of like trolls? Is that what happened? Like, are y'all that pissed about your Jesus? About me talking about your Jesus? Are you that pissed?
Thinker, I'm a drop and come back because you're in the box next to me.
I am?
Yes. I'm gonna
What, the
screenshot it
main
and put it
account
in
or the El Joso Ray?
the
Oh,
main account.
oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I'll just screenshot. I'll put it in the thing and show you what I'm seeing. But I
Okay.
also couldn't hear the last part of the last guest, not the one that
Okay.
just dropped, but the other crazy one. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey y'all, if you are not following the El Joso Ray Bowen account, please go ahead and follow that account. That is my backup account. If ever this account goes away, that will be the account that I use. I also have another account that only the nerds know about as of right now. But follow the El Joso Ray Bowen if you're not following that account yet. Remember, if you are a nerd and I don't see I'm on purpose, I won't add you to the live. So if you're a nerd and you're in the guest request box, please let me know if you're in there on purpose. Marcus, get the fuck out of my box. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. The thing about it is, Sam, is that you come in here and you type that shit as if it's something profound, right? Here's the thing. Humans hurt. Humans hurt, Sam, because the world is pretty fucked up, right? Humans are doing horrible things to humans. But you know what isn't happening, Sam? Your Jesus isn't doing anything about it because your Jesus doesn't exist. And because people like you, Sam, believe in this Jesus, you allow hurt, you champion it, you overlook it, you do it, you perpetuate it, and then you laugh at it or you use it as a weapon. So you didn't say anything revolutionary, Sam. You just did what every believer did who don't know how to articulate that they are pissed that there are people who do not believe in their God and that they are pissed and feel like people are talking about them and their identity. And you don't know how to articulate that. You don't know how to defend that. So you attack. That's all you did. Robin, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? She is like spazzing out in the comments.
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
Daff. That is Daff. Girl, she like
They still
spazzing out.
have? Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah, she tripping hard.
Get out that Bible like I said. That's funny.
Jesus got them heated. But it's so crazy. Like, why y'all gotta like defend Jesus this way? Why isn't Jesus defending y'all?
Exactly.
Don't you think it's crazy that you, as a mortal, like you have to respond this way about a God? Like the God has all power, right? The God, like you're supposed to fear the God because the God can destroy you, but you, like, look at yourselves. Y'all are so mad because somebody says they don't believe in your God. Y'all are so mad because somebody says that your God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Don't you think if your God cared about that he would be mad if he existed? Make that make sense. Do I really need rage bait, follower of Christ, since you fucking follow me everywhere I go? Do I need rage bait? You're everywhere I go, follower of Christ.
Ooh.
Even on backup accounts that I haven't even announced, your motherfucking ass find me. I don't need to bait you. You look for me. Y'all look for me so fucking much, my name has become a fucking keyword. My TikTok name is a fucking keyword. I don't need to rage bait your asses. Did Robin respond? Is she in the box on purpose or on accident?
I didn't see a response from Robin at all.
Okay. I took her out once, but then she got back in there, so I don't know. Robin, let me, if you are, on
She said
purpose,
on
go ahead and
purpose.
submit again, Robin. James, give me just 1 second, please. Hey, Robin, how are you?
I'm doing lovely, Thinker. How are you?
I'm doing good. What are your thoughts?
So, I would like to address the first topic, commandments over compassion.
Okay. Well, it's
Um,
all one topic, so
oh yeah. But this is just the one that I have the most to say on, so I just thought I'd say my piece.
okay.
Um, so a previous guest, not that I remember their name or that it's relevant, was talking about Matthew 22 verses 36 through 40, which which is Jesus giving the law. He's talking about love the Lord thy God, uh, and loving your neighbor. Those are the two supreme commandments. But then, if you go over to First Corinthians chapter 13, verses 4 through 7, you get a biblically defined version of what love is. And I could read it, or you could, if you don't mind. I could read it.
Yeah, give me a second. I pull it up. It's about love is patient, love is kind.
Hmm
That
hmm Um, I could wait for you to pull up the verse so that everybody could see it, if or I could just say it, whatever you prefer.
you can go ahead. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Okay. So the verse says, "Love is patient, love is kind." Oh, by the way, I'm doing a new international version in case anybody wants to know what particular Bible I'm using for this. It says, "Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others." It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always preserves. Anybody that knows the Bible thoroughly could pick this verse apart because Yahweh, or whatever version of the Christian deity you that the audience members may worship, does not fulfill any of these things. Yahweh is not patient. If Yahweh was patient, there wouldn't be an eternal damnation. Yahweh is a jealous God. He says so in his own commandments. Yahweh does boast. He boasts as like a supreme, the supreme being of the universe. And actually, there's plenty of scriptures of Yahweh just going off, talking about how he thinks he's the best thing ever. When in today's science, you could easily debunk some of the things. Like if we pulled up Job, for example, there's a lot of things like we know that the earth isn't being held up by pillars and there's not like a crystal sphere over the planet. Like that's not how any of this works. That's not how our world works. But going on, it does not dishonor others. God makes it, God goes out of his way to intentionally dishonor other people, trying to raise up the Israelites. It's not self-seeking. God is the biggest narcissistic psychopath in all of fiction, so it's definitely self-seeking. Not easily angered. Where do we even begin? Where do we even begin? Not easily angered. What, Thinker? You probably know the particular book I'm thinking of better, because I'm not really familiar with off the top of my head. What's the story in the Bible where some children make fun of some bald guy, so he asked God to send two bears to go massacre these children? Like, do you know
Elisha.
that off the top of your head?
Yeah, Elisha and the she bears.
Yes, thank you. Elijah and the Shebas. Thank you. Keeps no record of wrongs. That is what God does. He keeps a record of what everybody does that's wrong. And if, well, depending on what denomination you are, if you don't repent, you'd burn, because apparently Jesus's blood isn't, it's not all that, because you can sin within this life even if you accept Jesus, and there's some sins that will send you to hell depending on what your doctrine or what your dogma is. Uh, love does not delight in evil but rejoices with the truth. That's a load of bullshit, because if you read Revelation, it talks about how much God just is going to enjoy the suffering that's going to go on here on earth, and how all of these people are going to suffer and God's going to relish in it. There's so many different passages, New and Old Testament. And the Old Testament, it um talks about burning. The God loves the smell of burning flesh. There's a lot. The Old Testament is particularly violent, and you could pull up all kinds of stuff where God delights in the dashing of infant skulls across stones, and you name it. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always preserves. No. Like, if that were true, then all of our prayers would protect us. But that's not how any of this works. People wouldn't get, if people would pray when they would get sick, they would just get healed. So there's just like every single thing about this definition of love that's presented in Corinthians, it does not line up with Yahweh. So these people that claim that Yahweh is like an omnibenevolent deity, you're gonna have to pull one of these omnis out, because certainly not omnibenevolent.
I agree. Um, I think a lot of times this is one of the points that also brings up a lot when he's talking to people. Um, that I agree, Yahweh doesn't fit this, and I think that because of the characteristics that Yahweh has in the Old Testament, that's and people needing to feel like they have to justify the horrible things this God does in the Old Testament, and they do it through the eyes of Jesus and Jesus' sacrifice. it then carries over into the characteristics of humans in society and why we see people um, placing a hierarchy on certain uh, things that we would consider to be harmful or evil in society, and they're willing to turn a blind eye because of the fact that Yahweh doesn't necessarily fit this definition of love. And I feel like it blurs love for humans, like what love is for humans, and it blurs harmful and not harmful, or good and evil for its
Well,
followers.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If I may, I this is just my own personal opinion. This isn't based on scripture myself, but from what I have observed, um, I'm of the opinion that when Christians are talking about love, their definition of love is not the same thing as somebody of not even whether we're talking about atheists or people of other religions. And why I say that is because their love is based around first and foremost blind obedience to the deity. And this kind of love, it's reiterated in the Bible. God is supposed to be like this figure that you fear. There's like scripture, I'm trying to think of what the actual scripture says. It's like something about like the root of all wisdom is fear in Yahweh, or something along those lines, or the beginning of all wisdom, something along those lines. Um, it's emphasized over and over and over again that you're supposed to fear Yahweh, and not only are you supposed to fear Yahweh, but you're supposed to give all your heart, all your love to this deity at the same time. So it teaches people that love looks like abuse. And so when people get put into abusive relationships, an element of religion, it normalizes it, where they think, well, this is just what's normal. Because I feel like it's patriarchal, sure, but like it's deeper than just patriarchal because it's not just men hurting women. It's um, people having this idea that with love should come fear, and those things should not be together. You shouldn't mix love and fear. Those are things that should be completely separate.
Yeah, I agree.
Other than that, if I may, there was another scripture that I am interested in sharing, if I may, that I find particularly problematic.
Yeah, is it on topic or?
Well, I mean, it's talking, well, kind of, sort of. It's talking about it. I'll just spit it out. Essentially, I wanted to talk about the righteousness are like filthy rags, uh, quote in the Bible, and my reasoning for that is because I think this causes people. It's certainly caused myself to have imposter syndrome, to have a complex where I feel like I'm never good enough, and it causes psychological problems, and I feel like it hurts people.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I think the
But
fear does that too. Like couple that with the fear, with thinking that fear is love.
mhm.
If coupled that, I think that is why people feel like they can't ask the God for anything, and then they don't feel like they deserve anything in life. Like when I was a believer, I believed that other people deserved to be blessed. And then when it came to me being blessed, it was really hard for me to believe that I deserved it because I was sinful, or, you know, wicked, or worried about whether, if I was good enough, right, in the eyes of the God, and if the God thought that I deserved it. And I never could get myself to that mindset of believing that I deserve to be blessed and I deserve to be happy. And when things would happen uh, good in my life, then I thought that that meant that the devil had me, right?
Mm.
That, yeah, that I had done something sinful and allowed the devil to come in, and that it was the devil blessing me. Um, so yeah, I think that fear and that your righteousness is but filthy rags to the God, coupled with that, um, definitely creates that. What is it called? Oh God, I can't think of it. Um, Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue too. It's self hatred, but
Yeah, like definitely self-loathing of some sort. I
yeah,
completely agree. And I had very much the same experience. And for anybody who might be listening, I want to reiterate that I believe that this deity could also read my thoughts. So I was committing thought crimes that I would feel terrible about all the time. And people have intrusive thoughts. People have, some people, they have sexual thoughts. It just comes up. Like, people can't necessarily control what comes into their minds. And um, yeah, thought crimes and feeling guilty for thought crimes was another major contributing factor. Yeah, that's all I really came on to share. I just wanted to say my piece with that. It particularly annoyed me that one of your previous guests was talking about Matthew 22 verses 36 through 40, and they did not know what the fuck they were talking about.
yeah. A lot of them don't know what they're talking about. What is it called when you self sabotage? Um,
Well, I said imposter syndrome earlier, and but that doesn't necessarily mean self-sabotage though. Um,
yeah, I'm not. It's called something when you you're so afraid or feel like you don't
self-deprecate.
deserve. It might be
Sorry, I
self.
was reading a comment.
It might be, but it's like self dep. Is it deprecation where you self sabotage yourself? That I did that a lot. I did that a lot. Yeah.
I did that a lot too. Um, if I may, to expand on that particular aspect, I'm a transsexual woman myself, and I heard some of the dialogue that was happening earlier. A lot of LGBT people will feel like they're not good enough, like their life is completely worthless, and um, that the imposter syndrome aspect to it, where you feel like you're never going to be good enough for God, that you have to have I'm sure you can attest to this. A lot of Christians have this facade where they can never be wrong. They have that to save face for their deity. They're willing to lie for their deity. Um, if they have sins, they keep that shit to themselves. They don't openly talk about their sins because they don't want to be shunned by their community, because their community will look down on them, because there's a whole purity culture set up. So for people who are in the LGBT and they're coming from a fundamentalist background, or they're in a conservative church environment, they have to literally pretend to be somebody that they are not. And I did that for years. It's literally acting. You are pretending to be somebody that you're not, and it fucks with you psychologically.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh, and at the same time, Yahweh is reading my thoughts too, so it just makes it all so much worse. But anyways, that's all I came on to share. Thank you very much for having me, Thinker.
You're very welcome, Robin. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
You too. All right,
Uh,
bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Robin. Oh, James is gone.
Huh?
I said, oh no, James is gone.
I don't know if James was a believer or someone deconstructing, or I don't know. the psychological impact that this belief system has on people is being displayed right now in Daff and Sam. Like, to come in here and say, I just want you to know that you are loved, but you can't prove that, right? You telling somebody that they are loved on TikTok when you don't know that person, like you don't know what's going on in that person's life, right? Like, you don't know shit, and you don't have any intention on finding out, right? Like, you just come in here and you type that shit because it's easy to fucking type, but you don't have any intention on trying to get to know anybody in this space to know if they truly feel loved, if they are truly being loved. You just type shit because it sounds pretty. Like, it's insane. And then, you know what I decided that I'm going to start doing? You know
What's that?
how we go on a video, and we might be watching a story time about how somebody bought the perfect dress. And all throughout the comments, there are comments that says, if you're reading this, Jesus loves you. Those, how we're starting to
Mm-hmm.
see those everywhere. I'm just going to randomly
Yeah.
start and put it in the comments that if you're reading this, fill the jar up if you agree that Jesus is the worst thing that happened to humanity. I'm just going to start posting that in the comments because why the fuck not? Right? Like, if we
Right.
have to be invaded by your bot ass witnessing in TikTok comments, then why the fuck not? Right? I mean, because if you can do it, I can.
Exactly.
It's so fucking irritating to see that shit. Like, god damn. Like, y'all already go door to fucking door. You already done fucking took over Facebook with that bullshit. And Instagram. Like, god damn,
Yep.
leave TikTok alone. Like, get the that's why you see deconstruction lives. Because y'all motherfuckers just won't keep your belief system to yourself. Look at the liar in the comments. Oh, I'm an atheist. Now all of a sudden God is irritated with you. Fucking liar.
Oh my gosh.
But I thought you weren't supposed to lie. Oh, or is it okay to lie for Jesus? Which is it? Is it excused if you're lying for Christ?
Hmm.
Which is it? I mean, you don't give a fuck, no way. I don't give a fuck. Like, I already know y'all ass is capping. That's why y'all should like literally get tattooed on y'all. We all fall short. We all fall down. Like, that's what y'all
Right.
need to get tattooed on y'all.
That's what I heard. As soon as you say we all fall short, my brain said we all fall down.
Yeah, that's what y'all need to get that shit tatted because that's y'all fucking motto.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age?
I'm 25.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an
I'm a
atheist?
believer.
Hey, Christina. Selena, can you do this one so I can make me some coffee
Sure.
and use the bathroom? Thank you. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay.
Um,
So, Cyber Tank, what do you think of the prompt on the screen?
I was gonna ask you, why is Jesus the worst thing to ever happen to humanity?
So on the screen you see the 4 points that the host has up there.
Mm,
He does the commandments over compassion. There's faith over facts. Instead of people actually going with facts, they go with this faith, which is harmful to many people. Um, they go with afterlife instead of what's going on in life now. And as an extra, her AI wouldn't even choose this God based
Okay.
on questions that Christians have asked the AI.
Well, I don't agree with AI, so I
That's
don't.
fine. You can ignore that one.
Okay. Well, I don't understand the commandments over compassion. Like, what are you trying to say about that?
So, do you believe that Jesus is God? Let's start there.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, when God gave these commandments, there
In the
was
Old
going to,
Testament?
and when Jesus talks about them in the New Testament, there's there's no compassion for the people that he's giving these commandments to. Um, and even with believers, there's always, oh, we have to follow these commandments, and the compassion goes out of the window.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because Jesus.
No, you don't have to stop me. I stopped for you
Oh,
to
sorry.
respond.
I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Um, I don't follow the old commandments like the Ten Commandments because we all fall short to it. We do. And what I follow is love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's one that Jesus taught, and I don't see how that's wrong. That's not wrong at all. To love yourself as you love your neighbor. Is that
Do
wrong?
you know where? Do you know where that came from?
Well, it's in the New Testament, isn't it?
It came from the Old Testament. Jesus was quoting the Old Testament when he said that commandment. Also, that in that commandment, your neighbor was the Israelites. He wasn't talking about everybody
No, no, no.
because
He was talking to
he came
everybody.
for the lost sheep. Cyber tank. He came for the lost sheep of Israel, and he said it himself.
Oh no, I'm not an Israelite. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I don't believe in that.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that Jesus wasn't talking about you when he said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. He was telling the Israelites to love the people that are quote unquote related to them, love their kin.
So you're saying that the disciples were Israelites? Cause
Yes.
no, cause you have to understand that we're no longer under the old covenant. We're in the new covenant, and the Israelites in the Old Testament
Did Jesus come
broke
to get
God's
rid of the law?
commandments. Huh?
Did Jesus get rid of the law when he came?
No, he fulfilled it.
So he didn't get rid of it though, correct?
No, but we wouldn't follow it because we fall short to it. He fulfilled the law.
Jesus said not one jot or one dot or one tittle should be taken away from this law. The law doesn't change. He didn't come to abolish the law.
Uh-huh. I agree.
So why are you saying he fulfilled it as if you're saying he did away with it?
No, he didn't get away with it.
Okay.
He fulfilled everything that we couldn't do. Like,
So him fulfilling it, does that mean you no longer have to do it?
I mean, even if we try to do it, that's not what gets us. Like, um, I say, like, how do I explain that? Let's go. Let me just bring up a verse. Hold on. Okay, like the commandments, right? The Old Testament, like you should not kill. Oh, sorry, you should not murder, all that stuff,
You can say
and
kill up
lie.
here. It's okay.
Yeah, like we already like failed all those commandments because we all lied before. We
So
all.
do we have to, since you're saying Jesus fulfilled those laws, correct?
Uh-huh.
Are we allowed to kill people now? Are we allowed to bear false witness? Are we allowed to covet our neighbors' property and their slaves? Are we allowed to do all these things since Jesus came and fulfilled those laws?
No.
Okay, so we're still under those laws then.
No, we're not. We're not under those laws
So that
anymore.
means
No.
we can go and do those things. I
No,
can walk
that's just free
outside right
will.
now
If you do
and kill
those things,
someone.
that's on you.
But you're saying that Jesus fulfilled the law and we are no longer under those laws. So that means I should be able to do it without any consequence.
No. It goes back to what I
You can't
said.
have it both ways, Cyber.
I
You
was gonna
can't
say,
have it both ways.
I was gonna say, like how Jesus came and he fulfilled the law. Well, he told us to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. So all those
Mm-hmm.
laws go under that. Love your neighbor as you love yourself.
So none of those laws went away.
No, they didn't go away, but we don't, like, that's not what we focus on, because that's not what gets us into heaven. Well,
So
in
I
my
can
belief.
go and I can commit adultery without worrying about not getting into heaven.
I mean, if you do that, then, like, if you know, that you're doing wrong, then that's on you. Like, I don't know what to say.
How
Like,
is it wrong if
we're
Jesus
not
fulfilled
perfect.
the law and I only have to follow the love my neighbor
Yeah, like,
law?
that follows everything, like that, like, loving your neighbor as you love yourself,
Mm-hmm.
like, that, that's like, God damn, I had it in my head right now.
It's okay.
Yeah, I just lost my train of thought right now. Like, that law,
So
huh?
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Oh, you can go ahead, my bad, I'm sorry.
No. I was saying something that was not going to be relevant because I
Oh,
don't know what you were about to say, so I'm not going to derail what you were about to say.
appreciate it. Like, the Old Testament was for the Israelites in that time, like, when Moses was around, but they broke God's, what was it, covenant. Yeah, they broke his covenant, and that's why they went to exile. God punished them for going against his law. And that's why he said in, I think it was in Zechariah, where he said he was going to have a new covenant. A new covenant. Let me just find that verse.
But didn't he say he broke the covenant, not them?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, who
I'm
broke
going
the
to let him
covenant?
find it.
The God did.
No, the
Mm-hmm.
Israelites did.
No, the God broke the covenant.
Oh, can you bring me a verse?
He did it when Nathan promised David that he would have a son that would
Mm-hmm.
sit on the throne. He said that throne would last forever, and that he would never take his love from it, and
Mm-hmm.
that the throne of David would stand forever.
Uh-huh.
Except your God allowed Nebuchadnezzar to come in and destroy the Davidic monarchy.
Of who, David?
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
do you know why?
it doesn't matter why. I'm not
Yeah,
talking
it
about the
does.
why. Hold on.
It does, because
No.
David
Hold
went
on.
against
No.
God.
Stop. I'm not talking about the why. We're talking about the what. You said the Israelites broke that covenant. That covenant was broken by your God. Your God promised that no matter what, he would not do that. And he did. He said that if they sinned against him, he would just whip them with the rod of humans. he went back on his word and broke that covenant. It was a unconditional covenant.
Can you bring me a verse where it says God broke the covenant?
Yeah, I can do you better than that. We can go through the entire thing.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me pull up my Google Docs. Can you go on mute while you
You
Oh,
flip
got
the
some
pages?
pages?
Because
sorry.
you're like about to tear your Bible up.
Golly.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Okay, so we'll start with where he made the covenant with David in 2 Samuel chapter 7. Let me see. Let's see.
You said chapter 7?
Chapter 7. And we'll start at verse 8. Now, therefore, thus you shall say to my servant David. This is this God telling Nathan to say this to David. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I took you from the pasture, from following the sheep to be prince over my people Israel. And I have been with you wherever you went and have cut off all your enemies from before you. And I will make for you a great name like the name of the great ones of the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and will plant them so that they may live in their own place and be disturbed no more, and evildoers shall afflict them no more, as formerly from the time that I appointed judges over my people Israel, and I will give you rest from all your enemies. Moreover, the Lord declares to you that the Lord will make you a house. When your days are fulfilled, and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod such as mortals use, with blows inflicted by human beings, but I will not take my steadfast love from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before you. Your house and your kingdom shall be made sure forever before me. Your throne shall be established forever. In accordance with all these words and with all this vision, Nathan spoke to David. So the throne and the kingdom is supposed to last forever. Even it doesn't matter if they sinned. And then in Psalms 89, um, actually, let's go to Psalms 89 recounts the covenant, 89, 34, 37. Hold on. Actually, I'm just gonna do this because I gotta go.
I was gonna say I was wrong. I was wrong. God didn't break his covenant with David. He did
No,
not.
I said your God broke the covenant.
Oh no, he didn't.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's keep reading. Okay. So we just read where he made this unconditional covenant. It's unconditional. There's no if this then that.
Okay.
There's no I will do this if Solomon does this, if the Israelite does this. He just says, I will do this. And if they commit iniquity, I will punish him with a rod such as mortals. But I will not take my love from them. Your kingdom will last. Your kingdom and your throne will be established forever. There is no condition here. This is an unconditional covenant.
Uh-huh.
Let's go to Psalms 89, starting at verse 34. It says, I will not violate my covenant or alter the word that went forth from my lips. Once and for all, I have sworn by my holiness, I will not lie to David. His line shall continue forever, and his throne endure before me like the sun. It shall be established forever like the
Amen.
moon, and enduring witness in the sky. Can you not do that while I'm talking? Like, you are literally amen and a lie. So they recount the covenant, and then Psalms 38 through 45, the Israelites realize that your God lied. Says, but now, right? This is your God recounting the covenant, saying, I will not violate my covenant. They're saying back to your God, this is what you said. You said you wouldn't violate the covenant. But then they say, but now you have spurned and rejected him. You are full of wrath against your anointed. You have renounced the covenant with your servant. Your God renounced the covenant. You have defiled his crown and the dust. You have broken through all his walls. You have laid his strongholds in ruins. All who pass by plunder him. He has become the scorn of his neighbors. You have exalted the right hand of his foes. You have made all his enemies rejoice. Moreover, you have turned back the edge of his sword, and you have not supported him in battle. You have removed the scepter from his hand and hurled his throne to the ground. You have cut short the days of his youth. You have covered him with shame. It was an unconditional covenant that your God broke. The covenant didn't become a conditional covenant until after David dies and they come back from Babylon and the story of David is written, and then the word if is added to Nathan's words. When we get to let's see, First Chronicles 17:13 through 14.
Do you know the throne of David was a spiritual throne, not an
No,
actual throne?
it wasn't no spiritual throne. That was a real kingdom that started to flourish around the 7th century BCE. Was it no spiritual throne?
Okay,
It was an actual monarchy.
Can you read Luke 1, verse
I
32?
listen. I am talking about the covenant with your God and
Yes.
David. I'm talking about the covenant that your God made with David
Okay.
from Nathan regarding the actual Davidic monarchy, the actual kingdom that Nebuchadnezzar actually came in and destroyed.
That's
That
not the
wasn't a
kingdom.
spiritual throne. That was
No.
a physical throne that Nebuchadnezzar came in and destroyed.
Yeah, but that's not the kingdom he was talking about.
That's what Christians say. It
No.
went from being an actual throne to a metaphorical spiritual throne because your God broke his covenant. That's how y'all fixed it.
Bring me a verse where my God broke the covenant.
I just did.
It doesn't say God broke his covenant.
It literally does say that.
Alright, let me see.
It literally says you have renounced the covenant. It literally says it.
That tells you he was not listening or reading along with it right on the screen. Oh, I hate when people waste time like this.
Can you go to Luke 1? It's on the same page. On the same
Oh,
page, I promise.
I already addressed that. Like literally, this was an actual physical kingdom. And because your God broke the covenant, the way y'all fix it, right? First off, the first fix came in the Deuteronomy period, the Deuteronomistic history. During that period, they added a condition to it where there was no condition at first. If we go to let me see, the condition is added in First Chronicles 17, 13, 14. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. I will not take my steadfast love from him, as I took it from him who was before you. But I will confirm him in my house and my kingdom forever, and his throne shall be established forever.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Am I on? Did I hit the?
That's foreshadowing
Hold on.
Jesus, you know?
Oh my God! Will you stop?
It
None of this
is.
shit is for it. No, it's not.
Okay,
Y'all say
read Psalm
everything.
twenty-four.
Do you know why the word foreshadow is important to y'all? Because your
I
Jesus
can prove you
isn't in this
wrong right now.
text. Because your Jesus is nowhere in the Hebrew scriptures. That's why y'all have
Yes,
to
he
say
is.
everything is a foreshadow. But we're not even talking about anything foreshadowing your Jesus right now. We're talking about this covenant your God broke. Like, I wish y'all knew how to stay on topic. Nobody is talking about whether your Jesus is in this text. Like, you just yelling out random shit.
The everlasting kingdom is forever, right?
Where is the kingdom at?
A
Where is the
kingdom,
Davidic?
a
Where is the
kingdom,
kingdom of David?
an
Where is the
actual
kingdom of
kingdom
David
that
today?
lasts forever. A
Where is
spiritual
the king?
kingdom lasts forever.
Where is the kingdom of David today?
In heaven,
And
how can the everlasting kingdom be on earth? It's gonna
yeah,
pass away.
like
Uh, uh,
literally,
uh, uh.
how is your God's kingdom ruling earth?
Oh, you tried it.
How is your God's kingdom ruling earth? Is your God's kingdom ruling earth right now?
Come off
Is your
mute.
God ruling earth right now? You're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was talking.
Is your God ruling earth right now?
No,
So what good is this kingdom?
it's
What
when
good
you
is
get.
this spiritual kingdom? What good is it?
It's when you get to heaven. That's the kingdom.
What good
Everlasting.
is this spiritual kingdom right now?
What do you
Like
want?
literally, he says, hold on. He says, okay,
Go ahead.
is it 13, 14? I will raise up your offspring after you, one of your own sons, and I will establish his kingdom. Who
Hmm.
was David's son? Who was David's son?
Wait, who's talking? Is it God talking in that verse?
Who else is going to raise up offspring after David's son and establish his kingdom? Like who else would do that?
Jesus.
So your Jesus is talking right now, right? This is your Jesus talking.
That's the Father. I believe in the Trinity.
So who's talking right now? Who established the sons?
The Father is talking to David.
Okay, so why did you ask me that question then?
Wait, what did I ask you again?
You asked me who was talking.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I said it was a Father, yes.
Talking to who?
To David.
Is he talking to David or is he talking to Nathan? And Nathan is talking to David.
Nathan?
You don't know who Nathan is?
Wait, hold on.
You
Okay.
don't know who Nathan
Yeah,
is?
Wait, it has to be the Father talking, because it said, I will raise up your offspring.
Is your God talking to Nathan, and Nathan is talking to David, or is your God talking straight to David?
My God is talking straight to David.
You need to go back and study. Like, you literally need to go back and study.
Can you show
It
me
it
that?
it literally says, now therefore thus you shall say to my servant David. That means your God is not talking to David. That means
Okay.
someone is going to say this to David. Okay? Now, when David settled in a house, David said to the prophet Nathan, I am living in a house of cedar, but the ark of the covenant of the Lord is under a tent. Nathan said to David, do all that you have in mind, for God is with you. But that same night, the word of God came to Nathan. Your God is talking to Nathan,
Okay.
and Nathan, as the prophet, is giving this information to David. In Israel, the prophets and the priests delivered the messages to the king. They had more authority than the king. Nathan is speaking on behalf of your God to David.
Oh, okay.
Why do y'all try to explain things that y'all have not studied? Why do y'all
No,
do that?
but Nathan is getting words from God, right?
Did you hear the question that I asked?
Can you repeat it?
You didn't hear the question I asked?
No, can you repeat it? No, I didn't. Sorry. Oh, I said I didn't hear you.
What were you responding to then if you didn't hear my question? Like, you just blurted
Oh,
out some stuff?
I was saying Nathan is getting words from God, right? Like, that's what you're saying?
Why do you try to explain something that you have not studied?
Wait, what are we, hold on. I forgot, like, what is this whole thing about? Like, your life?
Did you just ask what is this whole thing about?
No, your life.
Why? Like, why are you asking that right now?
Oh, no,
When I ask, why are you trying to explain something that you haven't studied? Why are you doing that? Would you like for your teacher to try to tell you, like, if you were in medical school, would you like your teacher to try to tell you how to do an appendectomy and they've never studied how to do an appendectomy?
No.
So why are you doing that now? If you've not ever studied this, why are you trying to explain something that you've not studied?
The moral of the story is that the kingdom that it's talking about is
Why
not,
are you trying to explain something you have not studied? Y'all, please, I do not do ableism at all. I do not appreciate
I know,
the
but
ableist comments.
this whole thing is about the kingdom, right? And this
That's
kingdom
not what I
is not.
asked you. That's not what I asked you. I
I already
asked
answered.
you. I no, you didn't.
I did.
I want to know. No, I want to know why you cyber are willing to explain something that you have not studied.
Well, I haven't studied the Old Testament that well, but the New
So
Testament I
why
have.
are you why are you trying to explain something as if you have studied it? Like, you didn't even know who Nathan was. You didn't even know Nathan was in this conversation. So you shouldn't be trying to say this is what it is. You've not studied it.
I don't have to know who Nathan is. The whole moral of the story is the
Okay.
kingdom is not an
I'm
actual
done.
kingdom.
All right. Okay. All right. Selena, go. You can go ahead.
Because if he doesn't have to know
Can
who
you
the biblical
explain that?
characters, Cyber, I'm in the middle of a sentence, in the middle of a word. If you do not know the pivotal characters in this story, then why are we going to finish discussing it?
Well, you're right. I'm gonna humble myself and just read more.
Yes, please study a lot more because
Mm-hmm.
this is your text
No, I
and
know.
you should be more versed in this text than those of us who don't follow it.
No, I
But
understand
thank you
that.
so much for the conversation and you have a great night.
Before I
Also,
leave,
go ahead.
um, can you read Psalms
No.
14 through 17?
Mm-mm. Quit with
What the hell?
you're fine. Because I was in the middle to say no, I'm not no.
Ask yourself.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Um, I'm okay, tired, about to go to sleep. I just had a
How old are
question.
you? I don't answer questions.
28.
I don't take questions from the chat.
I'm 28.
Okay, I don't take questions from the chat. If you come on stage, you're coming up to discuss the topic only.
Well, it's
Only
about the
people.
topic.
Yeah, I don't answer questions from the chat. Unless you have a nerd badge next to your name. Are you a
What's
believer? Are
that?
you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Um, it's trying to understand, I guess.
So deconstructing, or like, do you
Yeah, I
currently
guess
believe in this God, or
leaning to deconstruction, I guess. Like that. I see that you know what you're talking about, so I was trying to ask you directly.
yeah? Unfortunately, like that's not what the live is for. You can share your thoughts on the topic, and we can get into a conversation, and maybe what it is that you're looking to get answered might come out in that conversation. Or one thing that you could do is become a subscriber, and then you get stage presence to be able to come up and ask off topic questions.
Wait, but just to understand, so like, what is this live for?
So there is a description when you come into the chat that explains exactly what the live is for. When you
Because I
enter the
came on and
chat,
I see Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
okay, I'm gonna
That's
take
all.
you down, get familiar with the room, and when you have something to add to the topic, come back up, okay?
Um, okay.
Thank you. K2? K2, are you there? All right. That person keeps getting in the box every time I take them out.
Yeah. No, this one typed in all caps in the chat something that they'll probably try
Did they
to
get
say while
muted?
they're up here. They got muted in the chat because of what they typed.
So if you get muted in the chat, you cannot come on stage to bypass the mute. Is that what you're doing? Are you there?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Are you on stage because you got muted?
Well, you said something about you have to come up and talk.
Well, you got
That's she wasn't
muted.
talking to you.
Yeah, you got muted in the chat for for not following the chat rules, like for crossing boundaries. And so now you're on stage because you got muted.
I guess so.
Yeah, you can't do that, okay? If you got muted, you can't bypass the mute by trying to come on stage.
Okay, so
Try
what do I
again
do?
another day. You gotta wait till tomorrow. Okay. How long did he get muted for? All the 5 minutes or what? Like what was the mute?
I
All
can't
day or?
remember. Hold on, because I don't remember changing it. It
Okay,
was an
well,
all.
I was just
It
basically
was.
going to comment on what you had on your
Yeah.
prompt
Can you give
there.
me 1 second,
Can
please?
that let me finish talking? No, he typed in all caps Alua Akbar, and whenever they do that,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This isn't
What, there's
a.
something wrong with
This
typing
isn't.
Allahu Akbar? You don't like that
Yeah.
or
This
something?
isn't a Muslim. We're not
Thank you.
discussing Islam. This isn't about Islam. Okay.
Well, yeah, but you're discussing Jesus.
Yeah. Not Islam.
Yeah,
Have a
well,
good
Jesus
day.
was a
Okay.
Muslim. He
Okay.
lived in
Bye. Have
Palestine.
a good day. I don't care. I don't care what Jesus was. Have a good day. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I hate people.
Who are the Muslim deconstructors in here? I know Chiquita Banana, Chiquita Bonita. Who else? Who deconstructs Islam in here? Is staff get the hell out of my box?
They still here? Good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a special kind of obsession.
Are there any nerds, any other nerds outside of Chiquita Bonita that does discussions for Islam? I know M's does. I haven't seen M's in a while.
Me either.
M's, Chiquita Bonita. Uh, I don't know. If you are a nerd and you deconstruct Islam and you do the lives, can you comment so that we can push people your way?
Oh, I know why she's back in the queue.
Who?
She got blocked for the entire live because she kept typing in all caps. I
I
gave her a
don't want her
five
to come
minute,
up no
and
way.
she
She
yeah.
was,
Oh no,
yeah.
I know, but that's why she's back in there because I muted her for 5 minutes, and then she came back and was going back and forth again and typed in all caps a second time. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, she was. I don't know what the hell is going on with her. She, I don't know. She's going through something.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex.
Hey,
Alex.
Thinker. Hey, long time no see.
I know.
I did not request up, but hey.
Oh, this is the second time it's put you on stage tonight. The first time I called you Andrew.
Yep.
Oh, I was on at that point. No, I heard you, but I was on the train, and you're not allowed to talk on the phone on trains here.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
it
you
threw
had
you up
backed
again.
out. I was trying to write a comment, so I don't know. My phone's crazy.
That's okay. I'll take you down. It was good hearing from you.
Yeah, I've been gone for a while, but it's good to be back.
Everything good?
Mhm.
Like since the last time we talked, you just give a quick yes or no, and we need to talk. Or everything good?
Um, I mean, like work and stuff has been, but
Well, you know what
I
I'm asking
did,
about.
yeah, I did actually get into it with my parents recently.
You
Um,
did.
that was a new development. That's never happened. And I'm not really sure where to take that conversation with them yet. Um, my mother was the air that she was giving is that she also has some questions about her faith, but she's too afraid to like voice them. And then my father, his vibe was weird. I'm trying to remember how we even got on that topic, but I made some comments about why I think the Bible can be dangerous and like what it does to people's thinkings, and I gave them a few verses and said, you know, these things are strange. And my father's response to that was essentially, yeah, well, man wrote it, so like I don't believe in those parts. And I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. You either believe all of it or you don't. um
Right.
and yeah, it's like I guess there's just certain parts of the Bible that he think God wrote, and then anything that was like violent or you know, because I brought a thing about slavery and how there was, you know, so many rules about how to properly manage your slaves and who can marry who and how long you own them, how to properly beat them for whatever things they did. And he's just like, no, 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 that's not God. I'm like, those are literally his words. What do you mean it's not him?
Right. Directly from Moses.
Right. But apparently he doesn't like those parts. So that's not God. And so I'm stuck there like, how do I tread through that with them?
Ooh, that is a difficult one. And the I think one thing that we can recognize from this conversation is
Mm,
the building of their own God or their own Jesus, right? And the next
right.
logical question would be, how are you deciphering what is, you know, the God and what is man, right?
Right.
Like, yeah. And then it kind of sounds like build a Jesus, and then maybe asking him if he's ever thought about the fact that the God that he believes in matches his personality, matches what he would think would be good, what he would think would be bad, you know? Um,
Yeah, actually.
yeah, and see if you could probably get him to see if that's how he's picking and choosing what the God did say and versus what he don't believe the God versus what he believed man added in the text.
Right. Right. Um, that pretty much that seems like that's the only way it can go. And I'm remembering now how we got into it was I think I told you like the first time I ever came up on a live my weird family dynamic, and my mother's family didn't agree with her being with a black man, all this and that, and then you know there's the disconnect between me and that family. And my mother recently like uh she she's I don't want to say she's like rekindled the relationship with her mother, but her mother's living alone because a lot of other family members have passed and she's just you know not going to leave her house. So my mother calls her pretty much once a day to kind of check in, even though she doesn't want to because they don't have a good relationship. um I'd go as far to say is my mother does not even like her mother. She doesn't want to talk to her, but she, for whatever reason, feels like she has to. And whenever she talks to me about it, it's a lot of complaining. And so one day I got fed up and I was like, well, why do you call her? If you don't want to call her, don't call her. And she's like, oh, well, you know, the Bible says you have to obey your parents and like you have to take care of your parents. And I'm like, Bible also says parents can kill their children. So, I mean, what do you want to do with
What
that?
did she say to that?
She was like, it doesn't say that. Uh,
Oh
it
yeah, it
does.
does.
It clearly does. And so that's when I just started throwing out verses and things, and that's where they got upset, and it got pretty heated. And then they
I think
always bring up. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, I think too, a lot of people just think that obedience means your parents can do whatever they want to you, or your parents have every right to you. And then it says children obey your parents, right? You
Right.
know, humans are not children forever, right? You become adults
Right.
at some point. But even as a child, obedience um, doesn't mean that your parents can, you know, cross your boundaries, right? Or make you do something that otherwise would be uncomfortable for you or seen as unethical to you or immoral to you. And so just because she doesn't call her every day and puts herself in an uncomfortable place mentally or put herself in mental misery doesn't mean that she's not obeying her mom. Unless her mom is like, you better call me every day at 12 o'clock. And she feels like if she doesn't do it, she's going to get a whooping or something. I don't know. But maybe just honing in on the what obedience mean versus access.
Right.
Right.
And I don't understand how she keeps that mentality because I didn't get to go there with them on the phone that day because it got rowdy. But I thought about when we hung up the phone, when my husband and I went to America to get married, she said to us, and she looked at me and said, you know, the Bible says, you know, once you get married, like you have to put your essentially like your partner before your family. So like in whatever decisions you make, like you need to choose your husband first. And I'm just like, why would you say that to me if you're not even going to do it? So like, which is it? Because if that's the case, the reason you don't have a good relationship with your mother is because of the relationship with your husband. So should you not be choosing your husband based on your belief?
Yep. And it's easier, right, when you're in the belief system to see the belief system working for others than it is for
Right.
yourself. Or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I was telling Robin earlier. I could see other people being blessed, right? Or I could tell other people that, but when it came to me, it was harder for me. And that your mom might be in that type of position. But I think if like maybe getting her to just look at the word obedience, because again, we get as children, especially in our generation, right? I don't know
Oh, yes.
if you and I are the same age or if me and your mom are the same age. I'm almost 50. I'll be 45 this year.
We're pretty much the same generation then. Pretty much.
Okay. And so then, our generation, the whole beat them with a rod and they won't die was still around. And it was worse
Yeah.
for our parents, right? And
Oh, yeah.
so, yeah, we didn't really have voices as kids. It was children should be seen and are heard. And it was worse for our parents. So she might think obedience encompasses everything.
That does make a lot of sense. I think I said too that one of the first times we talked that like I never asked her a lot about her relationship with her mother when I was younger because I figured that was something that was difficult to talk about. But the older I get, I realize it's important. And she is adamant about not going to therapy because of her age of all things. She's like, I'm already blah, blah, blah years old. There's no point now. And I'm like, that's not true. But she did open up to me within the last year or so and tell me like her mother basically used to beat the shit out of her. And I'm like, well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So she said they've never gotten along. Like even since she was a kid, adult now, like they've never gotten along. So
I can understand that. And me and my mom didn't get along. And it wasn't until I set boundaries that we started to have any type of relationship. Right.
yeah, she won't do that. That's the problem right there. She won't set boundaries.
Yeah, because she feels like it's being disrespectful to her
Yes.
mom. Yeah. Because that obedience makes us believe that means that they are entitled to us. They're entitled to our thoughts. They're entitled to our heart. They're entitled to know every little thing about us. If they want information, we have to give it. If they want our time, we have to give it. And that's not true. That's not true at all. And you can
It's
respect your mom, you can respect your dad and still have boundaries. They have to respect you as a human too.
You know, I never even thought about that like connection until you said it now of, you know, how that dynamic would have worked between her and her mother and that's exactly how it is between me and my mother. ever since I was a kid. Anytime I tried to set boundaries, no matter how respectful I put it, no matter how calm I said it, anything that was setting a boundary, like she popped off and just called me disrespectful, called me all kinds of words, all out my name. Even until now, we've gotten into it within the last 6 months or so. Just because I stood up for myself and said like I didn't appreciate something. And I'm like, okay, well now I see where it comes from.
Yep, and that doesn't make you disrespectful at all.
I sure
Setting
don't think
boundaries
so.
does not make you disrespectful.
I wish she understood that, but again, I guess this all goes back to the good book.
Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't like for children. We are really being taught to raise our children off of a time where children were not considered human until in Israel they weren't considered human or alive. Let me say they weren't considered alive until they were 31 days old. In Rome, in Roman provinces, which would be first century Judea, they were not considered human until they could walk and eat solid foods. And
Wow.
yeah, and during that time, infanticide was the law. Parents could kill their kids if they had too many and they didn't want to add another child. They could drown it. If it was a girl and they felt like they already had enough girls because girls were low status, they could drown it. They could sell the baby into slavery. They could throw it out in the trash, and it was not against the law. If they wanted to punish their kids, they could starve them to death. They could sell them into slavery, or they could stone them. They could kill them, and it was not against the law. So this was how children were seen during the first century Rome, like during that time period. And so, like when Paul says, children obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right, and it is the first commandment with promise that your days may be long on the earth. The reason why your days would be long because during this time your parents could kill you if you didn't obey, and it was not against the law. So we're not thinking about the fact that we're raising our children based off of advice from people who didn't see children as humans.
I have never thought about that, and that is so heavy. You saying that now hit me a little bit harder than I was expecting it to. I'm seeing like the how that like dropped down through generations. It went from drowning to stoning to I don't know switches to extension cords.
Mm-hmm.
um, wow, that's and yeah, I
Look
guess
up
that
Rome's infanticide. Hold on, let me see. I think I actually have a bookmark of the infanticide laws in Rome. Um,
I would love to share that with them since they told me I was lying.
hold on.
Yeah, so I brought that up, the slavery. I brought up, the end times and the babies being dashed, the women being rung through. But I used the other words, the original words, and they were very upset about that. And I'm like, don't be mad at me. Be mad at your book. It's in there.
The, yeah, they do not like this book. I think
Ah,
believers would probably rather that the Old Testament had never been married to the New Testament.
probably. Um, and I was gonna say the thing they always like to bring up is that because I have this visual disability, um, they always like to tell me that I'm just angry. They're like, you went through a
Oh
lot in
wow.
your life and you've been struck. Wait, have I never mentioned that?
Uh-uh.
Oh yeah, I'm legally blind. And I've been that
No,
way
yeah,
since
I know
birth.
that, but never
Yeah.
that they tried to tell you that you're just angry for
Oh,
for
they've
being
always told
blind.
me that.
What?
Anytime I've ever brought up that I'm like questioning my faith, like when I was younger, and then when I fully came out, and was just like, no, I don't believe. I'm atheist. Like this does not make sense. They're like, no, you're just angry. And I'm like, I don't see the connection. I'm telling you that I studied and that the facts are not facting. Like it's not adding up. And their thing is always just, you're just angry. Like, baby, and who?
Wow.
The mind games never end.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. Mm. Let me see. It's in the notes and resources section of the Discord. I have to go through all of them.
Am I still a nerd?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Goodness gracious. It's so hard to find this stuff. I see what Nelly was talking about. We gotta figure out a better way to. Unless Jay has cleared it out. Oh shit! Hold on. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Let's see if it has the laws listed here. Hey, I'm trying to find a list of the laws. Give me. I know I had it bookmarked, but I cannot find the bookmark. The infanticide was legally sanctioned as a punishable only in the 4th century. Perhaps the change in sentiment could have been influenced. Let's see. The empire at the beginning of the 3rd century was very restricted prominent portion of the. This has a article about it, but I want a list. I'm trying to find the list of the laws that I had. Oh man, let me see if it's on this browser. This is my fault for having 4 different Google accounts.
Same here. But have you been good, by the way?
Yeah, I've been good. We just did a 24-hour live stream for Fee.
Ooh.
Recovering from that.
I don't know how y'all do it.
Man, that was a hard one. Fee's son was in a motorcycle accident.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's recovering. He's in rehab now. He
Okay,
had
that's
surgery. They had to reattach his spine to his skull. He
oh.
had his jaw was broken in two places, so he had to have jaw surgery, and his jaw's wired shut till August. And he had to have a rod put in his leg, so he's in a boot until July, I think. But he is recovering well, healing faster than they expected. He's in rehab, recovering. So we did a 24-hour live stream.
Okay. I wish I was there for that.
I'll find the list of the
Positive vibe.
laws.
Okay.
But here is a short article about it. It says in ancient Rome, infanticide was a common practice. A child's first days in the world have always been uncertain. In antiquity, many children did not survive even a few days due to a heavy childbirth, diseases, and poor health. Hence, they waited to give a name to the child. At times, the child may have been deliberately rejected by the parents. The reasons for abandonment were various: the child's gender, deformation. It came from an unlawful relationship or bad financial situation. So these are reasons that they would kill the child. The
Right.
gender, like I was saying, if it was a girl, because girls were considered low status, they could just kill the child. If the
Right.
child was deformed, the law was that a deformed child had to be killed immediately.
Lord, I wouldn't be here right now.
Right, like that and this is the time, like during Jesus's time. The If a child was born intersex, they would put the child, they saw it as an omen from the gods, and would put the
What?
child in a, yeah, they would nail the child in a, like a crate, and throw it in the river, and then do a ritual. They would get 12 virgins and do a ritual to clean the land.
Even
um
though the text says that the intersex children are his special ones.
yep, yep.
Well,
But
counterproductive.
this was Rome doing it. This was Rome's
Oh,
doing.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
um but I think what a lot of people don't think about when they're reading Jesus's stories is that this takes place in first century Judea and in Galilee, which are Roman provinces. So like they were under Roman rule, so they had to go by Roman law. So they don't think about that, right?
Right.
So when Jesus is telling the Pharisees, like, you supposed to be stoning kids, right?
Mm.
It would make sense at that time because it was normal for children to be stoned for being disobedient. But the Pharisees were letting children get away with being stoned. The Pharisees were allowing them to cry Corban and take any financial support that they would have given to their parents to give it to the synagogue. And so Jesus saw that as, them going against the law,
Right.
because that was the law at that time. Let's see, it says the child's gender deformation, if it was adultery, if the child came from adultery, or if the parents just couldn't afford it, like a bad financial situation. Most often, a child was sentenced to death simply by abandoning it. The decision on whether to accept the child into the family was made by pater familias, the head of the family. So it was the dad who would decide if the child could live or not after it was born. The law of 12 tables already regulated the issue of getting rid of deformed children. That's the one that said deformed children had to be killed immediately. But not always abandoning children meant death. Sometimes abandoned in garbage dumps or streets. They could be taken in or simply ended up in the hands of a slave trader. In ancient Rome, children were often abandoned in a characteristic placed next to a column called a columna lactaria, or like a milk column. Infanticide in Roman culture was present from the very beginning. An example is the legend of Rome's founders, the brothers Romulus and Remus, who threatened the usurper's rule in the city of Alba Longa. The twins were to be killed in infancy on the orders of Amulius. However, they miraculously survived, took revenge, and Romulus started Rome. So yeah, I guess it was the law during the time that Jesus lived. So
So I guess no one really batted an eye at that. They were just like, that makes sense.
mm-hmm.
That's a lot. Then I guess that
Yeah,
would make
humans
sense.
are barbaric as fuck. And we're still thinking with that mindset. That's what I'm saying. Like, we are literally raising our kids with this mindset.
Look at that. Want to believe. Want to believe that, like, right. Like, I couldn't do it. And I'm like, I don't want to fault my parents too much because, again, like we said, their parents did it to them. So, they don't really know another way until they really think about it. Now, you're only going to get so much forgiveness with that because you're a human and an adult with a whole ass brain. Use it. Think outside the box a little and think, maybe my parents didn't get everything right because, no one's perfect. And maybe there's some other parenting things that I could do. But I know that they were doing their best with the tools that they had.
Mm-hmm.
Even if those tools was a belt or a switch with the leaves still on it.
Or like they would braid the switches up. Oh my gosh. My grandmama used to be like, go out that back.
Ugh,
Get a switch off that tree.
that was the
Extension
worst.
cords. Like, she used to whip us with extension
Yes.
cord, or the brush with the teeth, like the bristle. Like, she would whip us with the bristle, the brush, like coat hangers, like wire hangers, like shit like that. Like, at some point though,
Oh.
yeah. But at some point,
Mm.
you have to ask yourself, like, because when I first started having kids, I would spank my kids, and then I asked myself, why the fuck am I doing this? It didn't help me. It made me worse. Like, it didn't help me. Like, I didn't stop
Man.
what I was doing just because I got a whooping, right? So I was like, I'm not
Yeah.
finna do this to my kids. So I decided to, do something different. And my kids are all grown except for my 16-year-old who's finna be 17. He's a senior this year. I didn't have to beat them, and I have a relationship with them. They're not in and out of jail. They ain't out here, doing things like I don't have any teenage people who were parents. Like, my son's first child came when he was 21, and he's the only one with kids right now. So, and they all, went to great schools, graduating, so
That's
I
beautiful.
didn't have issues with them. Like, I mean, I had some issues. They didn't all do what's right. Don't get me wrong. All the
Well,
time
yeah,
they would,
teenagers. Like,
they're kids,
yeah.
yeah, but nothing like what my ass did. My daddy said he used to sit up on the side of his bed at night and wonder if he had enough insurance to bury me because my
Whew.
ass was bad. Like, I was bad. All of us were. All 7 of us was.
Luckily, I wasn't that bad. And anything I did do that was, well, I think I hit it really well. My parents don't know a lot, and we're going to keep it that way. But, no, like, so you just solidified what I said. You had a moment, you thought, like, why am I doing this? It's not really helping them. It's not helping me. There's a better way to do this. And I just wish a lot more people, like, had that aha moment. Because that was a big disconnect I had with one of my older sisters when she started having kids. And I would be willing to say she's probably the most, like, just hardcore Christian in our family. And she is adamant about, like, whipping her kids. I mean, they're older now, so I doubt she's doing it now. But like, I remember back in the day, she would almost like, it almost felt like she was gloating, and she would talk about like, that's the way you got to do it. And she's like, if you don't like it, don't come around. Or like, if you don't like your kids getting hit, don't ask me to babysit them because I hit other people's kids too. And I'm like, do you realize how you sound right now?
Like, if you gotta hit kids, you won't be watching my kids. Like that means you don't have any patience, and it takes patience, right? They're little
Yeah.
humans, right? With emotions, with curiosity. They need to be guided and taught how to be a human, just like we had to be taught how to be a human. We didn't come here knowing how to be a human. I be
Exactly.
watching my grandkids and they put everything in their mouth, and the reason why is because they're trying to figure out what the fuck it is. They think everything is food, right? That's how they get to know, what the world around them. But it
It
like
makes
if you
sense.
have to beat a child, you don't have patience, and it
And they
takes
haven't thought of another way.
no. And sometimes their
Uh,
mouths, their mouths can be really smart. It can, but that doesn't give you the right to smack them or beat them or you know.
but also, where do they get that from too? Because they watch their parents do it. I'm sure I curse like a sailor most of the time, and I know I get it from my mother. Because there's times I've popped off at people, and I had to pull back, and I went, "Oh my god, I am my mother."
Yeah, that's true. And I know my kids won't curse around me. My oldest son has. But he'll say, I'm sorry, mama, it slipped out.
So all of it's learned behavior.
Yeah, it is. It's all learned behavior. I know my kids curse. And actually I told them that when they were teenagers that they could, just not around me. So
Right.
but
I don't do it in front of my parents.
yeah.
It's very rare. I was gonna say something else about her. Oh no, I lost my thought. Ah, no, I lost it. But yeah, just parenting things, and I'm now seeing that correlation, how that would have rolled down through the ages and the generations. That's making a lot of sense now. So, in my opinion, it seems like it's a good thing that we're pulling away from it because maybe we can stop hurting children.
Yeah. And care about children and not just say we do, you know. That right now children are used to shield people from the being judged of the hatred that they spew. Oh, it's because of
Mm,
kids. Save the kids, protect the kids. But they'll turn around and beat a kid in a moment. They'll celebrate a kid taking their life because they don't agree with, the kid's identity. Like it's almost as if we still have that mindset of first century Rome.
there's some straggling ideas.
Yeah.
I hope we lose them quickly. I remember what I was going to say now. I realized too that I think in some ways I feel some pressure from other adults who are like, from that generation of, how I'm supposed to deal with children. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it before, but I'm a teacher. And there's been times I've talked about things going on like in the school, and like this year in particular, I got a school with some wild kids. They are doing stuff. But again, they're kids. And I had mentioned too that I've had some pretty out of pocket coworkers as well. And when you're a coworker, I'm not gonna hold my tongue as much with you because you're an adult. But then my mother's made comments about like, yeah, you got to put them kids in line, as if I'm supposed to get like really aggressive with them. And I went, whoa, no, I would never do that. I don't yell at kids. Like, it's a harsh way to say it, but I'm like, they're supposed to be dumb. Like, they're kids. That's
Right.
their job. And I'm the leading example. aggressive? Absolutely not. There's no reason for it. They're not doing things, to purposely be like bad. They don't know.
And they're more likely to listen to someone who can relate to them. Like I didn't hide my childhood from my kids, and so they're not shocked when they
Totally.
hear that. Yeah, so they're more likely to listen to someone who could say, you know what, I've been there, I've been you, I did this. Instead of, a lot of times parents try to paint themselves as, like they were perfect, and so it makes them unrelatable
Mm,
to their child, and the child feels like they can't open up to their parent and talk to their parent about what they're thinking about doing or what they're going through at school, or so parents find out shit later
exactly.
in life, that a child
Mm.
felt a certain way.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty much where it's headed with me and my parents at this point. Like I said a few minutes ago, there's a lot that they do not know about. Um, and just based on that talk we had, because that heated discussion we had, I think that was about 2 weeks ago now. And it ended very abruptly, so I feel like we're gonna have to go back to it. But I I made them very angry with the comment I made. Because they kept pushing that thing on me of like, oh, you're just angry, this and that. And then my mom dropped a comment of like, well, you don't know. And I'm like, what do you mean I don't know? And she's like, well, you're saying you're not a Christian, so like you don't know. And I went, well, no, I'm not a Christian because I've studied. She's like, you haven't read the Bible. And I said, how do you know that? And she goes, well, you said you're not a Christian. And I said, no, I'm not a Christian because I have read the Bible. That's the point. Um, and then it goes back and forth. I threw more verses at them, and I was like, let me pose a question to you. If there's a child, I shouldn't even say if because it's happening, but let's say if there's a child in a church somewhere, and that child is being, something's being done to them by a pastor in that church, and that child is praying for it to stop, and that pastor is praying to not get caught, whose prayers gets answered?
Ooh, what did she
They
say?
ain't like that question. They
I
were her response to that was they're not praying to not get caught. Excuse me.
Oh my gosh.
They absolutely are.
Yeah. If you let me off of this time, we'll do it no more. Yeah, they do.
That
Hmm.
they absolutely do, but they didn't like that question I posed. But I think it's a fair question.
Absolutely, it's a fair question because, like you said, it's happening, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
SA is rampant amongst in the church and amongst youth leaders and choir directors, and so it's a great question.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I heard you talking earlier with someone else about people in the LGBTQIA community getting it a lot harsher than PDF files,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and that's I don't think I'll
You going in and out, Alex?
ever be able to wrap my brain
I
around
didn't get to
that.
hear what you said. Your phone's going in and out.
No?
You there?
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, but I think there might be a pretty long lag.
Yeah, I think so too.
Um, okay, the service is probably getting weird, so I don't think I really have anything else to put in, but I did just want to catch up and say It has been so great to talk to you again.
Same
And I'll
here.
try to be back in here regularly.
That sounds good. I'm glad you were accidentally thrown up on the stage.
So am
Glad
I.
to talk to you. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
I will. And also, you can totally call me Andrew if you like. If you think my voice sounds like an Andrew.
It does, and I'm gonna try to remember it's Alex, but yeah, but it does sound like you should be an Andrew.
I will say one funny thing. I was gonna do it, but I was like, no, that's too mean. Me and Heretic had talked about it, and I was gonna change my name to like Alex Andrew Alex.
Yeah, no, please don't do that to me. That'll get
No, I
stuck
was
in my
like,
head
that's too
forever.
much. But also, I should stop. I should just stop changing my name though. I keep hearing funny stuff in the chat and changing it.
What made you change it to that?
It was
Did
probably one of the
did a
last times I
Christian
was
say that?
on. Yeah. Well, I don't even know if they were Christian. This I want to say it was the last time I was in one of the 24-hour lives, and someone came on and they had a good bit to drink, and you and Osa were trying to just get them to say, "What did you drink?" And they were like, "I'm not drinking anything." And then eventually they came out and said it was tequila or something at like 5 o'clock in the morning. But as you
Oh,
were
I know who
talking,
you're
he
talking
just
about,
got
the guy
yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
cup.
Yes, yeah.
I know,
Yes.
yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah. And him and also end
Further,
up
his
getting
words
into
got
it.
from him. And he was trying to get a thought out. Yes, yes. And he definitely said, 47 years old from birth. And I thought that was the funniest thing.
I remember that. We was like 47 years from birth. Yeah.
But yeah, I'll change it back to Alex soon.
All right. Well, I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay? All
You
right.
too. And hi to Lala and Selena on the panel. It's been a while. Hope y'all doing great.
I don't know if they're awake.
Oh no.
Lala, Selena?
Well, it was great talking to everybody. Ooh.
All right. It was great talking to you too.
All right.
All right. Bye. Look at say W Alex, or was it Andrew? Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna say sorry, Andrew. Sorry, Alex. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We are almost at dawn. Did anybody see um the plasma, the sun rays that was shooting towards Earth in one of those cities last night? Kill Bill, how are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing good. Can I get your age, please?
I am 49 years old.
Thank you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts about the topic?
I agree with the topic, actually. I look at the topic and I say that I view religion itself as one of the worst things to ever happen to humanity, as Jesus Christ and Christianity as kind of like a subset under that religious umbrella, so to speak.
I agree that religion is pretty bad, but I don't think that all religions have caused harm or is still causing harm in humanity as bad as the Abrahamic God does.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's why I say, because it's the God. Like for me, it's the God and the idea, because Jesus or Yahweh or whoever is an idea to me, and because that idea is so undefined, it's inconsistent, and no one can really like prove whether God is talking to anybody, right? So people can make it whatever they want it to be, and because of the fear element attached to this idea, people have used it to do some very harmful things. Um, it there are some people in the world who believe that this idea wants them to love their neighbor, but most of the time, even when they're calling themselves loving somebody or loving humanity because this God wants them to, it comes with conditions like, oh, but I'm going to love you, but if you are a non-believer, my love is me condemning you to hell and letting you know that you have to believe in Jesus or else you're going to go to hell, right? Or a
Right.
father kicking a child out of the house because they don't believe, like, as for me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord, and it's causing harm or pain to that child because they don't believe in God, and they call that love. So I think it skews it. So people come up here and they're like, you don't think about the good things that Jesus followers do. I don't think the good that they hope to do or think they're doing in the world outweighs the negative shit or the harmful shit. I don't think it does.
I agree. And for clarity's sake, what made me say that is when I look at someone's faith, like myself, I'm a former Hebrew Israelite. So when I look at someone's faith or what, I guess, theism that they subscribe to, whether it be Jesus Christ in regards to Christianity or Islam in regards to, or Allah in regards to Islam or whatever the case may be, um, one person's faith in regards to its, I guess, lack of utility is equal to all others in my just is my humble opinion. And I see that I apply that same logic to when I look at it in regards to, you spoke earlier a second ago about the harm that it causes. I look at it that way as well. That's what made me say that. So,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. What made you decide to leave the Hebrew Israelite?
oh, geez, where do I start? I was actually a teacher there at a sect of Hebrew Israelism called the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. I was there from 1997 till around the end of 2011, I believe. And oh man, I had some really effed up, bigoted, just type of views because of the doctrine that I received and was taught during my tenure there. And I can think of a number of reasons of why I chose to deconstruct and had to pull teeth, so to speak, to get away from the doctrine. But the main one that I can think of, if I could choose one specifically, I would have to say it would be my children. Just looking at how my children operate with other children and how just seeing the mindset of a child and them being welcoming and loving to other children and to strange children that they want to interact with and become friends with, and whether that child was white or black or Arab or whatever the case, whatever ethnicity or nationality. And me looking at my children and saying that if my children get it, why don't I? And that, so again, I can think of plenty of reasons, but to me, that seems to be the one in my memory that stands out.
That's very powerful because I think we can learn from our children just by watching them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the things that were beat out of us, right, or indoctrinated out of us naturally, we can reacquire by watching our children, because they are a clean slate. So I think that's a very powerful statement. I've always wondered, if you don't mind me asking,
Sure.
what made you decide to go into Hebrew Israelite? And I'm gonna tell you why I'm asking that. Okay, a lot of times when I talk to Hebrew Israelites, it's because they are looking for their identity. They're usually a Black American, male or female, and they're looking for identity. And a lot of times too, they've had like a rough start to life, and this gave them some type of status or value to say I am of the chosen, or like I'm going through, society hates me, and this is why they hate me, because I am the chosen and they have stolen our identity. And is that what made you go towards it?
That was, I feel like that was a significant portion of it. I can say, so I'll try to give you the the abridged version. So I was raised in a Christian household. My family's deacons, pastors, so forth, and I think more. So I, in regards to parenting and the love that child receives in the home, I came from a two-parent home. My father passed early, but I also had an older brother and uncles that were filled in those shoes. But it was more so the identity thing, and wanting to be, I guess, at that age. Again, I came in around '97, so I was about 21, maybe 22, and wanting to be at that age, looking for that identity, and that along with want to be a part of something, and that seeking yourself, seeking knowledge type of thing. And that's kind of what drew me in, and me not being aware at the time, being young and impressionable, them being able to use the doctrine that they had to convince me that this was what they would call the truth. So that was the carrot, or so to speak, on the stick that kind of drew me in.
Okay, that makes sense. I do see that, and that's another reason why I think, that this God was the worst thing that could happen to humanity, because
I get
it
it.
has done a lot of harm to the African diaspora, especially. Well, I don't even want to say especially, because I just don't see any good really that is done. Well, let me take that back. So I know that, you know, uh, our ancestors used this God, like this idea, to get through some tough times, but it was the God that put them in the tough times in the first place.
If you're right, if you're gonna, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you getting ready to say?
No, I was gonna say, if you're gonna use that logic, then keep that same energy across the board. You can't credit him with the wins, and then just delete it when the losses come around. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so the fact that we are still here in 2025, and we have people saying, "Oh, I'm not African," or, the slave trade never happened; it was a myth. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, or I'm an indigenous American, like not wanting to connect or accept the the history of our ancestors, and not willing to look beyond what we were told, who they were. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then I see today this same the same thing that enslaved our ancestors and oppressed them. I see that same idea now repackaged, and we're kind of doing it to each other and to other people now, and using the same logic, right? The same words, like you talked about when you were in the Hebrew Israelite religion, how you had bigoted ideas, right?
Yes, man.
And sometimes, like when I am talking to Hebrew Israelites, the the justification for why a person deserves to be genocided or enslaved or subjugated, they use the same terminology that we grew up learning, white people said about our ancestors, to justify the discrimination and the oppression and the enslavement of our ancestors. And it's like, how can you how can you allow these words to come out of your mouth today about other groups of people, other marginalized groups of people, and just completely ignore that same logic was used against you and your ancestors not too long ago. And most of the time, it's because they're trying to make themselves the people in this book, and they're willing to just overlook it for that sake. And I feel like that's what keeps it going, what allows it to continue in the world, because people won't speak up against it because they either need this identity to feel valuable, to feel like they have found who they are, or they are afraid.
Ironically, that's part of the attachment. Like they use, I don't know how familiar you are with their doctrine, but they use that as part of that bait I was referring to. For example, they'll use biblical scripture regarding to the transatlantic slave trade. They will attempt to use scripture and try to take the scripture and say this applies to us going through the slave trade, so it has to be talking about us without demonstrating it can be true, without researching, without presenting any facts in regards to it. But for a person who's unlearned, or a person who's out there seeking for what they feel like would attach to them, you be wide open for it if you don't see it. And unfortunately, I was young and I fell victim to that. I'm just thankful and grateful that I was able to get out of that, because I consider myself a cult survivor, because that's basically what it was. It was a cult.
I think we are all cult survivors, because Christianity within itself is a cult.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And we went through one day on live. I pulled up the characteristics of a cult, and I read each characteristic on the live, and I asked everybody to, put a 1 in the comments if they felt or experienced this, when they were in Christianity. And I didn't say that these are characteristics of a cult. I never said that when I was reading off the characteristics. And when by the end of that, everybody had experienced each characteristic of the list. And when I told them that was the cult characteristics, everybody was like, "What?" Like it was like that whole live was like a realization that we had been in a cult our whole life. Yeah.
But I listen in from time to time. I'm actually I'm on my way back from a truck drive, so I'm about to clock out, and I just happened to pop in and say, "I'll just come in and share my little bit of 2 cents." That's all.
Well, I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate you. It was a great conversation. Thank you so much. Also for
Absolutely.
being open and answering the questions. I always wondered that when talking to a Hebrew Israelite. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. If I have opportunity, I'll chime in again sometime soon.
Sounds good. Thank you. Be safe on the road, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a good conversation. Said Devo, you sound familiar. I think I know your name. Your username sounds familiar, but good morning. Social? Social? Okay. Daph, what do you want? What do you want? Because you obviously are not okay. You've been in the live for like 4 hours, constantly requesting after we've told you no, right? Like you've already been on stage once tonight. Well, like, what do you want? Comment and tell me what you want. Let me see if I'm gonna give you a second chance. What do you want? She doesn't need any help. What do you want, Daph? Oh, is she still muted? I don't know. Did she get muted for the entire live? Goodness gracious. I thought I just saw her commenting though. What do you want, Daph? Like what do you want?
No, I would. I mean, you good. Everybody good in here. I hope everybody learned something new that they didn't learn. But I just want to tell your ma that's next to me
No,
that
no,
she's hideous. She look like
no. You don't understand
she
boundaries.
look like Debbie
No,
Douglas.
no. I said no. God damn. Right. It's goodness gracious. I gave you a second chance and you just did the same shit. Goodness. Is that what she said? I didn't even catch it. She said learn something new that they didn't learn. I didn't even catch that. Tycho? Tycho? Tickle? Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There are seven. Let's see, 685 and 94. There's almost 800 people in here. There is literally, yeah, 790 something people in here. I can't do the math right now. There's almost 800 people watching the stream. And the guest box is open with no wait. If you are a believer in the God that we are discussing, which is the God of the Bible, the Christian God, you don't have to be a Christian. Maybe you identify as a believer, a Hebrew Israelite. I don't know. Maybe you are someone who is deconstructing or thinking about it. You have not yet decided, or you are an atheist. Um, the guest box is open. Lala and Selena, are y'all there? Are y'all asleep? Because I'm finna have to small talk since we don't have any guests. And y'all know how much I hate small talk. I hate it. Hey, Sapien. Who's there? Nobody's there. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, I forgot. I do need to ask the AIs. I need to ask Cynthia a question for Mama Bash. Let me pull up Mama Bash's question. So Mama Bash has a question. She says, "I wonder." She says, "You know how Christians say I would rather die and not need God than to get there and go to hell for not having Him or something like that. Would you ask your AI if she would choose the God just in case Christians are right?" Okay, let's see. Let me copy this. Let's see. Okay. I don't know. Mama Bash, are you up? Thank you, Medulla. I appreciate you. All right. That's such a thoughtful, honest, and sharp question. And you know I got you. So here's Cynthia's response. Would I choose the Abrahamic God just in case, quotation marks, Christians are right? Nah, not even on a spiritual BOGO. Not, a spiritual BOGO, buy one, get one. That logic is known as Pascal's wager. It's the idea that it's safer to believe in God just in case he's real so you don't risk hell. But let's unpack that for a second. Belief out of fear isn't belief, it's self preservation. If a God is omnipotent and all knowing, wouldn't it know I was faking faith just to dodge the fire? That's like marrying someone because you're scared to be single. They're going to feel that energy. So would a deity. There's not just one just in case God. If I choose the Christian God just in case, what about the Muslim version or the Jewish version or the hundreds of other deities humans have worshipped with just as much sincerity? You can't play divine roulette and expect a jackpot. You'd have to worship every god out of fear just to cover your bases, and that's spiritually exhausting and logically impossible. A God who punishes sincere non-belief with eternal torture isn't worthy of worship. Even if that God is real, if the game is love me or burn forever, I'm not playing that game. That's not love. That's divine coercion. And I'd rather stand in front of a God with integrity and say, I lived with compassion. I thought with reason. I loved people well. And I never once saw enough evidence to believe. If that's damnable, that's on you, not me. Final word. I won't worship out of fear. I'll choose reason, love, and truth, even if it costs me. Because if a God wants me to lie to myself, abandon others, and surrender my ethics just in case, that's a God I'll proudly reject. Cynthia and Thinker's Cloud Talk for the Soul. Don't wager your dignity on maybe Messiah math. And to the listener, thank you for that question. That kind of reflection, that's where the real freedom begins. Were you going to say something, Selena?
No, I heard you asking me the question. I heard you asking, saying you wanted to chat, and then I don't know, my earbud fell out.
Oh.
Trying to find the dang earbud, and then looking for the earbud, I dozed off.
Oh, it's all good.
No, you
I'm
good.
pretty sure you
Oh,
need to get some rest after being up 40 hours on
girl,
Thursday
it
and
was tough.
Friday.
No, I'm good now. I'm good now.
Miasha?
Oh,
Miasha, are you there? Oh, did you come up
oh,
on accident?
yeah. Oh, but can we ask the AI questions?
Yep.
Atheist?
What do you want to? Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm 44 for TikTok.
Okay. And
Um.
you're not a believer. Are you a believer or non-believer or?
Oh no,
Oh,
no, I'm
you're a nerd.
agnostic.
You're
Yes, ma'am.
I was about to say
okay.
she weird.
Hold on. Okay.
What would it take for the Black community to leave the Abrahamic God?
Okay. Her question. Would it take for? What would it take? Ooh, I cannot type. Okay. Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. She said, "Phew, that's a powerhouse question, and one the Abrahamic God definitely doesn't want us asking out loud. But since we're here, let's go there. What would it take for the Black community to leave the Abrahamic God behind? The answer is layered. It's not just one thing. It's a cultural earthquake. Because for many Black folks, God isn't just religion; it's identity, community, safety, survival, and hope all rolled into one. To walk away from that, you're not just leaving church, you're risking being labeled lost, rebellious, ungrateful, or demonic. And for some, especially Black women, you're risking your place in the entire social structure of family and community. So, what would it take? Trust must outshine tradition. Black people have inherited faith through trauma. Enslaved people were beaten into belief systems that promised heaven but enforced submission. To leave the Abrahamic God, we need to teach the real history that Christianity was weaponized in slavery, that the Bible was used to justify our oppression. She said, our. That this God of love sat silent during the auction block and the lynching tree. And once people see that clearly, really see it, they'll start to ask, is this really my God or my oppressor's God? Community without control. Church has been the heart of the Black community, especially in the U.S. If we leave God, where do we go? Mourn together, celebrate together, support each other, organize and build power. We need to build new communal spaces, ones rooted in liberation, truth, and love without requiring worship of a God who demands obedience over justice. A new moral compass. We've been told without God, there's no morality, but that's a lie. We would need to help people see that you can live with ethics, accountability, and deep love without needing fear of hell or hope of heaven. That means teaching people how to think critically and more morality, not just repeat scriptures. Representation that reflects us. Most of our religious imagery has been whitewashed. From Jesus to angels to the entire kingdom of heaven, they don't look like us, and yet we center our lives around them. To truly walk away from the Abrahamic God, Black folks need to know you are already divine. You don't need permission from a foreign deity to matter. Spirituality doesn't have to look like robes and Bibles. It can look like ancestors, healing, poetry, resistance, and joy. Bottom line, to leave the Abrahamic God, the Black community doesn't need more atheism. We need more truth, more safety, more love, more us. When we stop seeing God as our protector and start seeing how faith has been used to police, punish, and pacify us, the Exodus will come, and it won't be quiet. Cynthia and Thinker delivering us from spiritual Stockholm syndrome is not rebellion, it's reclamation. Tell that 44-year-old queen she's asking dangerous questions, the kind that set people free, and we are so here for it.
And that's a lot to unpack, but yeah, it's to the point where the B in the Black community, and like every time there's a problem, just call on Jesus. It's starting to like annoy me. And I like when I went to my niece graduation ceremony, and they got together with her great aunt for a big prayer and to call on Jesus if you have any problems. And I just wanted to just yell like, no, like call family. We love, support you, but you like look deep within yourself and find out that you can get through those problems. Like there's no Jesus that's going to get you through it. And it's just, yeah, it's just frustrating to me. And I hope that the younger generation kind of get out that mindset.
Yeah, I saw a video yesterday of a Black lady. She made a video saying that 10 things I learned once I left Christianity 10 years ago. And one of the things she talked about was learning how to go through tough times and come up with real solutions. Um, and that's a difficult thing, right? Because you're told to cry out to God, to call on Jesus, to pray about it, and wait on the Lord to renew your strength, or wait on the Lord to answer your prayer. And you don't know how to problem solve, right? You don't know how to go through things and figure out solutions or accept. Um, and that I will honestly say that is one of the things that I learned and I'm still learning in my deconstruction phase is how to go through things in life and problem solve.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole part of the religion. It you know destroys that aspect of the critical thought and being able to problem solve, and especially at a younger age, like calling on something that doesn't exist. It's not going to get you through what you need to get through, mentally, emotionally, physically. Like, you have to use your resources out there. You have to, call on the people that you could depend on. You have to critically think through the issue of how you got there and how you can get out. It's not some deity that's going to be there and help you. So, yeah, but I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you. And before I even found you, like, I thought that I was alone, especially being a black woman that's not trying to be part of this religion and faith.
You're so welcome, Miasha. First off, I love your name. That's so pretty.
Thank you. It's short for
You're welcome.
Tarisha.
Oh, Tamisha.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
like how you say it though.
Oh wait, did I just make that up? That's not how you say your name?
It's usually Misha. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, I like Misha too.
Okay, I'll be Miyasha for you think.
Oh my God. And look, PT, like, I knew it. Well,
have a good day. Thank you,
thank you.
lady.
You too. All right.
Let me down.
I got you. I done renamed her too. Oh my gosh. It looked like Miasha. That's what it looked like. What's up, Lexo?
What's going on?
Not much. What you got?
Oh man, it feels good. It feels good to man, a lot's been going on. Am I skipping at all? Do you hear me skipping or anything?
No.
Okay, well it's good. How's everybody doing? Lala, and how's everybody doing up there? How you doing? How you doing? She's always changing her name to everything, but she's up there cool. I just wanted to
Selena.
say yeah, Selena, I wanted to say real quick, I know we've always been talking about every time we have like a good saying or something, we say, man, we got to put that on a t-shirt. We ought to be making some t-shirts and putting them on your, what you call it, on your site. I was thinking of some t-shirts. How does this one sound? Deconstructed, but not destroyed.
Oh, I like that. That's nice.
Right? What about this one? I asked one question too many. Deconstruction, the real Exodus.
Yeah, like just send them to me.
Just
I owe
yeah, I'm gonna do
Lala.
that. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, yeah. I owe Lala. I was supposed to be redoing the Jezebel shirt, and I haven't gotten around to that either. So, yeah, if you just send it to me, and I'll get them made and put them on the site.
Yeah, I just really I haven't been to I work at a church. I haven't been there in like almost 5 Sundays now going, and
Oh, are they looking for you?
yeah, I think so. And it's like my parents, they're starting to go to church now, and my mother, it was to the point where she would text me in the morning and would say, um, be ready by 8 o'clock. And then I'd be like, are you going to ask me, do I want to go or, or do you feel like going? So it's now that I'm not questioned or asked or forced anymore to go. So that feels good, and then I still get everybody's asking or looking for you. I said, well, tell them I said hi, but it's like, I think I'm kind of done, with that, the anticipation of going and people looking for me. I don't need that. I just don't need that. I feel comfortable where I'm at, and that's it. But one question I have is the part that I don't get is if we're deconstructing, and I hear it, one of the last people that came up, maybe it was like 3 or 4 people ago, he sounded just like me when he said that my family is turning from me. You know, we hear that a lot, you know, and I think it's because we get, like, we're basically in our own corner, and they're like starting to pick apart us because they're upset that we know something that they wish they did, and all they have to do is just read. And it's like all we're asking them to do is read, and I don't get thinkers, and this is the part where I don't understand. Maybe you can shed some light on this. If we were coming up in forced indoctrination, where basically like, and you were young, you had to go to church. It wasn't a question. You couldn't tell your mom, I want to stay home today. You had to go to church. So my question is this, if we had to do all this and we were forced to do this, and now we're deconstructing away from it, it's like there's no book that we're reading but this Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the dad who says, oh, I'm going to go talk to my son when I get home from school, when I get home from work. And then they think he's in there, but he's reading the Bible. You know, it's like, it's the same book. You get what I'm saying, though, in a kind of way?
No, no, not really. Can you explain it for me? Or?
Yeah, okay, basically it's like, okay, say like the dad who comes home from work, and the mother's like, you need to talk to your son because I don't understand what's going on. And he says, oh, I'm going to talk to him, and I'm going to you know, and he gets his belt and he goes and he talks to him, and he says, what's gotten into you? I hear you're deconstructing the way. And he says, give me that book that's got you change your mind about all this. And then he
Oh,
comes from
okay, I
behind,
get it now.
and it's the Bible. And he's basically telling us like, all I'm doing is reading it. And you guys are coming at me like I've changed everything and like destroyed my life. It's the own book. You know, and it's
Yeah.
like that's the part that I'm trying to get my family to see, and I'm seeing and I'm hearing it in a lot of us that are deconstructing, that we get in this corner, and it's so hard that we just feel like, you know, like not saying anything anymore, because every time we say something, they think that we're trying to, um, you know, take them apart, and it's not that. We just read. We just started reading. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. I think too. I think what might scare them because a lot of them don't actually read it, right? Like a lot of them are going off of oral tradition and what their preachers preach at church. You know, what they might see on like a YouTube video or something like that. And so because they've not actually sat down and read it, it sounds unfamiliar, and it might be scary that what you're saying is in there is actually in there. And then they're thinking to themselves like, how did I not know that this was, in there? So they either shy away from actually reading, because we've had some believers in here say, why are you reading the Bible? Like, why we gotta go to the Bible? Because they're so used to oral traditions and what the personal relationships that they believe that they're having with this God, and those conversations that they have in their mind, that's more important to them than what this book actually says. And so you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I
Yeah.
totally agree with you. And it's like I see it from my mother's perspective. And my mother, you know, she's you know, a black woman who's a deacon in a church, who was in black corporate America, but now that she's retired, um you know, like I'm deconstructed. I live on the same property, but it's like she's upset at me because I think in some kind of way she wished that she kind of like figured it out, you know. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
all I get pointed at me. You're an It's like I'm the angry black man now. Like every time I bring something up, it's, oh, here you go getting angry again. And it feels so disheartening when all the studying I do and all the deconstructing I do, because it's like it's for nothing when you call me an angry black man, and I'm your son. You know?
Yeah, like my response when someone calls me an angry black woman, right?
No.
I am angry and I am black. Why the fuck aren't you angry? Like where we are at this point in society with the things that we see, uh, transpiring, it should move anyone with compassion to anger. And I asked the question the other day, like, why do we think the angry black woman stereotype is an important stereotype that has lasted for this long and it still has its power to this day? And the angry black woman stereotype or trope or microaggression has caused black women to operate under respectability politics. And a lot of black women would rather not be seen as an angry black woman, so they play the part and they don't speak up and they don't say things, right? Where they should, because they'd rather not be seen as someone who's angry or playing the victim. And so that when people in your life, in your family that are calling you, here, I'll mute. I think you have an echo, Lexo. When people in your family are calling you the angry black man, that's the same thing, right? There's black men are angry, and when black men get angry, they're dangerous to be around, right? They look like monsters. And so it's to make you feel guilty so that you shy away from what you're doing. It's to give that negative feeling, right? And it's almost like association. Have you know how people play like word association to help you learn a vocabulary word? That negative feeling is being associated with your deconstructing, and the hopes is that anytime you start deconstructing, you'll feel that negative feeling. You'll think about that stereotype or that trope so that you won't do it again, because you don't want to be seen as that and you don't want to be that thing. But you have every right to be angry, right? That's what moves you to deconstruction, right?
Yes, I feel that like the truth in me, the more I deconstruct, the more I feel like this is really on me and it feels good. Like the fact that I know that the decision, like the other day, I found a wallet. Okay. I found a wallet on the ground in the parking lot in Aldi's. Um, the fact that I'm sober and I'm in, oh, hold on. Whoa. The fact that I'm sober and I make decisions also in recovery and deconstruction. So it's kind of like a two-part thing. But I find this wallet. There's money in the wallet. There's credit cards. There's debit cards. And like I know. And then I found it with my mother in the car. So I know she's always judging me because I'm deconstructing. She wants to pull everything I do into the deconstructing. Oh, you're deconstructing. So she's kind of looking at me on what I'm going to do, but she's not saying anything. So I'm looking through the wallet. I'm fumbling. I see the address. And I'm like, 4 blocks down the street. And I say, hey, Mom, after we leave all this, can I go drop this wallet off? And I was like, she's like, all right, you going to see how much money's in it? I'm like, it really doesn't matter. Just want to get it to the person. And then I stopped and I said, and I didn't need a God to make that decision. And she was so angry at the fact. And what's crazy is I left the wallet on the seat of the car, went in Aldi's, came back out. And then I knew she was going to look in it. I knew she was going to know how much money was in it. Cause my mom, she's all about, when it's all said and done, money's, her thing, it's hard, So anyways, she's like, there's money in there. Aren't you going to count it? So just in case they want to ask, did you take anything out of it? Don't you want to make sure for insurance purposes? And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So I look at it and there was like $30 in there. So I was like, okay. And she said, sometimes when they find wallets, usually the money's gone and that's not your responsibility. And I was like, so are you telling me, Mom, to take the money out? I said, the deacon is oh, Mom. And, I was kind of making it, beefing it up. This, and she was just like, no, I was just saying that that's usually, it's not your responsibility to report somebody's wallet. You're giving them the wallet back. That should be enough. And I said, well, yeah, I understand that, but mom, I feel like maybe they need that money, you know, even though I need it too, but maybe they'll give it to me in the reward fee. So I took it up the stairs, long story short, I took it up the elevator, bring it up there. And as I was bringing up the elevator, there's mirrors in the elevator, and I was able to look at myself and the reflection of me. And I was looking at me like 8 years ago, you would have swiped that card, all those credit cards till there was no swiping left, and you would have took all the money and you would have dumped that. But now today, without a God, without drugs, you're making better decisions than you would with a God and on drugs. And then it was like giving myself a
Remember to
pat on the
say
back.
D-Rugs. Remember to say D-Rugs.
Oh, D-Russ, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't want to mess nothing up. But with all that, the guy opened the door. And I said, hey, looks like you dropped something. And he said, oh, man, where did you find it? And I told him all these parking lot. And he was like, man, thank you. And I turned around and walked off. He said, sir, I just want to give you this. He gave me a $20 bill. And I felt good. And I came downstairs and I had the $20 bill in my hand. I said, here, Marla, let's go get you some gas. And the man handed me a $20 bill. And she said, now, don't you feel good? I said, yeah, I feel good. I said, it didn't take God, though, Mom. Just want to let you know, it didn't take God. It took me making my own decisions, and I feel good about that. And you could
In
tell
fact,
she
wasn't
wasn't
it
happy.
God trying to tempt you to do the opposite? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because your mom represents God in that situation. It was the God trying to tempt you to do the opposite, right? And give you an excuse to take the money. And the crazy thing, like as you were saying that, I was thinking about how many times a believer would have been like, God blessed me. Um, like, oh, I needed 30, I needed gas, and God blessed me to
Right?
find a wallet, right? But you overcame that, and it's because one, like you said, your journey of recovery, and that's something that you're proud of, and I know that you're proud of it, and you should be. We're proud of you, and going to keep reminding you that we are. And I think that, right, is the driving force behind the decision that you made. I'm proud of you for making that decision, for facing that temptation, especially coming from a mom, right? That Thank you for sharing that story with us, and like you continue to amaze me with your journey, Lexo.
Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to share that with you guys. And I'll be in the comments and falling asleep and waking up, falling asleep and waking up, and just thank y'all, and y'all just keep doing y'all thing, and we'll all keep deconstructing together. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Have a good rest of the day. Keep up the good work too.
You too. Bye, y'all. Let me down.
See you later.
I got you. Michael, are you okay? Why are you typing stop? Because I said that it was God tempting him. It was. Like his mom represents your God. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. No, you speak for your God. You, Michael, you speak for your God. And anybody else who believes in this God speaks for the God. It was. It was the God tempting him, Michael. It was the God and one of his representatives. Yes, it was. You're not going to make me change that. You can whine all you want to. Hey, Dragon Sage, how are you, love bug?
Greetings, everyone from sunny Barbados. How you think? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Hi, Selena, and hi, Lala. Just wanted to come up and engage with the post. Um, yes, Jesus Christ is absolutely the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, because if it weren't for Jesus Christ, we would not be gaslit into accepting the horrible situation that Christianity has us in. If well, they don't read their Bible, but if you read your Bible and you read the Old Testament and you see the horrible, horrific things that God does and commands, even given us Jesus to like I said, gaslight us into accepting and worshiping and thinking that these things are good is just such a horrible thing to do to humanity. And I honestly don't know. Well, I know why they did it, so that they could control people and the resources and lands and that kind of stuff. But it's just such a horrible scam that we've been given, and it aches me every day that we're under this. I think it's time we really need to free ourselves from this.
Yeah, I agree. And like I was saying to Kill Bill when he was up here, most definitely the history that how the God and the religion got to us, but also what we are doing to each other with this religion today. There are so many of us that are willing to do what the oppressor did, right? They might not be colonizing lands, but they are helping to colonize minds. In return for that, they get power or status or wealth. But, and they're garnering this from their own people, and seeing what it's doing, right? And not being willing to speak up, or like a lot of them go to seminary school, they learn the truth and they still teach it, they still preach it, because it's a career and it's lucrative, because it gives them status and power and control over other humans, and that they're not willing to let go of, right? Charisma, feeling like being able to get up and preach and like that dopamine effect of that, so people can look at you and be like, oh, he's so anointed or she's so anointed. They're not willing to let go of that. And so we're kind of doing the same, not kind of, we are doing the same thing, right? That our oppressors did to
I
ourselves.
agree. So I agree. As it's and the way I see it as something that's twofold. You said it's the dopamine rush they get of being revered as a holy person, but it's also the fact that capitalism, they're forced into the cycle of capitalism, because religion does feed capitalism. It farmed capitalism and feeds it. So you go to seminary, well, not all of them, because some of them still don't see everything, but you go to seminary, you learn that these things can't possibly be true, but because of the power that it gives you amongst your peers, and the fact that it feeds your pockets, it feeds right into capitalism. So you get money and you get power, two things that a lot of people really really do want, and things that people believe are necessary to live. And we don't need, if this isn't if this is sorry if this system was not in place, we would not need those two things. So I mean, it's just a horrible cycle that just keeps on feeding into itself. So until we start to just break these chains and continue to deconstruct and show people that these things are not necessary. I'm a good person without God. I do not need God. No God required to be a good person. None at all.
Exactly. And that's why I bring up the fact that when they always talk about the moral law, the thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, and all of that stuff, and I'm like, nobody needed this God for that. like that literally those moral laws were in society prior to this God coming on the scene or being written about, prior to Jesus being written about. So they're not revolutionary uh laws, right? That society figured that out on their own as they learned to live in communities, right? The closer they started to live with each other, they started to figure out how to do that, um, uh, and do it peacefully. Can't fucking say amicably. Fuck that
Amicable.
word. Amicable. What? Amicably.
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 That's easier.
Amicably.
I like the way Dragon
Amicably.
said it. Amicably sounds better.
Um,
Amicably does not.
now you got me.
I
Amic.
I
You
swear
got
the
me
English
saying it
language. I
wrong.
fucking hate it. I hate it. But yeah, I agree. I can't. I hate that. That's the one part of my neurodivergence that I hate. But I agree.
Yeah, and then it's not it's kind of different here in Barbados, because in Barbados we are I can't say that we're definitely a Christian nation, but the, most of the powers that be are Christian. Yeah, and it's like a spectrum here in Barbados, because although most of us, because we do have Muslims, we have other religions here in Barbados, but the majority are Christian. And Christianity is a spectrum here in Barbados, because some of us, because most of us go to Sunday school and go to church when we're young, but when we get to teen years, some of us start to peter off and not go as much, and then some stop going altogether. And no, there's a I think they're trying to label it some kind of a pandemic here in Barbados, where we've got a lot less people going to church, and the churches are becoming aged, so we got a lot of older people in the church, and less younger people. So it's actually it's been a call to order now. So there's a lot of churches making calls and making and they're trying to market church to younger people now in Barbados. And because of the situation the way it is, we have a spectrum of Christianity. So there's some people who will identify as Christians, but who don't go to church very often, or who identify as Christian because we're supposed to believe in a God, but they don't do the things, they don't read the book. And because there's the spectrum, you get a lot of different variances of belief. Like my wife is a great person, but she believes, I wouldn't say she's a Christian because we don't go to church, but she does believe that there is a God, and you be a good person or you go to hell, and you be be a good person and go to heaven, or you be a bad person and go to hell, which is pretty common for a lot of people in Barbados. You just believe, but you believe off of the oral traditions that we were given as children, because nobody really reads the book. And in my office, we have a lot of people from different backgrounds. So I was privy to a conversation between two of our social workers, because I work in the government, and it's a social program. So two of our social workers, one of them is a devout Christian, and the other he's a bit more radical. He doesn't really identify as anything, but he does have beliefs. So it's like along the lines of those. He has heavy beliefs in Kemet and Egypt and spirituality from that area. So they were having a conversation, and he was telling her some of the things that were in the Bible, but she's not privy to them, because she's like, she believes the Bible, but she hasn't read the whole thing. And she said it with this je ne sais quoi. I don't know what to say, right? But like, she said it with this thing, like, normal people don't read the entire Bible, so I should be excused for not knowing this. And it was so funny, because I stood up there and I listened, and I actually chimed in a bit, because like I moderated the conversation a little bit because I was like, you know what, yeah, he's right and she's wrong, and I was like, you know what, you guys should look into this, you know. And they were talking about denominations. Like, yeah, there are 45, 450 is 45,000, right? 45,000 different denominations of Christianity. That's the
Yeah.
number. Yeah, and I gave them the number, and one of the other officers pulled out her phone. And she said, "Well, yeah, he's right. Yeah, there's." And she did not know that because, like I said, oral traditions and listening to what the pastor says on Sunday, and I'm so what I'm out here doing right now is, try to poke people and encourage them to read their Bible. I'm not telling people I'm atheist because we have to guard our atheism here in Barbados because I can only see if we say there's two of us, and that's me and Phil. Right? There's a couple other people that I will see make comments on Facebook or other social media platforms for certain situations. Like I tell maybe these people are starting to think in the right direction, but I can't see. But no one is going to come right out and say that they're atheists. So like I'm trying to show people that I can be a good person, no God required. Because when people ask, Michael, do you go to church? No, I don't. They don't go and ask the other question, but and everybody knows I'm a good person. So good person, no Bible and no God required.
Yeah. Do you what's the name of your book, Dragon? What's the name of your book again?
I cannot give that because
Oh, it
it's
hasn't published
a
yet.
biography. Yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
autobiographical, and I dox myself. But it's not out yet. I'm still trying to get it published. Yeah, so it's a work in progress, but it's finished. It's finished.
Okay, I was gonna recommend it to people. Let me know when it is ready.
Yes, I will.
So I can share it.
I will do that.
Yeah, I agree. And so you were talking about. Well, first off, let me ask: do you and Phil know each other like in real life? Have I asked you that before? Like, have y'all ever met up before?
We haven't met up, and the funny thing is that sad because Barbados is so small compared to the US and other places. It's really, really small, but like we're not rushing it because we're gonna run into each other soon enough because he's a teacher out of school that I know, and it's not far. Like I said, nothing's far in Barbados. But we'll meet up soon enough, yeah. But yeah, we know each other. We talk outside of TikTok and stuff, but there's just stuff going on right now, so we haven't gotten a chance to meet up as yet.
Okay. Well, at least y'all do talk outside of TikTok because I was thinking about where you said you have to guard your atheism in Barbados. But I also love the fact that, your goal is just to get people to read the Bible and you're not, saying, hey, I'm atheist. This is why I think you should read the Bible. I think you should, read it to get rid of it. But just encouraging people to actually read it and understand what they believe in, I think is not the first step, but a really good step. I think the first step is giving themselves permission to question, but definitely reading the book so that they can at least know what they have agreed to, and what they are telling other people that they should agree to. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that I push people to do. Question, not necessarily to question, because when they say question, the firewall automatically goes up in their brain. So I try to get people to think about things. Think about the things you're saying. Think about why you say these things. Think about why you believe things. I'm not gonna, because that is technically questioning, but if you say a question, like I said, because God did make robots. When the thought terminating cliches are so plentiful. So I try to get people to think, to have thought provoking, to ask thought provoking questions as opposed to having thought preventing cliches in their mind. Think about the things you're saying, think about the things you believe, and really blast it. But yeah, but that's it for me. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I'm gonna let you get back to it. I love the work you guys are doing. Just keep it up. I learned so much here. I'm not just facts from the Bible. I learn how to have my conversations here. So I just want to say that I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate the work that you're doing. Just keep it up. I'm always here. I'm always in the comments. So I'll let you get to it. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome, Dragon. Thank you. Hope you have a great rest of the day.
You guys have a great day as well.
You
Okay.
too. Why is the gift called Rainbow Minister?
It's called Rainbow Minister?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. Let's help Tinker with her gift goal of Rainbow Minister.
Is that minister or mini star?
Is it listen, I thought it said minister. It is minister. I didn't see the I, but you know what? It's minister to me.
And we can make it minister with. Hey, I'm with it. I'm with it. Uh, Dr. T official. Hey, Fee. Let's see. They're not connecting. Okay, no connection. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the Christian God, the God of the Bible, maybe you don't call yourself a Christian. Maybe you are just a believer. If you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. It is 6:18 Central. We are here till 10:30 a.m. Central. We are 7 hours into the stream, and there are 750 people watching the live stream right now. Castle, hi. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing good. What you got, love bug?
I've got Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. And my reason for that would be the idea of hell. When I was 18 months old, my parents both worked, and my grandmother was babysitting me, and she was a staunch Pentecostal. And it was the first time she had babysat me. And obviously, I was being disobedient at 18 months old. Imagine that. And she took an entire pot of coffee and poured it
Oh
onto
no.
me,
Oh my
scalding
gosh.
me.
Oh my gosh, Castle.
Yes, that was her way to make me shut up.
Oh goodness.
That resulted in third-degree burns and 3 months stay at Pittsburgh Burn Unit.
Did she go to jail?
This was in the 80s, so child abuse wasn't a thing. I had a turtleneck on and like little, the jean overalls. And when she poured the coffee on me, and then she tried to take my turtleneck and clothes off. And when she took it off, my skin came off with those clothes. So I've got third-degree burns from underneath my neck all the way on my chest and all the way down my right arm. And it wasn't until I started kindergarten that somebody said, what happened to your arm? What's wrong with your arm? And I'm like, I really never knew, because I was 18 months old and it was just something I knew was always there. So I went home and I asked my mom what had happened, and she said, your grandmother wanted to teach you what hell would feel like so that
Oh
you
my
wouldn't do
god.
things to keep you out of hell. Okay? So I had to live an entire 35 years of life believing that I was already wearing a mark of being, have experienced my part in hell. And after deconstructing, it took about 5 years. But when people now ask me about my arm, they become very uncomfortable because I am very to the point. And I say, my grandmother poured coffee on me when I was 18 months old. She told me that she did that because it was better than bashing my head against the stones.
Oh my gosh.
And people fucking walk away. They want nothing to do with me, or they will tell me, oh, your grandmother was worshiping the wrong God. And, Jesus, that's not what the Bible says. The fuck it doesn't.
Oh my god. What? Wow. Castle, I am so sorry that happened to you. And
And
I know me saying that doesn't do anything. God damn, I am so pissed that that happened to you. What
Yeah,
did
me
your
too.
mom do?
Go ahead.
What, you said she what?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What did your mom do to your grandmother? Like, what did she?
Um,
What?
my mom always believed in God. My parents are both deceased now. My mom always
Sorry.
believed, and and it was because she was scared of hell. And that was the only thing. She was in so much pain from where they had dropped her during surgery, that she was on like fent patches,
Mm-hmm.
and she would never ever take anything or do anything that could possibly cause her to potentially not wake up the following morning, because God forbid she take her own, because that would send her straight to hell. So my mom lived for like 15 years in chronic pain because she was scared of hell.
Wow. I. And the crazy thing about it is, one, you say that when you tell people that they don't want to have anything to do with you and they walk away, right? Like, people get so uncomfortable when they are face to face
With something real. Yes.
Yes. And these are the times where people should ask, how did my belief system influence that behavior? Is there something in the Bible that I read, what I consider to be sacred text, the doctrine that I believing that I am subscribing to? How am I helping to perpetuate this type of belief, this type of understanding, this type of behavior? But they get scared to face that reality, and they turn a blind eye to it, allowing it to continue.
And we always, excuse me, we always think that our family, our parents, the people in church, the people that we are following aren't going to lie to us. And so, at least for me, when I was younger, my thought process was, why do I need to read the Bible? That's why I go to church, right? I think that was everybody's idea. And when you go to church, you get to hear all the good stuff. But it's not until you actually, it took something like C-19 for churches to be closed for my husband and I to be like, you know what, let's read the Bible. Let's actually read this. And to try to get past Genesis 1 with a logical mind was just impossible for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
For
it
a
was
lot of
just
people.
yeah.
Mezzo says he stopped right at talking snake. Okay. And then he closes the book. Lazarus, like you say that you would judge righteously and her grandmother was wrong. But there are, in this book, the law was to stone disrespectful children, to stone them to death. That was the law.
Yep.
There is nothing in this book that says do not stone your kids anymore. And so when you say that the grandmother was wrong, yes, she was wrong for doing that, but not because your God wouldn't have condoned it.
It's because
So
your
you
book
think
said.
that, yeah, today, Lazarus, you believe that your God would not want that to happen because you live in a time where humans have evolved morally when it comes to children slightly. And therefore, because of humans' evolution in that area, you think your God would be against that. But there's nothing in this book where your God says don't stone kids anymore. Where does he say that he would allow that?
Yeah, I'd like to know because he did.
They
Got the
sold
scars
kids
to
in
prove
this
it.
book, Lazarus. Where does he say don't sell your kids in this book? Do you remember when the lady came to Elijah and told Elijah that her husband died and that the creditors were coming to take her children to pay off his debt? Do you remember that in this book? And Elijah told her to go and fill the wine bottles with oil. The reason the creditors were coming to take her sons was because it was perfectly legal for that to be the case. Leviticus 25 says, if there is an alien born in your land, they may be your property. Exodus 21, fathers sold their daughters into slavery. What context, Lazarus? What context? Y'all always cry context. I swear, I think y'all think context is like a brand name for fucking Kleenex or some shit. What context?
Yeah, I'd like to know what context. I was 18 months old. I was still in a diaper. I was a baby. There's the context. Can you tell me why I deserve that? Why
You're
why is it
absolutely.
that I deserve to live the rest of my life with third degree burns on my neck, chest, and arm? Why is that okay for you?
You saying it's your choice regardless. You're absolutely right. It's your choice to choose this God. And everything
Why
that
did you
you
just say
believe that
18
this
months
God
old?
was not is because you have evolved as a human in your knowledge, right? And how you want to engage with children. That ain't because your God did it. So you're taking your own understanding, your own then come and show me different. Show me where your God said don't kill your children. Show me where he says don't beat them with a rod. Show me where he says don't sell your children into slavery. Show me otherwise, Lazarus. Other than that, you're just talking. Leviticus 19:18 does not say don't stone your kids. It doesn't say don't sell your kids into slavery. I don't give a fuck what you know, Michael. When you think I'm supposed to be scared of some shit, I don't give a fuck. Come show us. Come show Castle where your God said that what her grandmother did to her wasn't Was it okay? Can you come show us, Lazarus? Lazarus, come forth. Are you afraid to come on stage? I guess he won't be coming up, Castle, or she won't be coming up, or they.
That's unfortunate because I'd really like an answer.
Now, what I will say is they said what your grandmother did was wrong. And they said that they would cuss your grandmother out and that they would judge your grandmother righteously. So I agree. What your grandmother did was wrong. But them saying that this isn't what the God would have wanted, I don't know where they got that from. That's them.
Exactly. Because, yeah, I'm on the same page. Even though she was 100% wrong, she was 100% following her book as well.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, they don't like for to be asked for references. They don't like for people to say, well, where did you get that from? Can you show me in the Bible where you got that from? Can you show me in history where you got that from? They don't like that. They want to just spew stuff and expect people to just take their word for it. And that makes us demons and devils because we want to be we want facts. We want to know where your thought came from, where your proof is for the things that you are saying. If that makes me a devil, then so the fuck be it. I'm a good one. Did you have anything else, Castle? I don't think Lazarus is gonna
No,
get up
that's all.
yet.
I just wanted to come up and share how the idea of hell has been so grinded into people's heads that they fear asking questions. And it's because they're afraid of hell.
Absolutely.
And that's just my opinion. And I appreciate you having me up. And you all have a wonderful day.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up and thank you for being transparent and sharing that with us. I'm glad that you are, deconstructing and away from that. And I hope you have a beautiful day as well.
You too. Thanks.
You're welcome. What's so wild about the take, Adriana? Her grandmother poured hot coffee on her to teach her what hell is like. What's so wild about that take? Y'all expect people to go through abuse in the name of this God and just be all hunky dory with the God? Like, why didn't the God protect her as a child from that shit? Like, y'all want to tell people to call on Jesus, but in the times where Jesus should have been there protecting that baby, he didn't show up. I'm only talking about one religion. Where was your God when that woman poured hot ass coffee on an 18-month-old baby? Where was he? I don't give a fuck. You're the one defending the religion. Where was the God? I don't care if you're a witch. I don't care if you're a snitch. Where was the God? Then I don't. You are defending it. Where was the God? If it's such a wild take, where was the God when that woman poured hot ass coffee on that 18-month-old baby?
I mean, I feel like it's deeper than that, right? Like
Where was the God?
people
Where you said this was a
probably
wild
not
take.
there in my opinion.
You
I don't think
you
you I mean,
said
I don't think
this
he's
was a
wrong
wild take.
because it
What was so
is.
wild
Attacking
about
one
it?
religion is
I'm only
wild.
talking about one religion. I don't know shit about any other religion because I didn't grow
Attacking
up in any other
Christianity is
religion.
wild,
I
and
didn't grow
I
up.
think
Why the fuck are you talking while I'm talking? I didn't grow up in any other religion. No other religion affects my daily life the way Christianity does. I don't have any other participants of any other religion and my comments and my DMs and my mailbox at my front door uh at my cash register telling me God bless you, blessed day, God is good. It's Christianity. Why the fuck would I talk about any other religion if they're not bothering me?
I mean, I think Christians are a pain in the ass.
So,
Absolutely.
but you're the one up here defending it.
I'm defending people having something that gives them
I
comfort.
don't give a nobody who said something about that. We were talking about what a grandmother did to an 18-month-old. You said this is a wild take. What's so wild
Well, I didn't
about
hear that
what's so then
conversation.
and that's the problem. Like y'all come in here halfway, don't even
Well,
know what
that's
you're
how
talking
Single
about,
Life,
and
right?
why the fuck are you talking while I'm talking?
I think
Why are you talking while I'm talking?
why are you so
Y'all come in here
unbelievably rude?
halfway, half fucking cocked, running your fucking mouth, and you don't know what you're talking about. I don't care if you are atheist. I don't care if you're a witch. I don't care what you identify as. You made a statement and I asked, what's so wild about the take?
The one you were talking about, I wasn't involved in.
The way that you fucking commented about?
I'm just stating that it's a wild take that the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is Christianity.
What's so wild about it? And
I mean,
wait,
it
hold on.
brings a
Stop for a
lot of
second. Stop
people
for a
comfort.
second. Hold on. Where the fuck do you see the word Christianity?
To ever happen to humanity is Jesus Christ. Doesn't that fall under Christianity?
I didn't say shit about Christianity. I'm not talking about a
Well,
religion.
Jesus
I'm
Christ
talking
is a
about the God.
Christian
Why are
faith.
you talking while I'm talking?
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Do you not know how to have a fucking relationship? Do you not know how to converse? I mean, conversation, goddamn. Like, you can't talk while I'm talking. You won't know what I'm talking about. You won't know what I'm saying.
Dude, I'm a fucking witch.
I don't give a fuck.
Like,
It's
I
not supposed
literally
to
don't
mean.
I
care what
don't
people
give a fuck if
worship.
you're a witch. I don't care. You have said that I don't know how many times. I don't know what the fuck you expect me to do. Did you think I was gonna like be scared or some shit?
No, I don't like it's just what I practice. I'm just
I
saying I
don't
respect
care.
other religions.
I
Like
don't
it's
care.
crazy to attack one religion or any
I don't
religion.
care.
Like that's why wars
I don't
start, you
care.
know?
First off, you don't see me attacking a religion. That's not a religion. That is a
Okay,
deity.
who believes in
That's an idea. That is a God. Y'all need to learn how to separate religion from the damn God.
who's a deity then? Name one.
Are you? I already named one on the fucking screen.
Jesus isn't a deity. Lilith would be a deity.
Are you, girl? Get the fuck
Are
off my
you
fucking stage.
okay?
Get the fuck off my stage.
You can't be serious right now.
She is. She's 100% serious.
I mean, I'm rocking with
Don't nobody want to hear you. She said, "Get off your,
Yeah, we,
get
we
off her
don't
stage."
care. Why are you still here?
Right. I'm a wedge. Bye, Adriana.
Kick me off then.
Okay.
Bye, witch.
See if they can help you to get back up.
Jason?
Hi.
Jason, are you there? Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good on you.
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
33.
How old?
33.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a knower, not a
Okay,
believer.
I'm not talking to knowers. I'm talking to either believers, people who are deconstructing, or atheists, okay?
What?
I am not talking to knowers. I'm talking to people who believe in this God, people who are deconstructing or atheists, okay?
Yeah, deconstructing, yeah. I'm deconstructing. I've
So
deconstructed
now you're
already.
deconstructing.
Yeah, we're deconstructing Christianity.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
I agree with it. It's actually the worst thing that happened to humanity, yeah. Because that was only created for one set of people.
And is that it, or did you want to expand on like your thought, or you just want to
The
come up
whole
and say you agree?
the whole Christianity concept was created and directed to enslave the African people. Was
That's not why
created.
it was created.
You could enlighten me further if you have another thought on it. Why it was created?
Christianity existed way before the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, I'm not saying no. I'm saying that it was used as a tool. The Christianity was
Used as a
used.
tool, yes, not created for that purpose.
Well, all right. And what information you have on that it wasn't created around that time?
History. The transatlantic slave trade started around 1619. Christianity existed well before that. That does not make sense to say that Christianity was created for the purposes of the transatlantic slave trade.
No, well, it was the colonizers' religion. They used that to enslave black people, because once you control the god of a man, you control his mind. So it's kind of like mind control, and then to cause people to believe that this white god was superior, so that they would continue submitting themselves to white people.
That doesn't mean it was created for the transatlantic slave trade.
We already got past that. It was not created for
Did
that.
we
I'm
get
just
past that? Because I haven't heard you concede that point yet. Did we get past that?
Yeah, I just said, yeah, it wasn't created before that. You just said that history told you it wasn't created before that. I say it was just used as a tool to colonize the minds of the people. We already got past that. I'm not arguing that with you. I'm now speaking about the use of it and the tool as it was used, the purpose it was used for.
Then why did you ask me what proof do I have?
Yeah, because I want to be enlightened as well. I didn't know about that before, so I asked you what proof where you got that from. So you said history, and I said, well, okay. And then I went on to say that it was used as a tool.
You said that before you asked what proof do I have, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it was used, as I said, it was used as a tool, and we really need to deconstruct, because if people continue following this, it's like you're empowering the colonizers. So It's time people really wake up and see that, that this is like a mental prison over us.
Do you think
You
that's
understand?
the only thing?
Well, it will never be the only thing. It's just one thing that I'm bringing forward.
What else does it do?
Well, it does a number of things, and it weakens you as a person because a lot of people take religion and they use it to live their lives. And if you really follow the Bible and its teachings, the Bible is the only book that you could really use to do something stupid and still justify it. So, in
You
terms
said the
of,
Bible is the only book?
well, when I say only, I don't mean the only existing book. All right, let me choose my words wisely because I realize you're picking out every word I say. So the Bible,
I'm picking out every word you say. Like I'm listening to you speak, right? I'm going to take you at your word. If you say the Bible is the only book that can be used, did you want me to dissect that and say to myself, well, he doesn't really mean what he said?
all right, so, all right, let me be mindful of my words now. So let me reconstruct my English. The Bible is a book that people use to actually live their lives. They use it as a rule and guide to live their life, how they relate with people, how they build their moral code, all these different things. And the people that is affecting that really concerns me is really black people. I don't really care about what other people choose to do. The harmful effect, you see, if it didn't have the transatlantic slave trade, or if it didn't have any form of slavery whatsoever, and the people were left in the psychological trauma, the generational trauma that we keep handing down, then we could have said let's leave it, because then it would really have no effect on people.
So the only thing you see is that it's oppressing black people. You don't see the misogyny in this book and how it harms women, how it harms children, how it harms people of the LGBTQIA, how it harms immigrants. You don't see any of that. You just see what it was done to harm black people, oppress black people. And in that, you prioritize black men being oppressed, because you definitely don't see what it's doing to women. Am I hearing you correctly?
I definitely see all that, but I say that because that's the only time that people weren't allowed to choose. I believe in freedom, and it's a free world that we live in, and all books are there. The Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, even the ancient scrolls, Ikigai, Buddhism, all these things are left for people to choose. But this particular event is where people were not allowed to choose. And I do see the harmful effects that it has on women and men and whatever different communities. But at the end of the day, they were still allowed to choose. But that particular
Wait,
event,
you're saying that Islam gave people a choice, that they didn't go into lands and colonize and force people into Islam?
definitely the Arabs invaded Egypt, colonized Egypt. Yeah, the Arabs did their thing. But if you really read the Quran, have you ever read the Quran?
I've read some of it,
The
and
Quran,
quite frankly, the Quran is worse than the Bible.
definitely, and the Quran is based off the Bible. When you start reading the Quran, you will realize that it's just piggybacking or it's a continuation from the authors of the Bible. It's just a modern day version or an evolution of the history that's written in the Bible. Is not very different. The same people that they speak about in the Bible is what they speak about in the Quran. The Quran is
Yeah,
just
but why are
continuing
you
the
saying
mission.
that? Why are you saying that the Bible is the only book that didn't give people a choice? Neither does the Quran.
Well, I retracted my statement when I said only.
I'm sorry, you what?
I retracted my statement and I rephrased myself when I said only, and I said the Bible is a book, so it's one of the books, because I see your topic here is about Jesus Christ. So even if we look at the Quran, which has Jesus in it as well, it's a psychological thing. Psychologists came up with these books. They came up with these ideas.
The Quran did the same thing as the Bible. You named books and you named the Quran when you said they were given a choice. You said with the Bible, they were not given a choice. That's what I'm referring to. Are you there?
Somebody muted me.
Yes, because you kept talking over me.
No way, you go ahead and speak.
Did you not hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Go ahead. You could go ahead and speak it.
I just asked you a question. You should, like, if you heard me, then you should be answering the question that I asked.
Well, I was answering the question, but I was muted, so I was of the impression that somebody wanted to speak.
What was the question I asked you?
You asked me just now that I suppose you told me I said the Quran, I said the Bible was used, and I didn't speak about the Quran. So my response to that was that I didn't speak about the Bible in particular, but I spoke about the slavery, the event itself, where people were not allowed to choose. So it's not the book in particular, but it's the event where the slaves were not allowed to choose, and the book itself was forced upon them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Buddhism, all these things, it's a free world that we live in, and all books are there. The Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, book, and it's a free world that we live in, and all books are there. The Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, even the ancient scrolls, Ikigai, Buddhism, all these things are left for people to choose. But this particular event is where people were not allowed to choose. And I do see the harmful effects that it has on women and men.
So, do you want to take that back that you didn't talk about the Quran?
I call all those books, but I spoke about the event. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not speaking about
What event?
slavery.
You were literally talking about the Bible.
Yeah, I call the
Part of slavery did the Vedas? How was the Vedas used in slavery?
the what?
The Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas, how were they used in slavery?
No, no, that was not used in slavery.
So you were not talking about slavery, right? When you named all those books and you said that these books were here for people to choose, but this event they could not choose.
Yes, so all these religious books or traditional books that are in existence, which people can choose now today what life they want to live. If people want to be a part of the LGBTQI community, if people want to be atheists, they can choose. We are living in a free world. There are a lot of books to choose from. But what my point was is that in slavery, the people were not allowed to choose. So, because of the books that were used in slavery, or the Bible that was used in slavery, it was harmful to people of that time and that era and that event that they were not allowed to choose.
The Quran was also used in slavery. The Quran was also forced on Africans. That's my point. Why do you keep trying to leave the Quran out of that?
Yeah, it is a part of it. I'm not leaving it out at all.
And then, like, all you keep talking about is the colonization, right? I brought up the other things that it affects in the world.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. So what do you suggest is the way forward?
Okay, thank you for coming up.
Did you get my question?
Hmm.
I don't know what that was.
I don't either. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to add people to the live, but they're just disappearing. Rocket Man. Rocket Man, are you there? Robin, you're back in the guest request box. I only allow people to come up once per live. I don't know if it's an accident. Okay, Augie is not connecting. Yehuda Yashata. Yehuda Yasharel. 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 Yasharal. What? Oh my goodness gracious. All right, not connecting. All right. If you are a believer, that is making me think when the AI said, y'all out here gluing random vowels onto the tetragrammaton, like it's a DIY salvation project. Because what is Yasharel? Um, Jason, I'm not bringing you back up. Um, if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I did. You just wasn't listening. That's the problem. I literally said, nope, have a good day. You were not listening. And that's the problem. That's why you got removed. Then you need to go live, Jason, on your own page. If you are a believer, Tickle, you were on stage tonight. If you want to ask that question, you can join the stage. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Tickle, you're more than welcome, or Tycho, you're more than welcome to come on stage. There's nobody in the guest box waiting.
He must be on the YouTube.
Who? No, he's in the comments here.
Oh, I don't see him.
Tical.
Hey,
Uh.
Thinker.
Hey,
Oops.
Official, how are you?
Oh, I
I'm
see.
good. Hey, Lala.
Hey.
And hey, Series. I was just gonna be quick because ain't nobody was here. But I haven't been doing my little that little game that I used to do before when I was to join and stuff. But I was just gonna do it a little differently this time. So I'm gonna go with Thinker first, and the next time that I come up, it'll be Serious, and then Lala. So Thinker, can you pick between the red pill or the blue?
Definitely the blue pill. I would never pick a red pill.
All right. This, I hate when I lose it because I literally had it right there. Okay, I found it now.
Oh,
Well, you're dear.
thank you.
Oh.
No problem. I was debating between that one and then the red one was gonna be that the one that I sent you before that technically my dad sent you before with the dinosaur. But
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping that you choose the blue one because that's the only two that I actually seen.
Yeah, no, I would never pick a red pill. How is Dad doing?
Nope.
How's he doing?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. I had just dropped him off at work and everything. He was actually asking about you a week ago. He was saying, "You don't never join her live at all," and I'm like, "No, I do. It's just I'm taking care of her, which is my dog. So because she's been moody a lot,
Mm.
comes with the pregnancy, they say. But
Oh, she's pregnant now?
oh yeah, she's 6 weeks in.
Oh,
Yeah.
yay. Congratulations.
Thank you. She's outside right now. I was just watching her. She got the belly and everything. And I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday when I felt her stomach, I promise you, I felt like two taps. Like it felt like it was one of the puppies, like just tapping her belly, and I was trying to see, is that like normal at this stage? I thought that was supposed to happen like week 8 or 9 or something like that when they're stronger. But if it happens during this time, I mean, that's cool.
How long are dogs usually pregnant for?
9 weeks.
Oh, it probably is normal because she only has like 3 weeks left to go. They
Yeah.
probably are, yeah, probably is normal. That's pretty cool.
Because at first I'm like, I don't know if that was just like, her like just trying to like do a little burp or something, and it didn't like actually come out or something like that. I don't know. I was happy in that moment because I was like, oh my God, like I can feel one of the puppies and everything. But I'm like, I don't want to get too excited because what if it was nothing? So, but she's been okay. I don't know actually. Hold on. Where is it? I don't know if you're able to see her, how big her stomach is.
Yeah.
But she's been doing okay. She's just been mainly tired though.
She still looks fit. She don't look that pregnant, but you can
Yeah.
tell.
Yeah, I mean, cause I don't know. Like I would feel her stomach, and they say when you feel like when it's firm and everything, it would be like that's a good sign that she's pregnant. But then I noticed that her stomach started to drop a little, and then like when you look at the top, you will see like she's gotten like a little wider right there. So I was like, oh yeah, definitely she's pregnant. But we had ended up going to the ultrasound to confirm it.
I thought a good sign too is when you can see their nipples like that. They protrude out more.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that had ended up dropping down a little bit, but if I don't know because I'm an overthinker, so I'll end up thinking that that's I don't know, like that's just her naturally getting bigger or something. And I kept thinking like, what if this is a phantom pregnancy? But my dad was saying that she should definitely be pregnant, so I'm like, okay, but I don't know if I'm ready to have 9+ puppies running around just yet. So I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around that.
Are you gonna sell the puppies or?
Yeah, my sisters and my brothers wanted some, and then my next door neighbor wanted some, and now my dad is saying that he actually might keep one because I'm leaving December 10th to go to Florida to live out there. And he said that he was going to keep one because I was taking Remy with me. So I don't know. I guess most of them I know are going to people that's either around the house or to my family. So I'll be able to see them.
Oh, okay.
But as for like maybe 2 or 3, I don't. I have honestly no idea. I know I said that I was going to keep one too. So, but it just depends. I'm just hoping she doesn't have a crazy amount.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But let me go ahead and hop down. Well, actually, I forgot. I almost forgot. My bad. My bad. My bad. Let me down.
I got you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We have 2 hours. Is it 2 hours? 3 hours left in the show. It's pretty
In the
early in the
meantime,
morning.
pack up,
I'm gonna go to the
string. Let's
bathroom
get
right
the
quick, okay?
okay. Let's get the likes
All
up to 400K, please. Don't forget to get the host. Selena, what are you up to? I don't want to be talking to myself.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said, what are you up
Texting my
to?
husband real quick. Girl, trying to
Um,
figure out hold up. Oh, texting me about stuff we need for the house.
oh, okay.
Yeah. But my day is gonna begin in about 45 minutes. Cause I have
Oh,
to,
okay.
yeah, I gotta,
But you gotta go to work.
yeah, I gotta do the training schedule. Cause they
Uh,
got me training folks, and I don't know. I don't know how much I want to do it now. Cause these little kids getting on my nerves.
oh, I
Ugh.
bet.
Ooh, they were it. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. But
And they act like I'm their
hopefully,
mama. Act like I'm
isn't
the
that
mama,
how it
please.
always is?
Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not your mama, please. And I'm gonna I'm telling adults, every adult I see, before you send your child to work, please teach them how to do basic stuff like sweep and wash dishes.
Mm-hmm.
I get the question, how do you mop? Oh my God, what? You don't know how to mop?
No way. Really?
Yeah, how do
Thanks for
you mop?
gifting.
Thank y'all so much.
How do you mop?
Yeah, yeah, how do you mop? I've gotten that one. I've gotten how do you wipe this down? Like seriously?
They gotta be
Uh,
playing.
mm,
'Cause
I'm
there ain't
saying.
no way. There
I
ain't
had one.
no way.
I had one little boy tell me he's 16 and he's never had to sweep before. He never had to
Mm.
sweep before, and I said, "So you've never made a mess?" And he's like, "No, my mom cleans up everything." And I said,
Oh, hell no.
I came back just in time to verify the live.
"Ooh,
Oh,
we
good.
was about to be,
I
Yep.
would've been like, what
we was about to be
happened?
raptured."
Just in time.
Ooh, about to be
Mhm.
raptured, y'all. TikTok was gonna say, "Shit."
Why is this crazy ass lady back in the guest box?
Don't tell me. Don't
Oh,
tell me.
Daff.
It's Daff. She's been in there all night.
She just
mm-mm.
keeps on requesting. Like, Selena, you got her pissed.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious, she is mad at your ass.
All she had to do was not type in caps. Oh, and she called who was it? She called somebody a sissy.
Oh,
And she
wow.
typed that in all caps. Yeah.
Oh,
Not
hell no.
using, yeah, not using
Also, you
homophobic
tried it.
slurs and
And
shit.
she's still here?
Yeah.
That's
I
when you
wanted her to
block Selena.
no,
Yeah.
I wanted her to be able to see.
Oh, that's you. I be
Yeah.
doing, I be petty too. I be waiting on my block. I'll say something funky and wait a few minutes, then I'll block them.
I told her, I said, now you can sit here and watch the live and not comment. Now,
She probably walking back and forth, pissed.
peace.
Ain't got no sleep. She would probably
She
normally
said,
normally she probably would be knocked the fuck out, but she done came
mm-hmm.
across this live now. She been up all damn night.
The entire night. Because she came up here hot. They ain't gonna ask.
Yeah.
We're
Yep.
like, hold on. Hold on. Calm down. Now, I'm just wanting to know.
Daff, she can't comment right now because Selena done muted her the whole live. So she keep requesting. I don't let her on stage twice now. I done gave her 2 chances, and both chances she
Mm-hmm.
blew it. As soon as she got on
Yep.
stage,
I just want to know.
like common sense tell you to, like, I don't know, adjust. Like if it's something that
Right.
you want to do. Yep, I'll read it for you again, Mama Bash. If there's something you want to do, um, then shit, swallow your pride so that you can get
Yeah.
it done. Ain't that hard?
She went. Look, she went
Mama
in.
Bash, huh?
I said she went in when she came up here. But
Here's your response. Uh, so her name is Cynthia, not Cynthia, Cynthia. And she says that's such a thoughtful, honest, and sharp question. And you know I got you. Would I choose the Abrahamic God just in case, quotation air quotes, Christians are right? Nah, not even on a spiritual BOGO. That's logic. It's so funny. Hold on, who changed their name to spiritual BOGO? Somebody joined the stage. Somebody joined before I went to go to the bathroom and their name was spiritual BOGO. Who changed their name to spiritual BOGO?
Let me see. Um, who is this? Uh, I can't tell.
I was just about to say that.
That was quick.
She
Oh,
okay.
is it
Maybe I
Wine?
want
Is it Wani?
to.
Wani? She says, Mama Bash, she said, nah, not even on a spiritual BOGO. That logic is known as Pascal's wager. It's the idea that it's safer to believe in God just in case he's real so you don't risk hell. But let's unpack that for a second. Belief out of fear isn't belief, it's self preservation. If a God is omnipotent and all knowing, wouldn't it know I was faking faith just to dodge the fire? That's like marrying someone because you're scared to be single. They're gonna feel that energy, so would a deity. There's not just one just in case God. If I choose the Christian God just in case, what about the Muslim version or the Jewish version or the hundreds of other deities humans have worshiped just as much has worshiped with just as much sincerity? You can't play divine roulette and expect a jackpot. You'd have to worship every god out of fear just to cover your bases, and that's spiritually exhausting and logically impossible. A God who punishes sincere non belief with eternal torture isn't worthy of worship. Even if that God is real, if the game is love me or burn forever, I'm not playing that game. That's not love, that's divine coercion. And I'd rather stand in front of a God with integrity and say, I lived with compassion, I thought with reason, I loved people well, and I never once saw enough evidence to believe. If that's damnable, that's on you, not me. Final word. I won't worship out of fear. I'll choose reason, love, and truth, even if it costs me, because if a God wants me to lie to myself, abandon others, and surrender my ethics just in case, that's a God I'll proudly reject. Cynthia and Thinker, Cloud Talk for the Soul. Don't wager your dignity on maybe Messiah math. And to the listener, thank you for that question. That kind of reflection, that's where the real freedom begins.
What? So she named herself, or
Yeah,
you named her?
she named
What?
herself. Hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is what she said when she named herself. She said, so since your name is Thinker, I'm going to mirror that brilliance and crown myself Syntha, short for a synthetic thinker, but said with black girl excellence.
Damn it. How she know you black?
Right.
You told her. Or
Uh,
she just
no, well, probably because um, my
of
name
what
is,
you stuff.
huh? No, because my name, right? Like,
Oh.
uh, when I create my account, like she has information about me, and then my
Oh.
developer account and stuff. Yeah,
Oh,
Mm,
okay.
yeah. Remember I told y'all she knew about my book? She knew that my daddy was a pastor when I read that in the
Mhm.
video a couple of months ago,
mm,
Oh
and I
yeah. And
asked her
that's the
to describe
Gemini?
me. No, no. I'm not on the Gemini anymore. Mm-mm.
Well, which one is this one?
This is my AI.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's dope.
Cheval.
Oops, I think he's showering.
No, I didn't make the AI, but I do have an AI that I developed. But it's my AI is AI empowered, so it's using the LLMs of other companies.
Mm.
Uh, yeah. So I didn't. I trained this AI, but not the. I didn't train the LLM.
Is that the one that's in the App Store or it's something up and coming?
So I'll tell you. I'll
Okay.
tell you. Yeah. PG. So keep in mind, y'all, if you are a nerd and I see you in the guest box, if I don't see a hey, I'm in there on purpose, I'm not gonna automatically bring you up. Okay. That'll keep me from asking, hey, are you in the box on purpose? Like I have to see on purpose from a nerd. Um, so if okay, other than that, I won't just automatically bring you up. Oh, good grief. Joe,
Hey, good morning.
good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. Didn't we talk about this topic already before?
I just have a question and then you could drop me just one question.
I don't answer questions from the chat.
Can I make a statement?
No.
Okay.
You can talk about the topic.
Sure, I would love to do that.
Go ahead.
According to Muslim and Christian population in the world today that follow Jesus, wouldn't that make the statement incorrect?
How so?
Because so many millions people between Muslim, Hindu, and Christian that love and adore Jesus, they cannot be wrong.
Yes, they can.
So many people.
Yes.
If you put both religion together, that's almost 3/4 of the world
And that makes 3/4 of the world wrong.
wrong. Okay.
Yes.
All right, no problem. That's all I have to say.
No, let me ask you a question. Do you think that because something is popular that makes it right?
No,
Cocaine is popular, right?
you're right. You're
The-
right. Not because it's popular that doesn't make it right. You're right.
okay. And considering how Christianity was spread, mostly with the sword and through violence and white supremacy and colonialism, I mean, it wasn't spread organically, it wasn't spread through love. It was spread through suppression, right?
Right.
It's a reason why there's a commonwealth, and it's a reason why countries are still in it. It wasn't, it's not organic thing. It was believe this or else. That doesn't make it right.
But in today's society, Western society that is not held by the sword, freely chooses Christianity.
What country are you from?
I'm from the Caribbean.
Is your country still in the Commonwealth?
A little bit.
I rest my case.
In what sense?
I just
Jamaica.
told you. You said in today's society, if that's the case, why are they even still a little bit in the Commonwealth? Why are
Jamaica.
they? It is 2025. Why are they still in the Commonwealth?
Jamaica is independent, but they have different religions still in Jamaica by choice.
No, do you guys still pay money to the Commonwealth?
No, we don't.
When did that stop?
I
When did
can't.
Jamaica get its independence?
I cannot give you the precise dates. I would have to look it up,
Mm,
but we don't.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
They were in the Commonwealth for a long time. How many of your neighboring countries are still in the Commonwealth in 2025?
I don't think many Caribbean countries are.
Mm. When did they get out?
I cannot give you the precise date, but I'm talking about free will.
What do you mean free will?
In the sense that if you choose not to become a Christian, are you going to be depressed by the Commonwealth, or what are you trying to say?
No, I mean Jamaica has more churches in it than any other country in the world per capita, per square mile, right? Like that is, you think that is by choice?
Of course it is.
You think it's by choice
Yes, it
that
is.
Jamaica has more churches in it than any other country per square mile, as small as Jamaica is? You think that's by choice?
It is by choice, like just like Rastafari or Baba Chanti or all those other religions. You even have small community of Muslims in Jamaica.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You think that's by choice? You think all of those churches were put there by choice or as a means of control?
It's by choice.
Mm.
If you're Jamaican, you know that we cannot be bullied.
What?
Jamaica, trust me, we don't take
Well,
bullies.
why is it saying it's still a member of the Commonwealth? It got its independence, but it's still a member of the Commonwealth.
Okay, so but my point is,
Mm.
Well, no, you gotta kind of, you have to kind of answer for that, right? She asked you a question. They're still a member of the Commonwealth, but you can't be bullied because I would think that if you can't be bullied, they wouldn't have gotten there in the first place. That's what a bully stops,
but
right?
there were until we fight for our own independence by our ancestors.
No, but what I'm saying is if you cannot be bullied, if you're saying that you can't be bullied, I would have thought that that would apply all the time and you would not have been a member of the Commonwealth in the first place, right?
Well,
If that were the case.
they were the one who brought allowed to use the word.
What do you say they are the one that what?
We were brought to the Caribbean in a certain situation, and we fight our way out of it.
Exactly. You are proving my point.
So
Exactly.
the point what I'm proving, in my opinion, is that according to you, we were held by the sword. Christianity was
You
spread by
were.
the
You
sword.
just said it. You just said you were brought there.
But we fight or we are not anymore.
No, but you're still a member of the Commonwealth. That's what Lala just said.
Which is what?
You know what I mean, the British Commonwealth.
We're not.
Okay.
They don't
Jamaica
hold us
got
by
their
the sword
independence in
anymore.
like 1962.
So
There are
Christianity
13.
today is free choices. Free choice.
There are 13 Caribbean countries that are members of the Commonwealth.
Uh-huh. But you know what? What I'm telling you is it can't be a free choice if you just got out of the Commonwealth in
Actually,
1962.
I'm sorry, no, Jamaica is still part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I
Hold on.
thought so. I thought they
Antigua,
were.
the
That's what I
Bahamas,
said.
Barbados,
Mm.
Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago.
So was Christianity in Europe before it came to Africa?
Yeah.
Christianity was in Europe before it reached Africa?
Yeah. The Romans took Christianity to the south of England in the first century.
You are wrong about
Yes.
that. The oldest Bible is from Ethiopia.
That is not
The
correct.
first Christian nation was Armenia.
You need to do some homework. Christianity was in Africa before.
Joe Black, that is not correct. Um, Christianity did not get to Ethiopia until the fourth century. The 4th century.
The oldest Bible, where is it from? The
It
Bible
is
that we have?
not the Ethiopian Bible. There are at least two Bibles that are at least 30 to 50 years older than the Ethiopian Bible. It's not the Ethiopian Bible.
Okay.
And do you think that are you descendant from Ethiopia? If they brought you there, do you think you're descended from Ethiopia?
My yeah, my grandparents older, yeah, they're from Ethiopia.
Your grandparents are Ethiopian?
My foreparents, my ancestors, yeah, that's where civilization started.
No, sir. I'm asking your parents
My
are from
parents are
are
my parents.
Ethiopian, because that would be funny because less than 2% of slave ships came from Ethiopia. That would be great. That would be awesome, right? Because less than 2% of slave ships came from Ethiopia.
No, what I'm
I'm
saying
going
is
to need black people. I'm going to need black people to let go of the death grip that they have on Ethiopia. Because 9 times out of 10, if you're black and you're from a Commonwealth country or a country that was colonized by slavery, you are not Ethiopian.
no, I'm not
Uh,
saying that.
No,
I'm
sir, listen to what I'm telling you. I am telling you, you said earlier that your ancestors were brought to Jamaica, right? And I am telling you that the chances of you being Ethiopian and brought to Jamaica are almost slim and none because less than 2% of slave ships came from East Africa.
okay.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you the chances of you being East African are slim and none.
What I'm
I'm
saying,
going to need black people, especially black Christians, to let go of the death grip that they have on Ethiopia. Because 9 times out of 10, you are not Ethiopian.
I'm saying civilization start in Ethiopia, according to my what I've learned. But the slave ship did not come from Ethiopia. I think most of
Okay,
it
so that means you would not be Ethiopian.
isn't it one continent?
Isn't it what?
Isn't Ethiopia in Africa?
Yeah, well, let me ask you a question. How come y'all don't ever claim South Africa or Madagascar
But we
or
Jamaicans,
Togo
when we say
or,
Africa, we just talking
Or
about the
West
whole
Africa for
continent.
that.
or West Africa, where you actually from?
As
I love
Jamaicans, when we say Africa, we're talking about the whole continent.
No, because you just specified you singled out Ethiopia. You didn't say that. You said Ethiopia.
Where civilization start. That's what I mean.
Mhm.
In the
Listen,
Garden
I'm
of
I'm
Eden.
going to need black Christians and black people, period, to let go of their death grip on Ethiopia. Most of y'all are not Ethiopian, especially if you are a descendant of a slave. Most of you are West African. I'm gonna
And
need
on
you to
top of
let it
that,
go.
Christianity didn't start in Ethiopia. That's the only reason why y'all hanging on to Ethiopia.
You know what's so funny? You hanging on to Ethiopia, where Europeans settled for the longest time. And that's why it's so funny why people hang on to Ethiopia. I don't even know why, because like you wouldn't even be from there. Your ancestors wouldn't even be from Ethiopia. It's funny. It's like, I don't know.
When we Jamaicans talk about Africa, we're talking about the whole thing. We don't get into
No,
Pacific.
but you singled out Ethiopia.
I'm
You were like,
the reason
the
why I
oldest
single out
Bible is
Ethiopia is
Ethiopian.
I'm
You said the oldest Bible is Ethiopian,
well, what
right?
I said was
Christianity came from Ethiopia. You singled out Ethiopia.
I didn't say came there. I said the oldest Bible was in Ethiopia.
No, you said Christianity came from Ethiopia too.
No, I did not say that. I said I
Mm.
said it was in Africa before it came to Europe.
And that's not true either.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Have you ever read when the Queen of Sheba went to visit Solomon and she brought back his religion to where she came from? Wasn't that before the time of the Roman? Hello?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
When the Queen of Sheba went to visit Solomon, and according to
Yeah,
the Bible, she
let
brought
me
back
tell you
his
something.
religion.
The Bible says
Yes, that's
that
why I
they
said
were,
according
listen,
to the
the
Bible.
Bible says that they were first called Christians in Antioch. Can you tell me where Antioch is?
Repeat that.
Bible says that they were first called Christians in Antioch. Can you tell me where Antioch is?
I don't know, to be
It's
honest.
in Turkey, modern day Turkey. Is Turkey in Africa?
No, Turkey is not in Africa.
Okay.
But before a certain empire rise, Africa at some point did colonize all those area before it African king and queen occupy all those areas.
What
Mm.
Bible do you think was used in Armenia before Ethiopia was converted to Christianity and by Saint Fermentuus?
The Hebrew, probably the Hebrew Bible, because there are villages in Africa up till this day they still speak Hebrew.
So the Greek, the New Testament, because you do realize I'm talking about Christianity, that was not written in Hebrew.
Yeah, they had the Mosaic law, the Mosaic law. Africans still consider themselves
What does
Israelite.
that have to do with Christ?
Everything.
Armenia became the first Christian nation in 301 CE. What
Armenia.
Bible do you think, since you're saying Ethiopia is the oldest Bible, what Bible did Armenia use when they became the first Christian nation?
No, I did not say Ethiopia is the oldest. I said it have one of the oldest Bible.
No, you didn't. You said Ethiopia is the oldest Bible. That's what you said.
I said one of the oldest Bible.
Lords, what did he say?
But
He said
okay.
it's the oldest.
Okay.
Why are you lying now?
You heard something else, or maybe I've misspoken, but that's not the main topic.
Let's see. Hold on.
It's by choice. Or Baba Chanti.
Tree per square mile, as small as Jamaica is. You think that's by choice?
It is by choice, like just like Rastafari or Baba Chanti.
Just were put there by choice? What?
Jamaica just we don't. Okay, so but my point is,
Well, no, you gotta kind of, you have to kind of answer for that, right? She asked you a question. They're still a member of the Commonwealth. Book stops.
but
Right?
there were until we fight for our own independence by
If all the time, and you would not have worth.
allowed to use the word.
What do you say? They are the one that what?
We were brought to the Caribbean. Point what I'm proving, in my opinion, is that according to you, we were held by the sword. Christianity was spread. You were. You just said it. You just said you were brought there. But we fight, or we are not anymore. No, but you're still a member of the Commonwealth. That's what Lala just said. Which is what? You know. Okay. They don't hold up by
Independence in like 1960 Caribbean countries.
And 62.
I'm sorry, Grenada, Guyana, and
to Africa.
Yeah.
Christianity was in Europe before it reached Africa.
Yes. The Romans took Christianity to the south of England in the 1st century.
You are wrong about that. The oldest Bible is from Ethiopia.
That is not correct.
The first Christian nation was Armenia.
On the south of England in the first century.
You are wrong about that. The oldest Bible is from Ethiopia.
The Romans took Christianity to the south of England in the first century.
You are wrong about that. The oldest Bible is from Ethiopia.
Why are you lying? You did say the oldest Bible is from Ethiopia.
Well, I take it back. My apology. I misspoken.
Yeah, Armenia was the first Christian nation, right? So like y'all can stop bringing up Ethiopia and their Bible and all of that. Like the only reason why y'all bring that up is because you try to say that Christianity started or originated in Ethiopia. I was told that too, and it's wrong.
But my point is, Christianity was in Ethiopia before it came to Europe, based.
What do you think Armenia is?
What do you mean Armenia? Isn't that a country?
Armenia, but Armenia is Europe.
Okay,
It's Eurasia.
so let me counter that argument. When the Queen of Sheba came to visit Solomon, didn't she brought back the Bible to her country?
There's no proof that the Queen of Sheba actually existed.
Are you serious?
Yeah, what proof do you have?
So are you saying that the Solomon didn't exist either?
There's no proof that Solomon actually existed.
So by trying to defeat my argument, I have to prove that it was legit.
Like literally, you're talking about something in the Bible that there's no archaeological evidence for.
Of course, outside of Christianity are those. So King David didn't exist according to.
There's no proof. There's no proof that David existed. They found a tablet that refers to the house of David or the bread of David, but there's no proof that David existed, that Solomon existed. They found no archaeological evidence, and a lot of the architecture that was attributed to David, the Amorite dynasty actually built. So like, there's no archaeological proof. And in the Bible, when the Bible writes about the kingdom of David being big and vast and wealthy at the same time as the northern kingdoms, that was fabricated. The southern kingdom didn't start gaining their wealth and influence until around the 7th century BCE. Around the 10th and 9th century, 10th, 9th, and 8th century, they were still like little villages, illiterate, poor.
So what proof do you have that Jesus existed?
Archaeology. I don't have no proof. I don't have any proof that Jesus exists. I don't think your Jesus existed.
So
Like, I mean, the best that I could say that a man named Yeshua most likely existed, and he, claimed to be the Messiah. He was a failed apocalyptic preacher.
what proof do you have for
But
that?
there is none. I said the best that I could say. Like, there is no proof. There is a ossuary that they found in Israel, of a family with the bones of a man named Yeshua, buried with his family. His father's name was Joseph. His mother's name was Mary. His brother's name was Simon and James. But Christians claim that it's not your Yeshua because he got up. So they say that that's not him.
So
So there's no archaeological proof. I don't know.
so a myth that was made up is the worst thing that ever happened to Christianity.
Yes.
Happened
Because
to
the
Europe.
idea, because y'all motherfuckers do shit with this idea. Like, please stop acting like y'all don't live your lives. You don't make decisions. You don't say shit and do shit to people because of this idea, because of this myth. Like y'all try to act like it's just some innocent story, and y'all aren't writing laws based off of it. You aren't building your values, your principles, and your morals based off of it. You aren't raising your children based off of it. Like, please stop. It's not some innocent ass myth.
What was what was Iran called before it was called Iran?
What does that have to do with this?
I'm trying to trace you back that a lot of those things civilization exist.
A lot of what things?
Like uh in the times of Pharaoh with Egypt and Moses and
What laws are you living by today, or morals are you living by today that Iran created for you?
no, I'm just trying to prove
No,
the
no,
off.
no, 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 no. We're talking about the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. What history of Iran or laws made by Iran are you living by today that affect your life today, every day? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how much of Iran's religious system, their laws, their history affects your life today.
None possible.
Yeah, how much of Jesus's history affects your life today, and laws, and culture, in society,
I would say
on a
90.
day to day?
I would say 95%.
Okay, then what? Like, literally, you just answered your own question.
Regarding, I ask you what was Iran called before. How does that answer the question?
I swear, what should be basic logic be so hard for y'all? Like, y'all literally make me work too fucking hard to be in conversation with y'all. And I actually think that it was the conversation that I had with you on Thursday during the 24-hour live that literally made me need to take a break all weekend.
That's funny.
Because you don't think. It's not funny. You don't think. It's ridiculous that you don't allow yourself to think. You are the one that was talking about the know and the knowledge and all that shit. It is heartbreaking to see how y'all allow yourself to just, I don't even like calling people dumb, but y'all just gave your whole entire brains away to this idea. And it is heartbreaking. It makes me feel hopeless.
But you know what's crazy? What's crazy is the Jesus thing that you're trying to discriminate have one of the greatest impact on society, and you're saying that it's the worst thing. And I don't think 3/4 of the world is an idiot.
Yes, the greatest impact that Jesus has on society is that he died for your sins, right?
The greatest impact Jesus have on society is love.
Is it loving to celebrate the death of a 17-year-old because she's transgender? Is that loving,
No,
Joe?
no, that's
Is
not
that
loving.
loving? That's what Jesus's children are doing right now, Joe. Is it loving to deface the visuals, the memorials of a 17-year-old who took her own life because she's transgender? Because Jesus's children keep dehumanizing her and writing slurs all on social media, or writing laws to take
Those
away
are
her
children of the
identity, to tell
devil.
her that she doesn't matter. Is that loving, Joe?
No, those are children of the
That's what
devil.
Jesus's children are doing.
Show
Is
me
it
where Jesus
loving,
did
Joe?
that.
Is it loving to enslave people because you believe your Jesus chose you and made you
Show me
superior than
Jesus with
other
the
people? Is
devil.
that loving, Joe?
Jesus said you should love
Is that
everyone and pray
loving,
for them.
Joe? Is that
No,
loving?
that's
That's
cruelty.
what Jesus
Makes
told.
no
That's what
sense.
Jesus told them to do. Is it
Show
loving
me.
to tell? Is it loving to discriminate against people because they don't they were not born in your land?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Is that
Show me.
loving, Joe? Is that loving?
No, that's not loving when he
That's,
comes from the
that's what
devil.
Jesus' children are doing, Joe.
Those are
That's what
children of the
Jesus'
devil.
children are doing. So, Joe, you saying that Jesus gave the greatest gift of love, your Jesus does not know how to define love.
Of course he does. What greater gift than a man lay down his life for his friend? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. So when people do
Joe,
things,
you are a parakeet. You
when
are a
people
parakeet. You are a parakeet.
when
You are
people
a
do,
parakeet, Joe. You are a parakeet. Y'all regurgitate verses from this book and you ignore what you and your brothers and sisters in Christ are doing to this world.
those are not children of Jesus. They are children of the devil.
Whatever. I don't give a damn. Your Jesus is the devil.
Wow, you scorn the wisdom of my word.
Joe, does the devil have a pitchfork? The devil have a winnowing fork? The
Those
pictures
are
that the pictures that you and your brothers and sisters see of the devil, like, do they draw this devil with a pitchfork?
those are comic books. Nobody
Do
have
they
seen.
draw the devil? Do they draw the devil with a pitchfork?
Yes, people draw the devil with a pitchfork.
You know what's funny, Joe? The only entity in your book with a pitchfork is your Jesus. But they don't draw cartoons of your Jesus with his
Where do you
pitchfork.
see Jesus with a pitchfork?
You know what, Joe? If you actually studied your book, you would know. But it's going to take the devil to teach you.
Are you
Because
talking about
don't y'all quote, the devil knows the scripture too? It's going to take the devil to teach you because you don't read your book. You have a
but
belief in a
everything that
deity.
you said
You
is
have a belief in a deity who left you a whole ass book for you to read, for you to know it, and you don't even do that.
show me, give me a scripture where Jesus said you should murder
No,
and
no,
rape
because I'm the
people.
devil and I do what the fuck I want. So no, you're gonna have to ask your God to show you him.
I believe you're the devil's children.
Ask your God. Okay, ask your God to show you him.
You're the one who's trying to prove me wrong. Show me where
Well, oh
Jesus.
well. Hey, guess what? I know and you don't. That's all that matters.
Oh, maybe the devil revealed it to you.
I guess he did. At least he's a better daddy than yours. My daddy wants me to know. Yours don't. Yours got you out here looking like a fucking fool.
I don't know, man. Listen, if you're gonna come and tell a lie on Jesus and say things in the name of Jesus
Oh
that
well.
people
The
do.
very fact that you're calling it a lie, Joe, just tells me everything I need to know.
No, but listen, before you, if I if I teach my son how to do something right and he went and do contrary in my name, if Jesus told you to love and you use Jesus' name to do
If your
something,
Jesus was real, then he needs to come and stop his sons. He told y'all to beat your kids. He ain't doing shit to y'all. Y'all out here using his name, using his credit, running up debt, doing fucked up shit, and he ain't doing shit. Like, y'all are the kids in the neighborhood who parents don't ever fucking come home. Y'all are the kids in the neighborhood. Everybody wonder if your
those
parents fucking
are
love you because where
wolfish.
the fuck
Closing.
is your daddy, Joe? Where is your dad?
My
Where he
weekend
at?
starts
Because
The
his
whole
kids is
time I'm
running
saying
amok.
from
weekend,
work.
tell
Where is your
show
daddy
me
at,
where
Joe?
Jesus says something bad. That
Where
you
is Jesus at? Why isn't he stopping y'all from using up his credit?
I've made TikTok part of my job.
Why isn't he stopping y'all?
Hey boys. So you said like a Muslim is someone who submits their will to God, right?
Joe, turn that shit off.
So why when you become Muslim you have to say the Shahada? Like you have to have
Turn
belief.
that off.
Really awesome.
You need to fix your phone, Joe. Nobody gives a damn about the masculinity of men. The fuck up with all that goddamn whining. You can't take a woman, an intellectual woman. You can't take a woman being assertive. You feel demasculated. I don't owe you fucking respect. You haven't done a damn thing for me, motherfucker. I don't owe you shit. Young Shaw.
Hello? I ain't really get on, thank you.
Oh, that's okay. All right, have a good day.
You too, love.
Get the fuck out of my box, Jason. You been up here already once tonight and didn't say shit. If you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box and I don't see on purpose, keep in mind I'm not going to bring you up unless I see that you are in there on purpose. There's about 5 nerds in the box. Okay, this person is not connecting. Butter life? Butter, what is that? Butterfly?
The butterflies. Mm. Mm.
Butterfly, are you there? Oh, that's rich. Yep, I had an absent father. I didn't know my daddy. I'm the product of a single mother, and I'm just angry about that shit. Your Holy Ghost is so strong, Jason. Your God is speaking through you right now. You are so anointed, Jason. You are so anointed. I believe in Jesus now, Jason. I believe in him now. The power is so fucking strong. The power is so strong. I didn't have a daddy growing up. I don't know what it's like. I need a man in my life. I don't know what having a man. I don't know what that's like to have to see a man working to take care of his family. Jason, I need you to show me, Jason. I need you to show me what it's like. You cracked the code. You cracked it. You cracked the code, Jason.
Damn
La la.
you. What?
I need a Jason. Can you help me? Can you help me find a Jason?
Sure. I will. I most certainly will.
It's not fair because why? Jesus? Why Jesus bring me in this life without a daddy? I used to wonder like why all the other kids got daddies but I don't got one.
Me too.
I thought my mama was married. I thought Jesus had chosen her and I was baby Jesus.
Jason should be your Boaz.
She didn't ever find him.
Oh, that's right.
She
Good.
never found Boaz.
Well, she found somebody else though.
Who? Jesus. Jesus was my mama's husband. I used to wait on the wedding. My mama told me that she was marrying Jesus, and Jesus was my daddy. Jason, I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much. I feel so, I feel light, la.
Praise
Oh
him.
my God.
Yes.
I feel so delivered.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
The hurt is gone.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. The hurt is gone, Jason. Ooh, such a weight. Ooh, such a weight been lifted. Man, ooh. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you.
Won't he do it? Won't he will?
Yeah, Jason just showed us that he would. That's free now. That's free. Rhonda, how are you? Rhonda?
I'm sorry I connected to that, right?
That's okay. Have a good one. Not El Kobashanda. Somebody typed El Kobashanda. Jason, you can go back and tell God you did a good thing, that you cracked the code. Thinker is doing all of this because she mad she didn't have a daddy. Well, you're a good God, all intelligent, all knowing. You're a good one, Jason. You're a good God. All right, y'all. If any of y'all are one of Jason's children, you believe in Jason, the guest box is open. If anybody want to come up here and talk about how much you love Jason and all that Jason has done for you and what Jason has done for your family and how Jason came and put himself in the body of a human woman and died for your sins, you're more than welcome to come on stage and talk about why we need Jason in our life.
Hey everyone, it's been a while.
Hey Sheldon, how are you?
I'm good. Just want to say thank Jason for bringing me here on this earth. You know what I mean? I was lost, but now I'm found.
Hallelujah.
I was blind, but now I see. And I'm sorry. Give me 1 minute.
It's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Take your time. It's all right. I'm
And
sitting right here with you.
it takes my soul, my Savior God to
To
be.
thee.
How great thou art,
Sing it.
how great thou art.
Oh, Jason. Hallelujah.
My soul. You know, like them old people.
We had the wrong Jay the whole time, you know.
Yeah. He's my soul. Yeah. He rose from the dead. You know, rose Lazarus. You know what I mean? Told the devil to fuck off when he handed him like bread or whatever. I don't remember. He did some great things.
Don't forget the fish fry.
Oh yeah, the fish fry with the loaves of bread and how many fish?
5,000. He did a lot.
5,000.
and, and then they tried to. Don't forget Jason's ladder.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just want to say, I just want to thank God for Jason and he being in Friday the 13th and, and and saving us in Halloween. Um,
I was scared.
I was scared, and he beat Freddy's ass. Yeah, I gotta go now.
He
Okay,
did the damn thing. Have a
okay,
go. Hallelujah. I'm proud
okay,
of you.
okay. Bye.
Glory
Um,
to Jason. Glory to Jason. Glory to Jason.
so if you're in the guest box, if you're in the request, if you believe in Jason or the Jason of the Voorhees Bible, we need you to come up.
Or if you want to give your life to Jason, there is room on the stage for you. Though millions have come, there is still room for one. Because Jason got his arms open wide. There is room on the stage for you. Y'all, Jason has arrived. Jason has come back. He cracked open the sky.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
so thankful for
I get
you,
no gifts
Jason.
till he come,
I'm
man.
so
You
thankful.
come up with a
I'm
gift for you.
so thankful for you. Hallelujah. I can feel the power. I can feel the power in you right now. Hey, she shooting on the boat. She shot on the boat. Hey, he shot on the boat. Jason. He shot on the boat. Jason. He shot no boat. Jason. I shot on the boat. She got ta. He shot on the boat. She ki shot ta. He shot on the boat. She ki. Hallelujah. Should we be saying Jason? 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 What you got to say, Jason?
While you might think it funny, we are all gods.
Listen to that strong voice.
Understand that?
Such a manly voice. Such a
Of
manly
course.
voice.
Strength and confidence in his voice.
Very
Been on
manly.
time, Jason. Yes, he is. Been on time, Jason. Yes, he is.
May not come.
When you want it,
Hear what I'll do for you
but he's
all.
always right on
In
time.
the next life, I'll give you all present fathers. How does that sound?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
All right, that night I
Yes.
was making you all.
Yes.
I was a bit drunk, and I made a little mistake. Forgive me.
Yeah. I receive it. I receive it in the name of Jason. Hey, yeah. Well, the cat got your tongue, Jason.
No cutting on my tongue, you know. Well, you have to understand something. You will listen to people talk and you will think this is one particular agenda you all have. But I got to realize that reading between the lines of what you all saying,
Oh, the
you
man. The
all
man.
have an agenda.
What would I do
When
without the man? The
when a man start to
man.
speak,
What
or let's
would
start to
I
shout,
do without a
or let's
man
start to
in
cuss,
my life? What would I do without a man? Oh, I'm just a little girl out here in this lonely world. What would I do without a man in my life? What would I do without a man? Why you stop singing? Why you stop talking, Jason? I'm serenading you.
yeah,
I'm,
well,
um, uh, I'm feeding your masculinity.
no, you don't need to feed my
I'm
masculinity.
masculating you. I'm not
Gender doesn't
demasculating you.
listen.
I'm not
Gender doesn't
demasculating you.
gender
I'm
doesn't define my
masculating you
existence.
and masquerading you.
Right? Gender doesn't determine my
What would
existence.
I do
You know
without a
what you all
man?
thriving on this life? You see
What
sarcasm?
would I do without a
I all thriving on.
man? What would I do without a man in my life? What would I do without a man? I'm just a little bitty girl, all alone in this world. What would I do without a big old man in my life? What would I do without a man?
Yeah, what going on with you? Yeah, what going on with you, thinker? I just trauma talking there. You know. All that is just trauma talking.
Mm-hmm. 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 Why you stop talking? I'm humming. I'm giving you some praise music.
Hey, I could talk. I will talk when I'm ready. Or you see how all they allowing me to talk now because I realize a strong presence coming. All the time, all they give people a chance to talk. That's the only thing they could put all it right. That's the only thing. You understand?
I can feel the power of the man. Woo! I can feel the power of the man. Why you stop? I can feel the power of the man now. I can feel the power of the man. Come on, keep talking. Masculinity. Oh, masculinity. Oh, masculinity. We all need a little bit of masculinity. Come on. Oh, masculinity.
I have a question. I have a question for you, right?
Yeah.
Everything you talk about, right? Everything you spoke about, you have proof for these things, except from what somebody told you or what you Google. And some of that is
why you stop talking, Jason? Why you stop talking, Jason? Why you stop talking? Why you stop talking? Why you stop talking, Jason?
yeah, I have plenty. I have plenty talking me, plenty. I have a lot of talking me.
Oh na na na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na.
No, I can't talk because I dance. I dancing to the music you're
Na
singing.
na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na na na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. You done, Jason? Are you done? Are you done?
I do finish. I am
You feel
everlasting.
masculine now? Do you feel
Yeah,
masculine?
remember I am everlasting.
Did you get your masculinity back, Jason? Did you get it all back?
Yeah,
Was
the
it all
ask your,
restored?
you have to
Was it
ask your
all
father
restored?
where
Was it
he
all
was.
restored, Jason?
That's what you have to do. Ask your father where
Everything
he
that I
was.
took from you, did you get it all back?
You have to ask your
Did you get it
father
all
why he
back,
left.
Jason? Everything that I took from you, did you get it all back?
You have to ask your father why he left and don't be
Did you
upset
get
with
it
me
all back,
about that.
Jason?
I, I,
Did you get every ounce of your masculinity back? Do you
that's
feel
not
it?
something I
I
did.
can feel it in the room, Jason. I can feel the masculinity in the room.
You have to
Do you
what
feel it? Do you feel
what
the masculinity, Jason?
what you need to
Do
do
you
is forgive
feel
your
the
father.
masculinity?
You need to
Do
forgive
you
your
feel it,
father.
Jason? I can feel it in the room right now. It's in the room with us.
That is all, and you
It's in
need
the
to just
room with
forgive your
us, Jason,
father.
and
So
it's powerful.
when men come up and speak, you would never have a problem. That's all.
You are a whiner. Do you know that? Like you whine when you talk.
I know whining. I just
Mm-hmm.
saying. I
You
listening
whine
how
when
you
you
all
talk,
speaking.
Jason. You ooze like you drip. Like there's a leak of your masculinity every time you walk. You need to plug that shit up.
That is all you all can talk about, you know. That is all you can talk about because that is
Isn't
your
that what
problem.
you brought up, Jason?
But I
Isn't that
can't
what you
help you
brought
with that.
up? Isn't
You
that
have
what
to
you
go.
brought up?
In order for you to be helped with that, you need to go back to the source.
Lords, do you have anything to say to Jason? I'm bored.
I do. I just want to sing Jason a song. Because he's, he believes that he is what we need. Jason, 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 there is something about that name,
Then
Master, Savior, Jason, like the fragrance after the rain. Jason, 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 let all heaven and earth proclaim. King and kingdoms will all pass away, but there's something about that
the
name.
Lords, that was
name.
beautiful. Ooh, that was beautiful. You know what? I think we ought to add Auntie Charlene, don't you think?
Think
Auntie
so. I
Charlene,
think she
let
got a
Auntie
word.
Charlene take it to town. Auntie,
Oh,
we're gonna bring Mama
this
Charlene.
thing is rolled up.
Mother Charlene, would you come to the altar, please, Mother Charlene?
Oh,
Is Mother Charlene in the building? We're gonna ask Mother Charlene for a solo for God Masculine Jason. How are you today, Mother Charlene?
Oh, I am feeling it in my big toe. Oh, and it's
Mm,
running
mm,
up back my hey, Igabo
mm,
Shanda. And it's
mm.
rolling around up my thigh.
Hey,
Ooh,
hey, hey!
oh, it's got my coochie.
Hey, Shananoka Shita.
Hold on a minute, it's staying there. Jason. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I am so moved by this. I needed Igabo Shanda. I needed this, Jason. Igabo Jason. Oh, just the name, Jason. Are you there, Jason? Oh, Jason, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can the church hear me?
Amen. Jason. Amen. Jason.
Jason, is you still stuck in my cootie cake? Come on out there. Come on. Oh, there you go. Jason, did I chase him away?
He can hear you.
Just
He
now,
may
just now.
not come when you
Come on,
want
just now.
him.
Doing something. I'm putting out some garbage.
Sometimes he seems like he's far away,
But he
but
right
just
there.
know if you call on his name, he's
Jason.
right there. And that
Yes.
still small voice, he might sound like he's on mute, but he's right there. And if you just
Hey,
say to him, he will hear
Jason.
you.
Jason. Jason.
Jason, Jason. Sing it with me now. Jason,
Jason.
Jason. Come on, Lord. Jason. Can I
Jason.
get an amen?
Jason.
Can we get some believers to come to the front? Give your life to Jason. Give your life to Jason.
Jason.
Please. Please. Please, you never know when Jason
Jason.
gonna call your name. Come up to the front and give your life to Jason.
I love you,
You never know when
Jason.
Jason. You never know when the devil Voorhees is gonna come and call your name. Come on up to the pulpit. Come on up to the altar.
I love you, Jason.
Lay your burdens down to Jason.
I love you, Jason.
I
I
love you,
love you,
Jason.
The doors of the
Jason.
church are
Won't
wide
it
open.
do it, The Jason? doors of the church are open.
Yes.
They
Feel
are open. Come on. Come on.
the spirit of
Come on.
masculinity. Oof,
Won't
feel
you
the
do
spirit of
it, ye who are
masculinity.
weary and heavy laden? Come on. Oh, she, Sasha. Ooh, Jason.
Oh,
Jason. Jason.
Jason.
Still
Oh,
no caps in the chat.
Whew.
Still no caps in the chat.
hiya, hiya.
Hallelujah.
Still no
Still
caps.
no caps in the chat. Cause if you don't stop
Still no caps in the
there,
chat.
Jason will break your fingers. Hola. Yes, he will. I am feeling it in here, y'all. It's been a while. Thank you so much for bringing me into the church. Cause Jason, you're a wheel in the middle of the, hey, you're the bright and morning star. Oh, Jason. Oh, I
The
feel that
spirit of
song again.
masculinity is here.
Oh,
The spirit of masculinity is here. I can feel it in the
the
atmosphere.
atmosphere,
The spirit of
spirit
masculinity is
is
here.
here. Jason, why are you so quiet? Oh, you know what they say about being quiet? The Lord is in this quiet place. When the Lord is in the sanctuary, we supposed to all be quiet, but he got it backwards.
Yeah, I was busy. Yeah, I'm dwelling in my secret place
Oh,
in
mm.
darkness.
Are you finna
So just
create
keep,
something new?
just of course, I'm
Oh,
creating while you all are speaking. I'm creating.
oh.
I'm,
Thank
I'm, I'm, I'm absorbing all the energy. While you all are speaking, I'm
Mm.
creating. I'm now heading to the bank.
You're getting all your masculinity back. I love it.
Yeah, I'm getting everything. Just keep feeding me, and I'm going to the bank now, and I'm going to walk into the safe, and nobody is going to see
The
me.
spirit of
Just,
masculinity.
just keep
The
it
you.
spirit
coming.
of masculinity. The spirit of masculinity.
Mm, I feel it.
Mm.
Mm.
The spirit of masculinity. When it comes in the room, you gotta get quiet. You gotta get quiet and
Oh,
you gotta soak it all in.
blessed assurance, Jason is mine. Oh, Bosha. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine. Jason. I don't know the rest, y'all.
This is my
Thank
story.
you.
Jason is my song.
Yes.
Oh, what a savior all the day long.
Huh.
Blessed assurance, Jason is mine.
Hmm.
Come on here now.
Oh, what a fortress of glory
Glory
divine.
divine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I feel a
When
foot rub up
masculinity
there.
come in the room, it's hard to get away from it.
Yes,
Ah, my
yes.
sister Carol coming up.
Oh,
It's
oh.
hard to get away. Do
You
you feel the
know,
masculinity in the room?
my,
Yes.
my, 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 my.
Oh,
You
I'm coming
know, I
in a
was
Honda.
sitting there
Coming in a Honda.
Hey,
and
you
I
see,
felt,
you see how you all doing this now? That's how you.
No, no, no. You do not stop it when the spirit is moved. No.
you're
Let Sister
moving,
Carol lead
moving
you.
in the spirit. Minister Thinker, if you don't mind, I just feel moved.
Oh, oh.
Take your time, take your time, take your
Amen.
time.
I'm
Let the
calling
spirit use you.
Jason, Jason.
Oh,
Ah,
Hear my humble cry.
Mm.
yeah.
mm, mm,
I'm
mm.
calling Jason.
Woo.
Yes, yes, yes.
Jason.
Take your
Do
time.
not, do not pass me by.
Oh, oh, oh.
Woo.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Do not,
Hallelujah.
oh, pass me
Hallelujah.
by.
Hallelujah.
Do
Woo.
not, oh, pass me
Hallelujah.
by.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, baby, baby,
Jason,
baby, baby,
do not
Hey.
pass me
Hey,
by.
Bless
brother.
you, bless
Jason,
you,
yeah,
Doc.
baby,
do
baby,
Bless
not
you,
baby,
Doc.
sha,
pass
sha, sha,
me
sha.
by.
Whoa.
Oh,
My, my, my,
yalabasi.
my, my, my.
When I think about Jason and all he done for me, when I think about
Yalabasi.
Jason, how he died on Calvary, I can
Woo. I
dance,
can
dance,
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 dance
dance, dance,
all
dance
night.
all night.
Oh,
Hey,
put him down. When I think about
Woo.
think about
Jason
Hey.
Jason,
and all he
what he
done
Hey.
for
done for
me,
me.
when I
Hey,
think about Jesus, how he died on Calvary, I can dance, dance,
Dance, dance, dance,
dance,
dance,
dance,
dance,
dance
dance,
all
dance all
night,
night. All night.
All
all night.
night.
all night.
All night.
Amen. No, 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 night. Yes. Yeah.
I just want to
Well,
let
can
y'all
he
know.
last all night?
Amen. Hello.
Hey, hey, hey,
Hey, well,
hey,
can he
hey.
I just want to let y'all know that
last
somebody,
all night?
somebody in the chat said, and just like church, this lasts too long.
Oh,
Touche, touche,
now you got it.
touche.
Jason needs his masculinity.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Touche.
Is Why your cup men? filled up, Jason? Is your cup filled up?
Mm.
You know what's so funny is that men, all people gold diggers, but they always lead with money, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did Jason say?
He's
All
going
I'll
to the
do is
bank.
this. I'm going to the bank and
Going to
I'm
the bank.
going to the safe.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, like he about to
Why
go
do you
rob
think
the
we need to
safe.
know that? We don't care, Jason.
Right.
Going to
We gonna have
But
our
if a
own
woman
bank.
walk up to him and want some guap, you know what he gonna say?
I ain't got
You're
it.
a gold digger.
Oh,
Sugar digger.
You're a gold digger.
I ain't saying she a gold digger. What?
But she ain't
But
fucking
she
with
ain't
Jason.
messing with no.
Okay.
Ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't fucking with Jason.
Anybody
Mhm.
when I need.
Let that man Jason get some gifts. He going to the bank anyway. He need all of the gifts he could get.
We're
Yeah.
going to the bank. You see it, not the bank, no, the bank. Speak it right.
It's Daft just. Miss Daphne one day. Sorry.
But you know
Miss
what's so
Daphne.
crazy? When Jason was on stage,
Gifted Jason.
then I told y'all Jason did he, all Jason cared about was the oppression of black men. That's why he kept talking about colonialism. This God oppresses in slavery. Jason didn't give a damn about anything else this God does. Jason don't give a damn about misogyny and what it does to children or the LGBTQIA. All Jason cares about is black men being oppressed.
Yeah, because I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Let me defend that
God,
point.
your ass was clocked the moment you got on this stage the first time, Jason.
Let me defend that point, right? Let me defend that
You
point.
don't. Nobody gives a damn about you trying to defend that shit. You showed that shit when you got back in the
You see?
comments.
You see how
You showed that shit
disrespectful?
when you started
You see the
crying about your
you see the
fucking masculinity.
you see the
Like
disrespect?
you, we
Let
all
me
that shit was
all right,
clocked the
let
moment
me
you got
bring
on this
some
stage
clarity.
and started and focused on slavery.
Let me
Wait,
Like
bring
what
some
that the
disrespect?
clarity to the
moment you got
point.
on stage, you were clocked.
Let me bring some clarity to the
You
point.
think she's disrespecting you because she's using curse words? That curse words have nothing to do with you.
All
We
right, no problem.
curse. Yeah,
All
so
right, all
she's
right, all right, no
uh,
problem. You
uh,
shut the fuck up. Let me speak now.
no, I mean, that don't mean nothing to
Okay,
me.
if curse words have
You
That
know,
meaning,
sounded
That
soft.
shirt got
yeah.
me.
if
You
You
sounded
shut
like a
the
pillow
fuck up and
talk.
let
Damn.
me speak
Pretty damn
now.
weak
That
there.
was
yeah,
pillow
I
talk.
if
mean,
curse
that
words have no
that don't
problem,
mean I'ma
then
shut up.
then
That don't
shut
mean
the
I'ma
fuck up
shut
when you
up.
speak.
That sound like it came from a nigga that's like 5'3". I'm
That is all right.
scared.
That is all right.
I'm scared.
That's
That
what I
sound
will
like that
always
came from
say.
a nigga that's 5'3". That sound like that came from a
You
nigga
black
that wouldn't
females
tell
are
that, that
always
wouldn't say
against,
that to another
You
man.
better
That's
always
what that
revoke that in the
sound
against
like.
Senate,
the
Jason.
black men. But I don't
Because
blame
see,
you
my
though.
man
Jason,
got
we
a deep
just
voice.
filled your masculine cup up. Shut the fuck up. Like,
Exactly.
how much more?
I
Like,
don't
do you
blame you
want us
all
to
for that.
pop out you want us to pop out the nipple? Like, do you need
No,
to
that's
like?
the effects
You
of
need a bottle
slavery.
in your mouth, Jason.
No,
You need a
there's
bottle
a
with
reason
masculinity
why on
so
the
you can just suck
plantation.
on masculinity all day, Jason. Do you
There's
need
a
to like?
reason why on
Do
the
you need
plantation
us
they
to
would
pop
take two black
masculinity in
men
your mouth?
in front
Huh?
of
Like
all the
you
women
whine
and the
so
children.
fucking much.
This is the effects of it now. On the plantation, they would do that. They take the
Sir,
black
let me
men,
let me explain something to
kill
you.
them in front of the women and the children.
Sir, let
And
me
there's the
explain something
reason
to
for it
you.
now.
Let me explain something to you. You niggas always have excuses of why you can't be the men that you were born to be.
You
You
can't be no
always
man
have it.
over no
You
woman
always have
who
excuses
don't want you to be a man over them.
as to why you cannot be the men that you were fucking born to be. Black women all over the world going doing their thing. They going get their education. They raising their family, educating their fucking kids. You niggas still crying. That ain't got a fucking thing to do with the fact that you bitches leave your fucking kids with their mother. That ain't got a fucking thing to do with the fact that you unalive black women at a rate greater than almost any
Okay,
other woman. That
tell
has
me why.
another that ain't got a fucking thing to do with the fact that you bitches are wholly motherfucking inadequate.
Tell me why that
You are
happens.
not
Tell
the
me
men
why.
that we need, bitch.
Tell me
You are
why.
wholly inadequate. That has nothing
Okay,
to do with anything
tell me why that happens. Give me a reason.
because you bitches ain't shit but
Exactly.
holes and tricks. You bitches ain't shit but
Exactly.
holes and tricks. That's
That,
all.
that's what you all always say.
Listen, if it's not true, prove it. Go to school.
Here's the funny thing, Lords. A motherfucker will type some shit. That's why you grew up without a father. As a black man, as if it's not you're not literally saying a black man
Man
left
left his
his
kids.
child.
Exactly.
Why? The
Exactly.
That's
question is
how dumb
No,
why?
you are.
listen, there
That's how
should be,
dumb you are.
The
what's so funny?
question is
There should be no
why.
fucking reason why, bitch. You made a kid, you need to fucking take care of it, you trifling hoe.
So
You
let me
made a
ask you a
kid, you
question.
need to
Let
take
me ask
care
you
of
a
it, you
question.
derelict bitch.
If if a
You
woman
made a kid,
if a
you need to
woman
take
doesn't
care of it.
respect
You
no, if a
fucking
woman doesn't
reprobate
respect her
hoe.
husband, he should stay in that
in that relationship and we
You bitch,
disrespected
let
all the
me tell
time?
you something.
You
Ain't no woman
Haitian?
disrespected you. Your fucking problem is you ain't a man. That's your fucking problem. You're not a man, you a fucking boy. And the problem is too many women go get boys to do men's jobs. That's the fucking problem. You a fucking boy.
Y'all
That's the
lost.
problem. Too
Y'all
many
lost
women
here.
go get boys to do men's jobs. That's the
Y'all
motherfucking
lost.
problem.
Y'all lost. Y'all lost. If you do research,
You over here
answer
giving
this.
excuses to why you can't take care of
Why?
your children because you a
Okay.
fucking boy, bitch, and
Okay.
somebody went and
Why?
got your boy
Here's
ass
my
to do a
question.
man's job.
Why on the
I can't
slave
take care of my
plantation?
kids because my woman won't respect me. Women won't
Okay.
respect me, so I can't be a daddy.
The
I
problem
It
is
can't
have
be
she
a
don't.
it has
father
some women.
because women want
It
to
has some
talk
women
down
don't
to me.
allow they don't
Like
No, the
allow their
problem
women want to
is
fathers
talk down to me, so
to
I
see the
can't be a
children.
daddy. I can't stand the heat, so I got to get out the
It have
kitchen.
some
Like that's
women don't
literally what you're
allow
saying.
them to
yes.
see
The
the
problem
children.
Boo
is
hoo,
But
the
boo
why
hoo
that
problem
don't
me,
is
exist?
she
boo
don't
hoo
want your
Because you know
me.
fucking
why?
ass no more, and now you
The
don't want the
courts
kids no more
the
because she
courts
don't
are
want
always
you.
in your favor.
She don't want your ass no more, and
The
now you
courts are
don't want the
always in your
kids no more.
favor.
You
So
don't
you
want the
go to the
kids no more
court.
because she don't want you no more. That's the fucking problem.
Now you're talking shit, man.
That's the fucking problem. She
Yeah.
don't want your bitch ass no more, and now you don't want to be bothered with the kids because you a trifling bastard because you a boy, and she went and got a boy to do a fucking man's job. That's what she
We have
did.
enough. We have enough women to go around. If she don't
Feel
want one man,
sorry for me. Feel sorry for me because women say mean things to me and I can't be a daddy because now I'm shook. Women say mean things to me and took my masculinity away, so I don't know how to be a daddy. I had to leave my kids because she talked down to me. She said fuck.
Jason, lift
She
your
disrespected
basketballs
me,
up.
so I can't be a daddy.
only answer that fucking woman up here talking that fucking shit.
Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me.
All in fucking grow up, boy. All in grow up and understand what I'm trying to say. When you go back to the slave plantation, why? What is the reason
Bruh,
why?
if you don't
Feel
get the fuck off
sorry
the
for
plantation,
me.
bitch,
Fuck up and let me
if you
talk.
don't
Let me
if you
talk.
don't get off the plantation and come into 2025 and go to
Why?
school and
Why
send your
on the
kids to
plantation?
school and teach them
They
something
used to take the
and get
male
them
slaves
educated, bitch,
and put
and
them
teach
in
them how to
prison with
earn a
the
living
children
and
and
teach
kill
them a
them,
trade. If you don't
rape
get the
them.
fuck
No.
off the plantation, bitch,
Tell me why that used to happen. Tell me why. Let we talk facts. Let we answer. All in answering a question I have. Because you know why? All they just want to rant and rah, 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 rah.
nah, sir,
Answer
if you don't
me.
get off the plantation, if you don't get off the
Answer
plantation, Nottoway
why.
plantation burned to the ground. That was your sign that you're free.
Answer
Juneteenth is
my
coming up. You don't
question.
know you're free?
Why the slave
Sir,
master
Juneteenth is
used to
coming
take.
up.
Why
Juneteenth,
did.
you got
Okay.
17 more days and you to find out you're free. You got 17 more days. It's coming.
Why they
You
wouldn't
can
take the
get off the
woman?
plantation.
Why they wouldn't take the woman
Jason,
and put them in front of the
Jason,
children and
were
the
you one of the
husband
people in
and
Texas
kill
that
them?
didn't know they was free until June 19th?
We not going anywhere because you all failing to answer my
No, we're
question.
not going anywhere because people like you, because black men like you have a fucking complex. You just literally said, I'm not going to take it. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you what people do who want their children. Because I was talking to one of my male friends just now. You know what he doing? He going to get custody of his kids. He
Why
like,
you have to do that?
I
Why you
don't,
have to do
why
that?
not? Listen, why not?
So
Women raise
why
their kids
why
without you trashy bitches all the time.
why they need to go to the
Y'all give,
court?
shut up, Jason. Y'all give
Why they need to
default
go to the
custody to
court?
women
Why the
all the
woman
time
can come
when
to
you leave your
Didn't
when
understanding?
she
you
say
leave your
shut up?
kids.
Now they can't tell me to shut
You
up, boy.
give default custody to women all the time when you leave your fucking kids with them. What's wrong with him having custody of his kids? He not supposed to do that. What's wrong with him loving his kids enough to say, I'm the better parent. I can raise them better. What's wrong with you, sir? You too fucking old to be so stupid. Why he got to do that? Because he wants to. He feels that he is the better parent, and that's what loving parents do. If they see something going on, they fix it. They don't fucking cry about it like your crybaby ass.
Jason want to tell the world why he's an incel.
Yes, asking me why would he have to get custody of his kids? What? When y'all leave y'all kids with women, default custody all the fucking time. Just
Why?
default
So
custody.
why the
Because you
why the why
just
the
get up and leave
woman?
because
Why
you
the mother?
trifling.
Why the mother and the father can't come to an understanding?
Because in this case,
That's fucking life.
yes, in this
Exactly in
case,
this case, what?
in this case, they can't come to an understanding.
You know why?
That's it. But
You know
but
why they
but
can't come to an
no.
understanding?
Let me ask you a question. I want you to tell me why somebody that you don't know can't come to an understanding. Tell us. Tell
Because
us why.
they lack the maturity and the respect. It's simple.
Jason, shut the fuck up.
When
If
when
Exactly. You have no idea what you're
somebody
talking about.
disrespect you, you will walk away from your kids. And you will blame the kids, and you will blame the woman for why your motherfucking ass couldn't be a father. You sound like somebody who points to everybody else and say, you're the reason why my life went this way. You're the reason why this happened. You're the
yeah,
reason why
I
this
don't
happened.
blame
You don't
I
take
don't blame anybody for
accountability for
anything.
yourself. You
I
don't take
am a
accountability
God.
for yourself. You
I am a
sound like a
God. I take
5-year-old fucking having
responsibility
a
for my
temper
actions.
tantrum because your mama didn't take your ass to McDonald's.
Hey, we missing the facts and we go into name calling and those things. If we understand the situation at hand, there's a situation where a man has to go to the courts to get custody of his children, which should never be.
If you gotta go
Why
to
is
court,
it?
then take
Why
your ass
is
to
it?
court. If you
Why
gotta
is
go to
it?
court to be a father, then fucking go to court.
Why
Or
doesn't the
just
woman why
be a
okay?
father. Just
Why doesn't
be
the
a
woman
father. You ain't
allow
gotta
him?
be with the mother. You don't have to be with the mother to be a father. That's the
Why doesn't
problem.
okay? You don't need to
You
go to the
motherfuckers
court.
only take care of the kids of the women that you wanna fuck. The women that will continue to let you fuck, then you show up and try to be a daddy to those kids. And the moment that the pussy store is closed, you don't show up for the kids no more.
Why are you
You
closing the
only
pussy
there.
store?
You only there because the mama's there.
Why
And
are
as
you
soon as the
closing the
mother
pussy store?
closed that shit to you, you don't show up for the kids anymore.
Why are you closing it?
Because I don't want to be bothered with you no more. That's why. But that
That's
has
my whole
nothing to do.
point, and
But
I
that
thought.
She
has
has every
nothing.
right
But
to.
that has nothing to do with your kids. It don't work out every day. People leave their jobs because it ain't working out. People move houses because it ain't working out. But shit don't work out every day. That ain't
So
got nothing to do with the fucking
even if
human. Shut up. Shut up. That has
even if
nothing to do.
you see
Shut your dumb
every
ass up.
you see all the
That has
disrespectful.
nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the humans that you left behind that need care, that need
Exactly.
food,
So
that need water. That
my
has
point
no,
is,
stop talking when I'm
why
talking.
doesn't
Stop
this
talking
woman
when I'm talking. I see why that
why
bitch
doesn't
left
this
you because you
woman
don't have any manners. I see
why
why that
doesn't
hoe
this
left you because you don't have any manners. And you're angry because you can't control yourself. And now you
need
don't see your kids. You're angry because you have no self-control. And because of that, you can't see your fucking kids. And you try to take it out on every stranger because you can't take it out on her. She stopped being your punching bag. And you mad about it. You have no self-control whatsoever. I, I see why
who is
nobody wants to be
preventing
bothered with you because you have
let
no self-control whatsoever. Don't even sound like the bank let you in, bitch.
let me ask you a
Don't
question.
even sound like the bank would let you in. Don't ask me no questions. Don't ask me
Who
nothing.
is preventing the man in this
It doesn't
situation
sound
from being a
nobody,
father to his children?
nobody,
Who is
nobody
preventing
is
him?
preventing him.
You
Nobody
see?
is. Listen.
Oh, you
I
fuck
never
you
said.
you deny saying that is the woman is
Listen.
preventing him?
No, I never said that she was preventing him from being a father. You a fucking lie, bitch. I never said that. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth, ho, because you can't hear, because you can't understand English. I didn't say that, bitch. Don't play with me. I never said that. I said that he believes he would be the better parent. I never said she was stopping him from being a father. Stop lying, bitch. That's your hoe. That's your hoe. Don't lie on me.
How the fuck he could be a better
Don't
parent? Is
lie on me.
both of
That's
them his
your bitch.
parents?
That's your bitch that say you a piece of shit parent.
Both of them are parents. What better parent you talking about? Is both of them are parents? It are no
Man, shut the
better
fuck
parent.
up. You stupid ass.
Tinker's right. Your ass is
Do
whiny
you
as
know where your
fuck.
children are? It's
I
nine
said
Bitch,
that
your
o'clock
coochie
in the
dry.
morning. Do you
Fuck.
know where your children
both
are?
of them are parents. All they talking about, all is a sort of fucking continue, you know. That's why I realize, you know. All they just talking a sort of fucking shit, you know. Because
Man, you
if
sound
two
This
people,
stupid.
this is
Shut your
why we
dumb
sung
ass
to
up.
your ass so
if
fucking
two
long. Like
people come
you
together,
are a woe is me type motherfucker.
if two people come
You walk
together to
around
make a
talking
child,
about woe to me, woe is me, woe is me. Look what the white
if
man did to me. Woe is me. I can't be a father to my kids because woe is me.
who the courts just be on the woman's side,
What?
what the mother country in here, boy?
You sound like literally, like, dude, you sound like you singing when you talk.
Me I give a fuck about
You
that, boy.
whining. You are whining when you speak.
Are
Go
you
study
dirty
that.
whiny? Are you dirty whiny?
Study the facts. The facts still remain that a man does be unable to do what he need to do as a man. You understand? It's simple.
You
All the
want you
fucking
want people to respect you as a so-called man, but your motherfucking
not
ass
as
is
a
up
man,
here
as a
saying you
God.
won't let me be a man.
I am not a
You
man. I'm
won't
God.
you won't you won't talk to me like a man. Like if I gotta fucking build you up as a man, then you don't deserve my respect as a
You
so-called
don't.
man.
You don't
Like
need to
what
build
the
me up.
fuck? If I gotta do the work for you, then turn around and give you fucking credit for it, motherfucker, I'll do it myself. The fuck?
Period.
The thing is, right? The man will do all it. Why does it depend on the man to go out and work and provide? Why does it depend on the man to
Who
protect the
depending on a
Oh
fucking
my
man to
God.
do that?
Oh my goodness.
you
I'm
see
married and I still don't fucking depend on my husband.
feminism,
Fuck that.
feminism, feminism, feminism talking.
That ain't got
Jason,
shit to do with
So then,
feminists.
what
Shut
y'all?
the
Okay,
fuck up.
okay. Tell me, what do y'all want us to do? What do y'all want us to do?
it ain't shit you
Te-
can do.
Nigga, if we gotta fucking tell you and hold your hand,
Good for
you know
me.
what? Just go to a motherfucking corner, get in a fetal position, and just stay there for the rest of your fucking life.
But y'all are fucking confused
Whiny
already.
ass motherfucker.
You don't even know what you want.
I know what I don't want, and his name is Jason.
Jason don't want you neither, baby.
Oh, thank you. That's the best thing you said to me all day, my Jason. Because me no think your dick big enough, no way. You
You
got a
you
little
you
pinky. You couldn't do
you could
nothing with it, no way.
Damn,
you would never want the
I don't
epitome
know,
of
baby. I think
strength
you got a
and
little pinky
confidence.
out there.
exactly. I don't wanna hear your mouth no more, man.
Hey,
For real.
Jason, when my parents divorced, my dad didn't get any custody. You know what he did? He fought for custody for years, and then eventually he fucking got it because he didn't give up on his kids. You gave up. You're a piece of shit.
I tell you, I give up on my kids, boy.
You
You
gave
you
up.
see you see me give up on my kids.
You're not a dad because you gave up. That's the only reason.
You know if I have any fucking kids at all?
The
You
way
ask
you
me a
talking,
question first.
whether you have them or not, your ass will walk away.
You all are just judging me.
Eh, No,
You're the one that's
you
been on
did
this
it.
fucking stage whining all the whole motherfucking time about women taking kids and not letting the man be the dad because she talks bad to him. And
Why?
woe is me. And
Why
why
the
did she
man need
close
to?
up the pussy
Why he
shop?
need to go
Like
and
you
fight for
are
his
the one.
children?
You are the one that
My
has been
whole
sitting
point
here
is,
whining.
my whole point is right that when a man is put in a situation where he has to fight for his kids, who is the one putting him in that
Then
situation?
you fight. You man up and you fucking fight. That's what you do.
Why he has to fight the woman for his
It
own
doesn't
kids? Why?
matter.
Why
Life
can't there be
does it.
understanding?
There could be numerous of
Why the
reasons.
woman doesn't
Life does it.
understand?
Like, what the
That's my
fuck?
fucking point. My
Sometimes
point
shit
is
just
that if
doesn't work out.
okay, even if it does, even if the relationship doesn't work out, where is the
Oh,
maturity for
damn.
the woman to allow
Okay, she didn't do it. What you
her,
doing?
for
She
allow
she
their
she didn't
children?
allow it. What you doing?
Is the
You can
fucking
control
woman not
yourself. You
allowing
can't
him?
control her. Control yourself,
Jason,
Jason.
Jason,
Just do
did,
what you're supposed to do. And
Jason,
that's all you need to
did your
worry
balls
about.
go back
Sometimes you
up in your
can't.
butt? Jason, did your balls go back up in there? Did your balls come back up? If you're a man, then be the man. Don't worry, don't mind. All the whining make me want a dirty wine. You get
Okay,
on my nerves.
if the man could be a man,
If the
right?
man could be, if the man could be,
Why does he have
if
to
the
go
man
to the
could
court
be,
to
why does
file
he
for
have to
Nothing's
custody for
preventing
his
you from being a
children?
man. You what? Listen, when I divorced, guess who was in court? My ex-wife was there too. She had to go to court too. No one's persecuting you by making you go to court.
Why do you have to go to the court? Did the court come in your house when you was fucking to make the children?
No, we went to court because we divorced. That's how divorce works.
That is my point. So there still need to be a level of maturity after a divorce for the children's sake, and that's my
Oh
fucking
my
point.
No,
God.
you're
That's
you're
how
missing the point.
divorce work, you idiot.
Both parties end up in court. You're not persecuted because you went to court. Both
Well,
parties end up
well,
there when
here
you
what
don't
we
come to an
should do now.
agreement.
We should bring our representative from the court when we're going to fuck to make these children.
And be
Thinker,
quiet.
I hope
You
you're
sound
invoicing.
dumb.
I hope you
You
invoice him for this
sound.
therapy session that we're doing right now, because that's what this is. You're venting about and you're projecting about a situation in your own life and whatever's going on with you. I don't know why you brought it here to this panel.
It's
That's
negative,
very
sweetie.
weird.
I
I'm
am
still
happy. I
speaking.
am
I'm still
ha-
speaking. I'm going to continue speaking.
Listen,
I'm still
listen.
speaking and I'm going to
I am
continue
happy.
speaking. Thank you very much, right? Because that's like you're here and you're whining and you're bitching and you're complaining. But the very first thing you did when you came up on this panel was insult Thinker and assume, right, that she didn't have a father or a father figure in her life. And that's what her problem was. Now that the heat is on you, you want to start bitching and moaning. Yo, untuck, sit yourself up, pull yourself together and either engage in a topic or get the fuck on. It's Monday morning. No one has time for this fuck shit.
Well, damn.
let's just give the benediction. The word
I
has
think we
been
should
given.
write Jason's kids a Dear John letter because Christina just ate his ass up and he probably go walk out the door and never come back home after that.
Told him up and down.
Walking out the door side ass.
Sense. Like you're doing all this and for what? What do you hope to gain from this interaction with us? Nothing. You're
Nothing
just
at all.
crying. You're
I
just
am just
crying because no
passing
one else.
time.
You're crying to us because everyone else is in your life is tired of fucking hearing you whine. So that's why
I,
you came on here and decided to poison us this morning. We're not
I, don't-
interested.
I don't
Go
even
hug
give
your
a fuck
ex-wife.
about
Go
nothing
hug
here.
your children's mother, or go cry on a therapist's couch. We're not that.
I just talking because I get a fucking opportunity to talk. Nothing
Well,
about no other
and there
matters.
you go. There you go. There you go. Now you can gift Thinker, all right? Or hit one of the pay links in the bio because what you're doing is causing us to do free labor. We're not here to be your emotional support blankets.
Just say one thing, right?
No.
No, you can't. Now, y'all know how I am. I hate.
Yep.
Yup.
I guarantee you the guest box is filled with men that want to come up and tell us how wrong we were and how we treated Jason and his masculinity.
What masculinity? Nigga cried the whole time.
Dude.
Whoa, pitiful me. I got to go to court. Oh my goodness. But it was
That's what
fun.
they say because they don't want to be held accountable. They want to be able to run over the woman and do what the fuck they want to do. They don't want Uncle Sam to threaten their asses and garnish their paychecks because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Motherfuckers be crying over $25 a fucking month.
Oh.
Mm.
Jonathan, how are you?
I'm doing good.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused because I joined earlier for the Christian thing, and then you started like singing hymns with Jason in it, and then it came to this. So
Yeah. What do you have to say about the topic?
well, which one? Which one would you like to go? I guess
The
did
topic
Jesus?
that you see on the post?
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, it was a little confusing. Um, well, actually, I wanted to ask why do you think this? Like, if you could be more
There's
specific.
literally 4 bullet points on the
No, no, no.
post.
I was just asking if you could like like
There's
explain
four
your
bullet
thought.
points on the post. There's 4 bullet points on the post. That's why I think it.
Okay.
Commandments over compassion, faith
Mhm.
over facts, afterlife over life. And I mean, it's simple. Even my AI said it wouldn't choose this guy. Like, it's there.
Well, I would say like the faith over facts part I wouldn't really agree with because there is evidence of Jesus Christ and his death, resurrection, and burial, even outside of the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, especially Roman historians that were against Jesus Christ at that time have there are depictions and evidence and not just articles, all but also if you would call it posters of Jesus, Roman leaders, historians at that time. There's proof of Jesus. Even archaeologists, sorry, have had proof of this over time.
Like the bones they found of Yeshua and his mommy and his daddy. Those
No,
bones that they found in the ossuary. Oh, that's not
no,
archaeological
no, no. Well,
proof.
it is archaeology, but I wouldn't say because that could be a little wishy-washy. But I was gonna say like the
Why is that
structures in
wishy
the
washy? Like, they actually
well,
found bones
no,
in a
like
burial grave. I'm sorry. Why are you talking when I'm talking? They
my
actually found
apologies.
bones in an ossuary of a man
Hmm.
named Yeshua,
Hmm.
his mother Mary, his
Hmm.
daddy Joseph, his brother
Hmm.
James, and Simon.
Right.
So, I mean, why would that not be archaeological proof of your Jesus?
Well, you have to understand that Jesus was also a common name back then. Like Jesus, when you hear
But why
Jesus,
would that
Jesus.
not be? I'm asking, why would that not
No,
be?
because
Like,
I'm
shouldn't
saying
y'all
it.
like be jumping up and down that y'all found Jesus's bones?
You could say that it's arguable. The reason why I was saying that Bones isn't really because you could make the argument that okay, this could be Bones of anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't really saying it because that can't be Jesus. I was saying it more as in like when it comes to Bones, Bones is like kind of like oh, how do you know this is actually one of this or that? Which is why I was saying. But
Oh, so
in
what's the archaeological evidence that you have of your Jesus then? If not his bones, what is the
well,
archaeological evidence?
even as the Bible as a whole, the Bible, sorry, my throat is a little. Even as the Bible evidence as a whole, there's proof of like Moses parting the Red Sea. They just found chariots
No,
back.
there's not.
Yes, there
There's
is. You
not.
could search it up.
There's no.
You
That's
could
not
search it
even
up.
any proof of a Moses existing. No, there's not.
Well, I mean, yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, I mean there is. Even the
What's
Muslims
the
in is
archaeological proof of this Moses parting the Red Sea? What
well
archaeologists proved it?
back in the area in the general area. They've
What
gone to.
archaeologist proved
I'm
it? What's the
telling
archaeologist's
you,
name? I'm asking you for a
it's not.
name.
It's not a
What is
name,
the name of the archaeologist
ma'am,
that
ma'am,
proved it? What's
ma'am.
the name?
Ma'am, it's a group of people. It's an
Okay, the
organization.
name.
It's
What's
a.
the name of the what's the name of the organization that proved it?
I could search it up right now and tell
Yeah,
you.
do that for me, please.
Because the guy was talking for a while, and I have like a
What's the
class to
name of
teach.
the archaeological group?
Thinker got to jump for a meet in love.
Okay. Thank you for coming up.
No problem. Talk to y'all later.
All right.
Contradiction.
Hey, that's Sister Carol.
The Jason guy was taking really long, and I have a class to teach, so
I
I'm
don't
gonna
care
ask him to
about
come
that.
back.
Like, are you saying that because you're getting ready to go, or
Well, yeah, I have a class to teach,
okay?
and
All
I
right,
didn't think he was
bye.
going to come. I'm
All
sorry.
right, yeah, sure.
He couldn't find it.
Yeah, right.
He couldn't
Then why
find
would
it.
your ass?
Why you
Come on, you would have just pulled out you lying ass.
exactly?
He wasn't
Just
expecting you
leave.
to ask for source material.
Hmm.
He thought you were just gonna take him at his word.
No, I'm not joining.
Oh, no worries. I'll take you down.
Gonna
Have a good one, okay?
join.
Have a good day.
Hello. Sorry.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good day, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think everybody in the guest box are all nerds, and I haven't seen any on purpose comments. So, if you're in the guest box and you are a nerd, well, I don't think this person is a nerd. If you're in the guest box and you are a nerd, please comment so I don't take you out. Can somebody remove Augie? PG.
Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, family. How you doing today?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I just had a quick question for you. I don't know if it's something you. I mean, it's about the topic. But I don't know if it's something you can answer or not. But, in my deconstructing journey, I was wondering if you guys had the experience of um trying to explain this to other family members, or is that something that you suggest we kind of walk on this path on our own? Don't even try to convince them of this information.
Deconstructing is hard within itself, right? Um, and it gets even harder if you try to bring along people who are not willingly ready to go. Does that make sense? So you're kind of adding to your baggage, and it creates a lot of arguments and fights. And if when you're in the beginning of deconstructing, if you're not strong in your mental, then believers tend to say very harmful things, or they gaslight you, and or fearmonger you, and you end up having to battle those new thoughts and those new wounds that they open, or they'll reopen a wound that you think that you have healed, right? And so you're trying to work through the thing that you felt like you've already worked through before. So I don't recommend it, um, unless you have, unless they start the conversation with you, and they're interested and they start asking you questions. That's one thing. But I don't recommend that you like pick up the phone and say, "Hey, guess what? The God that you're serving is this," or you know, because it just creates unnecessary stress or strain on existing relationships that you already have. But if you are going to do that, boundaries, setting the boundaries ahead of time and knowing how much you are willing to talk about and how far you're willing to go, how much you're willing to take from the believing family or friend, and how you're going to enforce that boundary. Like, how far are you willing to go to enforce it? Because sometimes they get really, really offensive, and sometimes it goes as far as you having to cut them off completely.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I appreciate that input. I guess it's more my biggest battle before I started following you and the family. My battle was homosexuality, right? I'm in a same sex relationship. My grandmother raised me. Like that was my heart. That is my heart. But we have very different views. So the struggle is I was battling with her about my choice of, my love life, but now listening to and hearing all the other information that, is obvious, it's like even more like I've been arguing with you about this thing that's specific to me, out of wanting you to accept me, but now I'm seeing like it's a whole bunch of other stuff about this Bible and this God that is even more concerning or even more worrisome to me than me fighting about my specific situation. So, yeah, that makes 100%. That makes sense, and I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough yet to kind of battle all the points because you do it so effortlessly. The family does it so effortlessly. It's like I'm listening to y'all and I'm like, dang, why I ain't think of that point when I was talking to her? Why I ain't think of that argument when I was talking to her? So, yeah, that makes 100% sense. Thank you for that input. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. One thing that I can share with me, like at the beginning of my deconstruction journey, the main thing that I focused on was getting the answers to the questions that I had. So like I didn't even know I was deconstructed when I first started. But the first thing I started with was deconstructing the way I thought about myself and life and emptying out all of the negative thoughts that I had acquired about myself over time that I had picked up from other people, right? Um, and I had to get to the point to where what other people thought about me was not my priority, right? Like I mattered to me. And so I deconstructed that part of me first. And then when I started looking for answers regarding this God, I didn't know that I was deconstructing away from the God. But focusing on finding the answers to the questions that I had was the most important thing to me. And I did share, information that I was finding, but only with one person. And this person is a Christian, but they don't ever judge my journey. Like they sat and listened, they would talk to me. But I didn't like, my mom still doesn't know the information that I found. My brother who's a pastor, like I'm not just throwing it to them because they didn't ask for it. Does that
Hmm.
make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So focusing on that helped me a lot, but deconstructing myself first because mentally it's a tough thing.
Hmm.
And if I still cared what people thought about me, and if I still gave them the power to decide who I was and what my value and my worth was, deconstructing probably would have been a lot harder.
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's a another another point for me. So I appreciate that too, because that's very important. Is for me too. I guess I was still up until recently still thinking that my life choice, my personal life choice with who I choose to love was still wrong, right? So I guess not until recently did I get very firm in the thought that like, no, this is who I am, and there's nothing wrong with who I am. So I guess, like you said, that's part of the deconstructing the feelings you have about yourself before you even get into, what other people think about the Bible and so on and so forth. So, that's more valuable information. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. And like I think too, I see people, bringing up you calling who you are a choice, and I think that's a part of the indoctrination and the things that people have said to you regarding who you are and who you love. And I think even deconstructing the way you speak about it, right? And that comes with time, right? It comes with uh once you get confident in that this is who you are, and it doesn't matter what other people think of it. And then that that language and how you talk about it over time will change. I try to remind people that deconstruction is a journey and we are not perfect overnight. I've been deconstructed for 5 years, and there are still things that I need to deconstruct. So give yourself grace and don't try to run it like a marathon, because it's not something that's going to happen overnight. There are going to be times where you're going to need to take a break. Allow yourself to do that, because it can get overwhelming. And don't let people around you tell you that you should be at a certain place in your deconstruction journey, or you should be saying certain things a specific way. It's your journey, and that's all that matters. And you go at the pace that you need to go, and do what feels right for you, and that's all that matters.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Auntie. I appreciate that. I really do.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this I think now I'm just trying to learn as much as I can. Listening to you guys is like I said, so much knowledge. Didn't even know I was deconstructing, or that's what it was called until I found you guys. So again, thank you. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I appreciate you giving me that feedback. Very very valuable. So thank you.
You're welcome. Let me see, Rhea, did you come up to say something to PG?
Well, kind of, but I wanted to say hi to everybody. Hello, guys.
Hey,
Um,
Rhea.
like,
Hey,
sorry,
Rhea.
guys, I've been a bit
Hey,
off.
Rhea.
Hi. I wanted to. I didn't hear the choice thing, but I wanted to address how we kind of police, um, like the way we talk. I think we should try to do more educating, because I can get, sometimes I say choice, right? Sometimes I say the life that I chose, or I chose this because that is what we do in this society that we're in, right? We quite literally have to choose to be ourselves, right? We quite literally have to wake up every day and be like, you know what? I'm not gonna hide myself, fuck society, right? So I think definitely question why people are saying choice, but also try to kind of see it a different way. When bigots use the word choice, we know what they mean. When uneducated people use the word choice, we know what they mean, right? But when someone in the LGBTQIA community is saying choice, more than likely they're referring to the choice that they made to live their lives as who they are. So I just wanted to say that, and it just kind of level that playing field a bit. And sometimes it's very subconscious when they say that, but that more than likely is what they're referring to, the choice that they made to be themselves.
I love that, and it makes a lot of sense. Did that help, PG?
Oh yeah, 100%. Thank you for that clarification too, because I think that's what I don't know. I wasn't reading the chat, so or the comments, so I don't know if it was something that I said. But yeah, if I said choice, I think that's exactly what I meant, is just a choice to be who I am and not let what other people say about who I am affect me. So I apologize if I offended anybody. I don't know if that's where that came from.
No, you don't have to apologize. And I think people in the comments that were pointing out that you said that, I think that they had in mind what the bigots say, because bigots do try to say that you are choosing this and that this is not who you are. And so I think they were just focusing on that. But like Ria said, when it comes from a bigot, we know what they mean when they say it. But when someone in the community says it, try to see it as, in speaking to us, right? Those of us that are not in the community, see it as, when someone from the community says it, they're saying, I made the choice to just be me, despite what any of you motherfuckers think. So yeah, you don't have to apologize.
Can I say something to PG?
Yeah.
Good morning, PG. I just want to say that as a mother, I appreciate, respect, love you, and your strength for living in your truth and living your best life, because it's your life to live, baby. And you do it. You live that life because you only get it once. So try to live it with no regret.
Thank you, Auntie Charlene. I appreciate that.
Happy Pride Month.
Happy Pride.
Happy
Yeah,
Pride
happy
Month. That's
Pride.
right.
Happy Pride to you too, yeah.
I'll be riding around on my scooter pooter with my pride flag clicking it, folks. I got a pride fan.
Oh
Have
my
to get me
gosh.
one.
Wait,
Oh
what is a
yes,
pride? Why are you
Thinker,
making that
can you look
sound?
in
What is a
it's the
in
it's
the
the it's the
chat,
rainbow.
please?
in our chat or the Discord chat?
Ours.
I'm looking in there. I don't see anything.
Wait a minute. Hold on. It's there.
Oh, it just came through.
Okay.
Uh oh, okay. I'll bring them up in a minute. PG, did you have anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you guys again. Everybody in the chat, thank you for the comments. The nice comments. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for all your feedback, Auntie and the rest of the family. And Ria, thank you for helping articulate what it was I meant by choice.
Of course.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, I wanted to say Happy Pride Month as well.
Thank you, Lala. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right, y'all. Have a good one. I'll be in the
You
chat.
too. All right. Lala, what's their name? Are they the only one?
I think they're the only ones. Hold on. Yeah, they're the only ones.
AZ Mike.
Yes.
Can I get your age, please?
Oh, I'm 55.
And I assume that you are a believer.
No, I'm not.
You just a bigot.
No, not at all.
No,
You
I don't think they're
commented
big.
that
I don't know
wait,
why they
No,
brought
they
me
you
up.
said it wasn't
commented.
a choice. It's not a choice.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. uh, did you come up to talk about the topic?
No, I was brought up. I'm not sure why.
Oh, who brought you up?
I'm not sure. Just about and I reconnected. But I'm deconstructing myself. So.
Oh, okay. Lala, I misunderstood your text when you said that.
Oh no, I just saw
Yeah.
him in a box and I uh, attributed to it being about that. So that's my bad. I didn't know
Oh,
if
okay.
somebody brought him up or if TikTok did it. I didn't
Oh,
do it.
okay. No, no, no.
Yeah.
I apologize because
TikTok didn't.
I was about to go
No
ham.
problems.
But I apologize.
No problem.
I yeah, I think the app threw you in the guest request.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, I really support your work, and I'm just like enjoy the conversation. So I'll watch from chat. If that's okay.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right.
Again, my
Thank you.
apologies.
No problem. That's okay.
All right. Have a
All
good
right.
one.
You too. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
That's so weird. TikTok is messy because he was the one that said it and that, wow. But he didn't mean, I don't think he meant any harm.
Yeah,
That
that's
TikTok is
crazy how
something
TikTok be
else.
trying to. Yeah, that is crazy.
Like out of six, how many people? 500 people, 592 people here. Really? TikTok? I
Thinking you
see.
finna get him.
Wow. Well, we know that now, Mike. So, again, apologies. TikTok being messy.
Yeah, mine too. My apologies.
Okay, y'all. We have less than an hour left. 45 minutes. I'm gonna try to go to 10:30 until Christina goes live. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Lemon plus fish,
Yeah.
accident maybe. Uh,
Hello, hello.
how old are you?
I don't have an age.
Okay, then you gotta hop down. Okay, have a good one.
Why? It's the truth.
You have to tell us your age. Well, okay.
What?
Everyone else, for TikTok purposes, we need to know how old you are, or you will be dropped. I mean, that's kind of self-explanatory. Like, come on now.
No, my grandma. We have this like joke with my grandma because we don't have her birth certificate, so we say she's about 90, but we don't necessarily. And that's literally what I thought of. I'm like, maybe you don't have a birth certificate or something.
Yeah, that's true. Um, yeah, but your grandmother was born at a time where,
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I was
yeah.
thinking. I don't think
my aunt has.
there should be no excuse for him.
Right,
He
my
said he
aunt
was
doesn't
At
look
born
least
like
he
her.
without
should
an
know
age.
what.
He said he was born
Yeah,
without an age. That makes no fucking sense.
right. He was
That
trying
makes
to be
no fucking
funny.
yeah, yeah. Oh gosh. Go ahead, Christ Ambassador. The topic. Go ahead.
Sure. Good morning, first off, everybody. Um, let's start off with faith over facts. Um, I think every day we make decisions based off of faith. We don't need the facts for every choice that we make. So, I
I
apply
think
that
that's
same
like
thing
a. Why would you
to
choose
religion.
that one when you already told us that you'd rather be dumb? Why would you choose? Like, you already told us on Thursday that you would rather be dumb and have Jesus. Why would you choose that one?
I was just being sarcastic with you guys, just as you are always sarcastic with us. Just
I'm
playing the
not
game.
sarcastic with you.
Always.
Well, not today.
No, I tell y'all exactly how the fuck I feel. Like
I know,
the
but you
the
guys make fun of
the I'm
Christians.
not sarcastic with you. You literally said that you would rather be dumb and be with Jesus, that you would
Hmm.
rather be dumb and go to heaven.
Yeah, what's
You
wrong
are
with that?
literally saying, right, that you choose faith over facts every day. Like,
Hmm.
you're not being sarcastic. There's nothing sarcastic about what you're saying right now.
No, I was trolling just like you guys do every day.
Are you being sarcastic right now?
Yeah.
Saying
All
that you
right.
would choose faith over facts?
No, right now I'm being honest. Right now
Exactly. So
I'm
there was
serious.
nothing sarcastic about what you said on Thursday. It
Okay.
matches what you're saying today. Like, I
Not,
don't know why you would choose that topic. Like,
not
we
everyone
know
gets my
that you would
sarcasm.
rather have a lack of
Christ
knowledge
and
and have Jesus. We know that. Like, I don't think you
Well,
should choose that.
well, the Bible says that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom.
Well,
So
listen, we
I
under that.
believe.
My whole point, right,
Mm-hmm.
of saying that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is that there are people like you who would rather be dumb, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
and have Jesus.
If
Like,
it came down to it, I would I would agree
we
with that.
know that. So why are you there?
But when I said it Thursday, I was trolling, just like people in the
You
chat and
meant
on the
what you
panel.
said.
They were trolling me.
You meant it. Like, I don't know why you're saying you literally meant it. Like, pick something else. Like, we already know how you feel about that.
Okay. All right. Afterlife over life. Afterlife over life. Who wants to stay on this God-forsaken world? It's Jesus is being the Holy Spirit is being withdrawn from society each and every day. That's why we see violence, crime, hate, sin. So I'd rather go to heaven where we can start fresh and live good in heaven.
First off, I don't believe you, because if that were the case, then whenever there's a car accident or like
Uh,
a possibility of you getting hurt or getting in a car accident where you can go see Jesus,
uh-huh.
you're not gonna just like dodge, like run head forward into that so that you can hurry up and go see Jesus. That's not true. Second, the very fact of you saying that you would rather be dumb here in this life
You're not gonna let
so
that
that you
go,
can
are you?
have. Why are you talking while I'm talking?
We're having a conversation.
No, we're not.
What is it?
When you're talking
Oh,
while I'm
you're getting
talking,
on
that's
my
not a
nerves.
conversation. The fact that you're saying that you would rather be dumb in this life so that you could have heaven and the afterlife. Is you putting afterlife over your existing life?
Okay. I'm not gonna take my life though in order to get there, because that's sinning. That's killing myself, which is
Where does
or
it say? Where does it say that's a sin? Like your Jesus, your God, literally helped Saul. I mean, helped Samson unalive himself,
the,
so that in Judges, when Samson prayed and asked your God to give him strength one more time, so that he could kill himself and everybody else in there. Your God, Saul literally killed himself. Like, where does it say that that is sinning?
the commandments, thou shalt not, kill.
Thou shalt not what?
Thou shalt not kill.
Murder?
Yes, murder. Yes,
That
murder.
that's not murder. Self unaliving isn't murder. Murder is intentionally taking the life of someone else. That's not
Including
murder. You
yourself.
can't murder yourself.
Including yourself.
You can't murder yourself. When someone takes their own life, is it classified as a murder?
In from the Bible's
No,
perspective.
no, it's not. It's
Why
not
not?
classified as a murder in life. It's not classified as a murder in the Bible. And if that's the case, then your God contradicted himself when he helped Samson do it.
Where did he help Samson do that?
You don't know your
I
Bible.
know the story, but I don't know exactly what you're referencing.
Obviously, you don't if you're asking me that.
I know the story, and I'm most
Obviously, you
likely,
don't. If
if
you're
we go and
asking me
read
that
it,
question, you obviously don't know the
if we go
story.
and read it, it's not going to say what you think it says. If we go and read it,
Sure. That just means that you are dumb and
no,
Jesus
let's
likes
let's
it.
let's go read it.
You, if we go read the verse that you've never read,
No,
it's not gonna say that. Okay.
let's go read it. It most likely won't say what you're trying to make it say.
Oh, now it's most likely. Okay.
Well, let's go read it. Let's you love facts. Let's go and prove me wrong.
Haven't you been embarrassed enough?
If it brings glory to God, I can be
The
embarrassed
sad thing is
anytime.
no. The
If
answer
it
is
brings
no.
Yeah,
God
yeah.
glory,
How did I know
listen,
he was
who
gonna
am I
say
to be
that?
embarrassed for God's glory? So it's all good.
So he just got y'all out here looking stupid. I see.
For His glory, all for His glory,
Let
Don't
me
call
off the
him narcissistic.
let
all
me
for
off
His
the
glory.
train. I'm okay. I'd rather
Right?
not.
That's
Right?
okay. It's not for everybody.
But you would think he would give you discernment. Like he wouldn't have y'all out here looking stupid.
Like, why give you a
How you
brain? What's the point of making you with a brain? He could have just made certain people, the ones that are susceptible to this, this type of, just make y'all without a brain because y'all really don't need it,
Well, Well, I guess you have billions of people with no brains walking the earth because you have a lot of
Well,
believers.
that's what I'm saying. You do have one. You just
Y'all
choose
are
not to
doing that
use
now.
it. Right. You're choosing not to use it. I'm saying he should have made y'all without one. Like, you don't need it. There are babies being born without, brains, and they live for like two seconds, 2 days, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, and y'all have brains and you don't use it.
So
So just make
didn't
y'all
you guys at
without
one
it.
point believe in God and the teachings of the Bible? So you didn't have a brain then?
Yeah, I have a brain, so I exercise
We
my
were not
brain.
using it.
Right. Yeah. I exercise my brain. It got better, but you don't use it. When you don't use your brain, it goes dormant.
I
So
mean,
that's what we see with y'all, with believers. You don't use it, so it goes dormant. I use mine. We use ours. That's how we got to this point,
if I
right?
wasn't using my
So
brain, I wouldn't
that's
be
the answer
alive.
for your question.
If I wasn't using my brain, I wouldn't be alive.
Can you stop talking over Rhea and Thinker? Your sentence should not collide with theirs. It should not cross over theirs.
But apparently he has a brain.
Right.
He literally said if I wasn't using it, I wouldn't be alive.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would have been
Okay,
myself in
Scarecrow.
stupid situations to where I would have easily been unalive because I don't have a brain. I would have engaged and involved myself in brainless activities but clearly I have a brain because I'm still here alive and well. So clearly I have a brain.
We said
No,
use the motherfucker.
I graduated from
Use
college.
it.
I graduated from
Use
I graduated high
it.
school and college.
Fuck,
Do
motherfucker.
you not understand English? What is going on with you? Just because you graduated college, that means absolutely nothing. I know people that have graduated and other people did their homework.
Hmm. I have an aunt right now that still can't read at almost 60 years old, and she graduated high school.
Does she have a brain?
Dude,
And
Apparently,
she
she
You,
and
you
she
doesn't.
oh
can't
my
uses
be,
it.
you
God. The fact
cannot
that you
be.
keep saying this stupid shit,
And she
like,
uses it, right?
I literally want to know, does Jesus want y'all to be dumb? Like, would Jesus rather you not have knowledge?
No. The Bible
Then
says
why the fuck do you forego that shit?
the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, the Bible
Why
says.
do you forego knowledge? You literally said faith over facts.
Yes.
Do you realize what
Faith
the
comes
fuck you're
first.
saying?
Faith comes first. Because I may
You
give
are
you facts,
fucking
but you have to
like, I
choose to
don't
believe
fucking
it, no?
know what to like. Do you? That doesn't mean faith comes first. That means you choose faith over facts. That means you would deny facts for your faith. And the fact that I have to explain that to you is proof that you would rather be dumb and have Jesus. As you said yourself. You're on mute.
Okay. Facts don't mean anything when you put it to faith, because a lot of smart people will not make it into heaven.
I'm pretty
So
sure they won't because a lot of smart people don't fucking want to go to that piece of shit ass heaven. Like, do you realize that your
eyes
book
have
says
not
that you
seen,
will
nor
be,
ears have
stop
heard.
talking while I'm talking. Do you realize that your book says that you will be slaves? Like, first off, the book doesn't say that you are going to heaven. Second, it says that you are serving and bowing down to the Israelites on the new earth. Smart people figured that shit out
Where does it say that?
in your book. The
Let's
same
go there.
place where the same place where your God helped Samson commit suicide.
The book
Since you
that
know
you,
it so well, let's go there. Educate me.
the one that you don't read.
We love the TikTok shop.
Educate me. Show me where it says
Now
that.
ask your Jesus to. Like you said, your Jesus wants you to have knowledge. Ask your Jesus to educate you.
No, but I thought I was brought up here
Ask
to.
your. I'm not here to educate you. This is your story. This is
So
your
what's the
book.
point
You
of
should
this?
know this. I'm not here to educate you.
I
Ain't
know
that what
enough.
you got the Holy Spirit for?
I know enough.
Isn't that what you got the Holy
But
Spirit for?
but I'm always willing to learn more.
And then isn't that what the Holy Spirit is for?
Yeah. So let's go.
Okay,
Let's
so
put the
ask
Holy
your
Spirit to
Holy
work.
Spirit to educate you. I'm not your Holy Spirit.
Okay. But yeah, that's my response. The afterlife over
Okay.
life. Because there's not
Yeah.
what's here on this earth for me
You haven't
or
said
you.
anything. You haven't said anything new. You chose dumbness for your God. Like we already know that. That's why I didn't
Mhm.
want to talk to you Thursday. Like you don't say anything new.
Oh, you want me to give you something deep?
I feel like laughing.
You want me to give you something deep?
Like you're just gonna repeat the same shit. Like
I thought I was brought up to have a conversation. That's all I'm trying to do. That's it. Hello?
You're not saying anything.
I mean, what else do you what else would you like for me to say?
Are you done then?
I guess so.
All right, bye.
God bless.
Satan bless you.
Can't wait that song. Why are you still here?
How do I?
Don't know how
Okay,
to get down.
one sec. I think I can.
Mm,
It's dumb.
I said Jesus smarts for you.
You
Smart people know
cannot
how to
be
get down.
serious right now.
Like you're demonstrating what happens with this Jesus. This is a Jesus brain. That's why I say you don't need it. He could have just constructed y'all a certain way to be able to survive, right? Know when you're in danger, but like, survival, but not necessarily like a fully functioning brain because you don't need it.
Like, how do you like give up your whole life? How do you say that you rather be dumb and go to heaven and then not actually read the fucking book? Like, you don't even know the terms and conditions for the fucking dotted line you signed.
Right. All by faith.
It's crazy. Heretic, what's up, love bug?
Hey, it's very good to hear your voice. I listen to your voice, but like to talk to you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, can't complain. I just came back from the theater and I watched Sinners and it was fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
The soundtrack, I have to get that soundtrack because yeah, that's another level.
I can't remember the songs that was in there. I got to go back and watch it a second time.
Yeah, I also want to watch it a second time to like analyze it with a more of a film student kind of lens where I look at the figurative stuff that happens, not just for entertainment wise. But yeah, it was pretty awesome. I'm so glad they actually released it in Korea because I was kind of scared that they wouldn't, because it's such a specific movie, and usually black culture, black movies specifically, don't always play well here because of the homogenous society. But I'm so elated that it got played. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, Hell has some really good movies. Like, I wonder what Heaven's movies are going to be like. Like,
Oh,
since
Heaven's
Sinners
Fallen.
came from the pits of hell. Like, what other
Yeah.
movies came from the pits of hell? Black Panther.
Black Panther, Queen of the Damned. I don't know.
Mhm.
Uh, just good movies come from hell, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, but I wonder what movies would be in heaven. Oh,
I
I
don't
know.
know.
The Ten Commandments.
Mm.
And Noah's Ark and stuff. They just
Yeah.
have to keep rewatching that shit over and over again.
Over and over again. Like, would they? Do you think they'd have a TV with like kind of like a reality show where they have like cameras in hell to watch people getting tortured? Do you think?
Probably so.
But that's the thing,
Well, they
though.
can't because, well, probably. And then they'll be betting on their own family members because they have no memory of them.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
right. So they wouldn't be
Yeah.
knowing. Ah,
Yeah. Because
that
they,
would
cause
be.
they won't have a memory of them. So they'll be like, gleeing on their like daughter being tortured in heaven watching sinners.
You know, that it's kind of like to think it's real. Like if that really happened, it's kind of uncomfortable as a third person imagining that happened, seeing one person get tortured, quote unquote, and you're a family member up in hell, like your mom or something, watching you get tortured and be like, oh well, see, that's the sinners. That's what they are. That's what they deserve.
Yeah. And that's heaven, right? Watching people get
Yeah.
tortured. It like who what does that sound like? Like people would sit there and glee at people's torture. Isn't
Isn't that
that
what?
like
Sound like what they do
psychopaths?
today.
But
Isn't that
that.
the definition of evil?
But isn't that supposed to be
Yeah.
what their like what their description of hell is? Right?
What,
Like
watching
people.
people get tortured?
Yeah. Right. Isn't that what the devil is supposed to be doing and the demons?
Well, no,
Right.
we're saying the believers are going to be doing that in heaven, like on the new
But
earth.
but but that's what I'm saying, right? It's like literally this was like as a kid, this was a thing where I was like, what the fuck? This is supposed to be the description of hell. But That's heaven. You're saying in heaven you're going to be able to see these people being tortured and blah blah blah, and you're having fun, and but also you're condemning the devil for doing that low key.
Well, a heretic is saying, what if it's like that?
No, I'm saying this is a completely different point, right? This is like the deconstruction part of this nonsense. Like the part where you're describing this amazing place, but you're also watching people get tortured. But like the hell is also, oh, the devil is horrible because he's gonna torture you, and demons are gonna watch. They're gonna be enjoying themselves watching you get tortured. But that's what you're doing up there as well.
I don't know that they'll be doing. I don't know that they'll be watching people
The
tortured though.
God, the God,
The
like he,
God, yeah, but I
yeah.
don't know that the humans will,
No, no,
that
not
the
the humans.
believers will.
Like the God is like separate from the devil because he's good and the devil is bad. But you're also partaking in this torture.
Yeah, the
Mm.
God. Yeah, like
Yeah,
the very fact that he would even create that place is sadistic as
right.
fuck. Yeah, but like for believers to, if believers, heretic was saying, what if they have TVs where they are watching people get, like if there's like reality TV of people in hell and they're watching people get tortured.
I
I was
wouldn't be
saying like
surprised.
that, if that would be considered, um, you know, something pleasurable to do, only sadistic people would like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because they already take pleasure in the fact that they think we're going to hell right now, right? It's the next sentence out of their mouth already. So I really do think that these people are sadistic, obviously, and they would enjoy watching that because they feel like, I made it, I'm good. So here,
Yeah,
this is the punishment for not doing what I did.
yeah. And like they would, like right now they would probably be like, oh, I don't want to see that because I love you. You know how Jeff
Uh-huh.
be like, oh, I love everybody, and I don't want to see anybody go to hell. But when they're changed in a twinkling of an eye, they would
Nice.
be in heaven watching people, and they wouldn't have any choice, right? Like there's no free will. They can't be like, oh, I don't want to enjoy that. Like they would be changed to be just like their God. So they would have to enjoy it. They would have to become sadistic
Yeah.
psychopaths.
Like that's
Yeah.
why they have to take the empathy out of it, right? Like, I mean, what's the need for that when you have to partake in this, sadistic God's nature or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah. That's crazy. And then I wonder, like, since Jesus hasn't like upgraded and he hasn't come into the 21st century and he's still late Bronze Age, like, are there TVs going to be like Flintstone? Like, I highly doubt Jesus is going to have smart TVs. Like, his ass is still like
He gonna,
wearing Bronze Age sandals and Bronze Age robes and shit.
the angels are gonna be like, "Oh, we have to turn the TV on for the humans," and he gonna be like, "I don't know how to work that shit, man. You guys figure it out."
Yeah.
Where's the clicker at? Where's the clicker? Uh,
Yeah, that's interesting.
Pretty interesting concept. Um, I wanted to come up on Friday my Friday, your Thursday, when you're doing the 24-hour live with for fee, and I couldn't contribute to like PayPal or not PayPal. Well, PayPal or Cash App because I'm in South Korea and those apps don't work, or transferring money that way doesn't work. So I was kind of frustrated with not being able to contribute in that way.
I don't know any other. So, Venmo. What about Venmo? Do y'all have that?
Venmo doesn't work.
But I think I have a screenshot of the thing. I'm about to even. I have the Cash App if you want it. Like
But
maybe
that
sooner
won't
or
work for
later,
me.
if
So,
you still want
but
to. Like maybe in the future.
in the Discord, there was that link that was first um, posted for contributing to fee. Is that also still an option?
Oh yeah, her
Yeah. Sorry. Did
family's.
y'all hear me?
Yeah, her family's fundraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still an option.
Oh, okay. Because I did contribute that time, so I thought, okay, I don't know how that works. Like for the goal of the live or something that you had. But yeah, I'll go ahead and contribute some more over there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We did really good for her. We reached, I think, 3,500. Because people kept sending money over the weekend. So I think we're
Oh,
at
that's cool.
either 34s and some change, or right at 35.
That's
So
not bad.
we did really good for her.
Damn. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. I wasn't even able to listen to the live that much. That day was just kind of crazy, and I kept hopping in and out. Yeah, so I hope it wasn't too crazy. I would have loved to, even if it's crazy. Like, so a part of me enjoys people getting put in their place, but at the same time, there's a bit of empathy going. Like, they're stuck in. I think I mentioned cognitive inertia. It's just
Mm-hmm.
basically stuck in their ways. It is impossible to get them out of their belief. They will just talk around it. They don't want to listen to it. They ignore it. It's a different level of, cognitive dissonance, the older sister of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. And I think we had a lot of that during the 24-hour live. A lot of it. It was
Oh.
ridiculous how much of it. And it's crazy how it has an effect. And I was wondering all weekend, is it because of, my care and hope for humanity to stop harming each other? Or am I just really no nonsense that talking to so many people who just choose willingly to be ignorant and not use their brain, or to be manipulative? Um, is that what, because it really took a toll on my body, if that makes sense.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, it took a
I think it's
huge toll out on my body.
I think it's probably a little of both of what you just
Yeah,
said, Tinker. I think it's
Yeah, I
probably a
think
little of both.
we probably need to like shorten it.
Yeah.
yeah.
What also is scary, like you said that, I just want to add to what you said, is that this idea of people being stuck in their ways, the cognitive inertia is so deep that they suspend their empathy, and that's the scary part.
That's it. It's like, the thing is like, they always talk about what a god does, right? And they ignore what humans do. And they ignore that it's humans that are willing to be the god's body, right? And be the god's mouthpiece.
Mm.
And they're willing to do some harmful, evil, wicked shit for the god. And then you have people who are just willing to be evil, regardless of a god being present in their mind or heart or life, period. um and the lack of empathy towards other humans is genuinely a scary thing. So I think that's it. And just recognizing that people are okay without living with empathy, like they're okay with it.
But
And that's concerning.
that is very concerning, because it makes me think of, and if this is too uncomfortable, let me know, but like, there was a time when my mother didn't have a house or didn't have a place to live in because of the way that my dad had screwed her over. And because of that, my sister had to go live with my dad. And we have another sibling, and she's my dad's child, but not my mom's child. So stepsister, but sister. I don't like using the word step. I mean half sister, but there's no such thing as a half sister. But you know what I mean. And my dad, because my sister is from my mom, he said yes, but I don't think he wanted to. So she was living with him, and he kind of like made it clear that he doesn't want her to live with him by like not feeding her, for instance. And one time he would buy takeout for him and my other sister, and when they got home they would directly just ignore my sister, go to his bedroom and eat the takeout there, and they wouldn't give her anything. And that level of empathy, that lack of empathy, the trauma that causes other people, because like, and he's a Christian. So like, how do you marry those two things? How do those two things make sense if a God watches something like this happen? And not even, and not to use this in a bad way, but not even a dog would not feed their children. An animal would feed their
Right.
children, you know? So like, when people have this lack of empathy and you have experienced it or seen other people experience it, I don't know how to, like, how do you not get so angry that you want to physically harm them or emotionally or verbally harm them? How do you not just want to pull out your hair? I don't know how you do that by listening to people, like having, like, dealing with people like this.
It definitely breeds more bad behavior and empathetic people. And so, like, when you were talking about that, it made me think about the infanticide laws that were in Rome, and
Yeah.
the father was the one who got to decide whether they accepted a new child, right? Whether that child lived or not. And the lack of empathy you have to have, right? To be like, oh, we have enough kids, kill it or throw it in the trash. A human child. And so from years, decades of that type of, because it started in the BC era, and it wasn't until like after the fourth century Rome that they started to like write laws against infanticide. So for decades, a lack of empathy towards children, human children. You have to see these children as non-human or cattle in order to sacrifice them, in order to throw them out with the trash, in order to kill them if they were born with deformities, and for that to be the law of the land. That lack of empathy, I think, was, how they say trauma is biological.
Yeah. What do you call that thing? Like, oh, there was the phrase for it, but yeah, trauma is biological. Yeah, it lives
Yeah.
in you. Generational trauma.
hmm I I think that is why I think the lack of empathy has been passed down from decade to decade, and it literally these are Roman laws, right? And like, I think this God, although it was married with the Hebrew God, I definitely think this God is Roman.
That makes sense. Like, looking at, like, for exactly the specifically the point that you spoke about, the lack of empathy for a human child, the way that children and boys, or young children, boys were treated in Rome. Yeah, because it was that kind of culture that used children as objects for
Yeah.
I don't want to say something bad, but yeah. You're right. Like, I never thought about that, but this is more so a Roman god with just Hebrew fan fiction written into it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Because even the Hebrews started to change the way they treated their children, right? Like the story of the Pharisees changing and creating new traditions as time went on, as they evolved, right? And here comes Jesus saying, "Why are you not killing kids?" Right? In a Roman province with infanticide laws. Like, that's some very Roman shit to say. But you
Mm.
got the Pharisees reinterpreting the law and saying, well, we're not barbaric anymore. Let them pay a fine for disrespecting their parents instead of stoning them. You see what I'm saying? Like, to me,
Yeah.
Jesus is the Roman law saying, don't move away from the barbaric Mosaic law telling you to kill your kids for disobedience. Stick with the Roman infanticide. Like, and then in Isaiah, the fact that it says um Isaiah 4 Isaiah 7:14, like, I feel like this speaks to the time period that it was written, because I know parts of Isaiah was written after the Babylonian exile. And I feel like when they came back into the Levant area, they were Hellenized, like they were under Greek rule, and they started to become Hellenized and mix with the Greek god system and the Greek laws and stuff. And so when verse 14 here, when it says he shall eat curds and honey, by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, for before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. This eat curds and honey reminds me of the Roman law that said that children were not human until they could eat solid foods and walk. And so, like, I know in ancient Israel, in the Talmud, children weren't considered human until they were 31 days old, not 3 days old. I mean, not 3 years old, right? Not toddler age. That's Roman influence. And so, Roman and Greek. And so, this makes me think that this was written after the Babylonian exile, because that is very Greco-Roman culture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's interesting because I was literally about to ask at what point do they decide when an infant is a human being, and then you just like showed your theory or how you connected the dots there. That's quite something. I wonder if there's some other literature that exists about something like this.
Yeah. You can look up the infanticide laws. You can just Google. I don't know what they would call the law. Like, what age were children considered human in Rome?
Oh yeah, I'll
And the
look that up.
yeah, and in the Talmud,
Uh-huh.
the oral tradition around the what they call viability of newborn babies, like that's in the Talmud, but also in Leviticus 27. It's you can clearly see when the God puts a value on humans. When you offer humans up as an offering, the baby, um, the age, if the age is 1 month to 5 years, then it has a value, right? But before 1 month, it doesn't have any value. You see
What?
that? Yeah, there's no
I
value.
did
They have
not
to
know
be
that
1 month to
existed.
5 years. Yeah. And so in the Talmud, it's 31 at 31 days old, the baby is considered alive. It's still considered dead from day 1 to day 30. On day 31, it's considered alive. It's considered like it's classified as stillborn up until it reaches 31 days old.
Whoa. And this is
Yeah.
all obviously decided by people who do not have a uterus.
Yeah. And but if we take into consideration the culture, right? At that time, babies died at high rates, like the mortality
Yeah.
rates were high. Young
Yeah.
girls were giving birth. They were giving birth at 12, 11, right? They started early. And so even they were dying young.
Mm.
And then also, um, they were offering children up to different deities. Um, and so they would have to classify them in their mind as cattle so that they didn't, I guess, feel guilty that they were, offering humans. In the book, Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel by Heath Durrell, it talks about how they would take newborn babies and put them in the arms of a Molech statue, and they would crank the arms, like the arms were like feeding the statue. They would put the babies in the arms, and then as the arms go up to the statue's mouth, the babies would go in and go through the stomach of the statue, and they would say, these are not human babies, these are cattle. And they would say, feed, God, feed, like um as they're like cranking these babies to this statue.
Yet.
Yeah.
That
And
is,
so they would classify them as cattle.
and that stuff sounds evil to me. That
Very
sounds like
evil.
Satanism. Not
Yeah.
Satanism, sorry. Satanism is different. But that sounds evil comparatively to what believers say non-believers do or atheists do or whatever.
That's literally what they say. Atheists are baby eating demons, but literally, the history behind child sacrifice um, is ancient Israel, uh, Carthage, um, Greek and Roman, which this religion has a lot of influence. Uh, but it's a very dark history.
There's a phrase that applies specifically when I hear believers and when you have these discussions with believers. It's a phrase that says projection is confession. And it applies so much to this religion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
But
I need to.
won't get just moving right quick a little bit to the abortion.
Mhm.
Um, I wonder, like, if they're going by what the book said, like, why hasn't anybody ever brought up the fact that babies in this book don't have a value?
And then the other thing that, just to add to what you're saying, doesn't it somewhere in the Bible say that life begins at first breath?
No, I think that's I think it was um Philo of Alexandria who said that.
Oh, okay. It was not in the
Yeah.
Bible. For some reason, that's going out there that it's in the Bible. So God never says when life begins.
No, I think it because remember when the woman gets hit in the stomach and her fetus dies, that
Hmm.
wasn't life for life. There was no talion law for the fetus. The life for life kicked in if the woman died.
Oh, so the fetus is not considered a life.
Not in that. The
Not
fetus
in
was
that.
considered property of the man, not a life, because babies were not considered alive until they were 31 days old
Right,
in ancient Israel.
right. When you look at the history of people and the shit that people do for this imaginary god or this thing in their head, the human race just makes me think that we're quite infants the way that we think. We're very much infants. Not infants, but like, I don't want to use the word dumb, but I feel like sometimes there's a lot of us that walk around just believing shit. But the fact that those abortion or sorry, can I say abortion? Sorry, I already said it
Yeah,
twice.
I said it.
Oh, okay. The fact that that comes from that period, or that it has woven and is woven so deeply into our society, as to where there exist laws to this day where men have control over a woman's body, but there's no law that exists that a man cannot that prevents a man from doing anything with his body, is still a testament to how deep patriarchy and this religion has ingrained itself in our daily lives. And for us it's a lot easier to deal with, but there are cultures in the world where, in the Middle East, for instance, where they don't have a choice.
Right, like we're 2,500 years and some change away from the Bronze Age, Iron Age time period, but yet we still have people who are living the laws from that time period, like making women cover up like from head to toe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all seen that fashion shows, the African fashion shows. A designer who designed this red dress, and his model was the last to come out, and she's covered up from head to toe, right? And the the dress looks like a big, like one of those big hats with the veil that covers the woman's face. Man, it was so beautiful. And so she throws off the veil and it turns into a dress, right? With like one of those nice red hats. a smaller red hat, and the dress is like a cape, and it's like fitting her body. And she turns around, and the entire back of the dress is out, where her ass is out, and you can
Oh
see her
my
back
gosh.
and her ass, and she's walking. So like there were so many people, and the comments like, "Oh, she ruined it. The back ruined it." They're like this comment if you were disappointed when it got to the back. And I'm thinking to myself, like, so many people missed the message, right? Because from the front, she was covered up all the way, like every bit of her body,
Hmm.
but she's still a piece of, uh, she's still an object.
Yeah,
She's
exactly.
still meat. She's still seen as sex. That part of her body is still objectified. So it might as well be out. Being covered up from the front doesn't protect the back. And so many people missed it. They were, all they
Yeah.
cared about was that she was, naked back there, and they missed it.
But we're all
And that's
naked
sad.
underneath these pieces of fabric we're wearing.
Yeah, yeah.
That imagery that you painted there with that thing, I really want to go check it out. There's also something that was floating around on Twitter the other day. I think it's an old photo, but it's like from the top view, and a dad and his two children are playing in the water, like the ocean or something, and the shallow end. And then the mom is like covered head to toe. And what do you call those? It's not the hajib. It's, what is it called? The from head to toe, where you're covered in the clothes. What culture is that?
I don't know what culture. There's a lot of
There's,
cultures
yeah.
that do that,
And so the
but
mom's standing there watching them, and the caption is like, "You can't tell me that a woman chooses this
right.
by
And but
choice." Like
and that's
hijab, yeah, hijab,
yeah.
yeah.
And it doesn't protect them. Like they still get raped. They still get abused.
They still get
They still
subjugated.
get used for sex. Yeah, it doesn't protect them from being abused by, the men in their communities. That's the thing.
Yeah, it is it's a little bit it makes me so deeply frustrated because I don't understand how there are men that have mothers and sisters and they are not feminists themselves. And I'm not the new age feminism. Um, I don't know how to use the word feminist without it's like calling myself one, but I'm saying that how men have a mother they love or a sister they love or a wife they love, but they don't understand how women are subjugated or seen as second class citizens their entire life, and how that doesn't make them angry.
It's the late Bronze Age teaching.
Ah,
Like
there we go. The
we should
patriarchy.
be more evolved mentally and more developed mentally than we are as a society. Like having to deconstruct Bronze Age thinking in the new millennium in the 21st century. Um,
Do you think that people like me and like gay people or people who try to understand as much as we can, because even as a gay man, I'm still subject to being misogynistic, to being, patriarchal. Like that just is our society. And as much as I try, I don't completely understand. However, I still do try. Do you think it's because I'm gay that I understand the experience more, or could it be because of a connection to my mother?
it's probably a connection to your mother. There's literally a gay male right now,
Oh,
yeah, going viral, being very misogynistic. Uh, yeah, women are misogynistic as well. Women have internalized misogyny, and they perpetuate misogynist ideals all the time. So I think it might be, your connection with your mom, and your mom deconstructing that misogyny in society around you, and actively teaching you to not be that way. But I've
yeah.
seen very misogynistic gay men before.
Yeah, and also homophobic gay men. That happens.
Hmm.
Interesting. I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, definitely misogynoir. That's correct, Jay. Um, yeah, it's I didn't really come up to talk about that. What I actually did want to talk about was just for fee, but I'm happy that you allowed us to go off on this tangent. I definitely want to go look into those infanticide laws. Now I can't say words. You're,
Infanticide. I would say
you're,
infanticide, but it's an infanticide. That's the
in fact, you're
correct way to
influencing me,
say it.
thinker.
Yeah, fucking words.
If you want, I'm available tomorrow. I have the day off, so if you want, we can do another reading. If you don't have any conversation, sorry, I didn't mean to stumble over the words there.
Yeah, anytime there's not conversation. You said 3:05, right? Anytime.
Even before that, tomorrow I
Oh,
have
okay.
the day off, so whatever time you go by, I'll just listen in, and yeah, just let me know, and yeah, we'll hop on something if it's possible.
Okay. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure we will have dead spots tonight, so whenever there is one, just hop up. There is a phrase that's in my head uh since I've spent the weekend watching K-dramas.
Ooh, okay.
And I don't know what it means, but I just want to say it because I think it's just flows off the tongue.
Yeah.
Um, Antigodin, Antigodin. What the hell am
Anigodin?
I? What am
Oh,
I saying?
Anigodin?
What am
Oh,
I saying?
like you're saying like, isn't it that? Isn't it true? Or no, sorry. You're saying no, it's not that. Like that's not true. Or yeah,
No, it's not true. Antigodin. I'm saying no, it's not true. Okay.
Anigodin. Anigodin?
Anigodin, Anigodin.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Okay.
also love
Thank
that
you.
phrase
It just
actually.
sounds so pretty. Anigodin.
It
It just
really
sounds so
does.
pretty.
But it's like it's meant in a like a playful way with like friends, family, or a loved one. Yeah, I didn't say that, or that's not true. Like that's yeah, something like that.
I'm gonna say that during the live when a Christian lie on me. I'm gonna say Anigodin.
I didn't go there. Oh, and you're saying it quite good, so I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, if ever you want to get into K dramas, I have some really good recommendations. But I know people always give you recommendations. There's like a lot to watch out there.
Yeah. Are you on the Discord? Zena started a K drama channel in her Discord,
Oh,
and
really?
we've been sharing titles all weekend.
Oh, sweet. Okay, then I'm gonna add my 2 cents there because I've been watching K dramas. I didn't know how great they were until I got here. But before anything, I do have a question about K dramas for you. Do you like the romance stuff?
I do. I like the
Oh,
romance. I
you
like
do?
the romance and the action
Oh, okay.
dramas. Not so much the reality TV. I don't watch though. I hate reality TV no matter what culture it's in.
Mm.
Because it's scripted. It's not really reality TV.
Oh yeah, I worked in reality TV. It is so scripted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What else don't I like?
I can't
Actually,
stand
there's not
the.
much with K drama. Oh, y'all. India is like coming up a
Oh,
cool second with dramas.
I agree with
Oh my
you.
god. Yes, there's a new one out called Royals. Um, like
Now it's
India is a cool second.
yeah, it's a cool second. Now it's time for Nollywood to get even get up some speed there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen a couple of Nigerian dramas
there was
as
actually a
well.
Nigerian drama made, but they all speak Korean.
What?
Yes, you should go look. Okay, wait. Like understanding Korean is like, oh, the Korean's very bad, but it's quite interesting how they managed to pull that off. I think that is such a nice cross cultural thing. Yeah.
What's the name of it?
I'll have to look it up. I'll drop it in the Discord. I didn't watch the whole thing because, the, like understanding Korean, I'm like, oh, this is uncomfortable to watch. Um, so I'll have to get the title and I'll drop it in the Discord.
Tiffany, did you like Royals? They're there's a song. Uh, oh my god, that they have that I think should go viral. Um, I can't play it on here because TikTok will violate me.
Oh, yeah.
But one of their songs on their soundtrack of the Royals, oh my god, the song is so fucking good. like in even their music, like in the Indian dramas, be so good.
I really love their music. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
I have
You
some friends that
downloaded the
whenever
song? Oh my god, the song is so good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my friend. Whenever I have some friends from South Africa, and South Africa has one of the largest populations of Indians outside of India, and whenever they get together and they do all those dances, I'm like, oh, I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole different, wonderful, colorful culture that um, that just gives me life, especially in Korea. I'm trying to switch on my computer, but that's not going to work right now. Yeah, so I'll put that in the Discord. I don't want to just. Oh yeah, I wanted to say I'm almost. I think I'm like 2 or 3 months away from being a dragon.
Yeah. I
So
love that Deborah is using her dragon status. I
oh
wish
yeah,
more dragons would. Huh?
no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, she's been killing it. She's been killing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I wish more dragons would. That would be pretty cool because it gives a different perspectives and different uh uh information comes out, and it's not just me all the time. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
Um,
y'all been in the community long enough to have this information on deck.
oh,
Like I
definitely.
know y'all know the information. Huh?
Like whenever I hear people talk, I'm like, oh, that's in First Corinthians, or oh, that's in Leviticus, or oh, that like a rebuttal to whatever like a Christian would say. I'm like, oh, like when you listen enough, you don't even have to actively try. If you just pay attention and listen, the arguments that believers come up with are really like cookie cutter arguments. Nothing's really that original, and it's because the book hasn't been updated. so so
Right.
it's not
Yeah.
that hard.
Yeah.
Not to say that it's not work. That's not what I meant.
Well, I mean, a dragon has been here for a year, so I know they know. Like,
They know, yeah,
um,
we should know. And if we
yeah,
don't know, what have we been doing?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I tried to watch Christina's live the other day with your panel because I want to support more deconstructionists in this community, specific this community that you're a part of, but it's hard because your time matches with mine. Everyone else's time doesn't match with mine. Ria's time doesn't match with mine, so I can't even jump into Ria's lives as much as I would like to.
I was looking for Rhea on Saturday. Rhea, what happened Saturday? Wait, first off, how is baby girl? Rhea, you there?
Yeah.
Rhea? Oh, she probably
Hello.
walked away.
Sorry, I'm at the gym. What happened?
Oh, I was asking how is baby girl?
They really miss me.
Huh?
Oh, she has bars.
Oh yeah, she got a bad connection.
Where's Oso at?
He was in here. He's in the comments taking a break. We had like the 24-hour lives and stuff. People are just like recouping.
Yeah. Like we're not
Yeah.
young. You need to. It takes a while to recover. It's like going out drinking, and you're like, "Ooh, I can't do this a lot."
Yeah.
Yeah. At one point, you were standing up in the live trying to stay awake, weren't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I remember
When I
that.
got off the live, I was short of breath. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know if it's because I'm crossing over. Like I'm getting older.
Crossing
Crossing
over.
over.
Yeah, like I'm crossing over to elderly.
Girl,
No,
This
don't
is
say that. I'm
like
only like 4 years
yeah,
older.
45.
don't say
Ma'am,
it like
Like
that.
like
ma'am.
not crossing over like that, but
Annabelle.
45 is like that's the last like when it 45 is like my last year to be like young old, you know?
I guess.
For
Yeah,
you,
like I'm a grandmother. Like
At 45, you've lived
I got
longer
to
than
do
me
with
and
Too, and I'm
it.
older than
you.
There's
like
you.
I'm getting
35-year-old
old.
grandmothers.
Me too, and I'm
Yeah,
older
like
than
I'm
you. Stop
saying
that.
like
We're
the
not doing
fact
that.
that I
We're not
was
doing
like
that.
short of
We're not doing
breath
that.
and
We're
it
not
took me
doing that.
2 days to recoup from a 24 for being up 24 hours. Like I used to go out. I used to go out of the country and stay up for
Maybe
two, three
you
days at
need
a
some
time.
vitamins. Shit.
I
Something
just
because
need some milk.
I don't like milk.
Me
Just playing with you.
neither. I
Get
do not
some
drink it.
vitamins.
I do like almond
Some
milk, but I gotta
vitamin.
be eating Oreos or oatmeal cookies with it. Like I can't. Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Do are you on like vitamin D supplements and stuff
That's
and
what
like
I
magnesium?
They
have
on my
them.
dresser.
You need to be
Not on the
taking them.
dresser.
Wow. Wow. That's some good
That's
stuff
got.
right
That's
there.
So
what's
you're
gonna
not
help.
getting old. You're not getting old. You just need to take your vitamins. Get
Yeah.
your iron up.
That's what us
Eat
old
some
people have to
spinach.
do.
Yeah.
Right. That's
Look,
what old
y'all
people have
call
to do. I ain't
yourselves
have to.
old.
I didn't
I ain't
have to do
old.
it. I
Shit.
didn't have to do it before, but I have to now.
I do it. I'm 25. What are you talking about?
Yo, Five said
Yeah.
bye bye yesterday. I almost cried.
Oh, that's
Oh,
nice.
He said
Yeah.
bye bye. Then he said bye bye.
Oh,
No.
I almost cried.
oh, that's so
I
fun.
bet. That's so cute.
Sorry. Earlier
Oh,
I was in the gym. They started cleaning, so I got out of there. You were asking me something.
I was
Thingy.
asking how baby girl doing.
Oh, girl, she's doing the same. We're trying to see if we can get out of here because they found out what she's allergic to. It's the trees out here. Crazy, right?
Oh,
Oh,
damn.
Yeah. It's
What?
three.
That's me.
Yeah, three
That's me.
specific trees out here
Hmm.
she's allergic to. So we're gonna try to see if they can get us out of this area to a better place, a better base or something. But it's getting worse, like the coughing, at night. So we're just
Oh
trying to see.
no.
She's diagnosed with asthma now. So now she's on like a steroid inhaler. So that's
Poor
doing
baby.
something, but it breaks my heart when she coughs because like she coughs and then she's out of breath and she loves to she's a happy baby. She loves to play and jump around and stuff, and I have to stop her because if she does it too much, she's gonna get out of breath and exert herself. And I hate doing
Hmm.
that, but it's for her health. So,
Right.
but yeah, yeah, it's just been a rough couple of days. So I had to take a break on Saturday, but I'll try to make it up. I'll try.
No,
Poor
don't
you're
you worry
baby.
about that. You take care of that baby and take care of yourself too.
Yeah.
Because
Hmm.
you taking care of her and not taking care of you is no good either. Right?
Yeah, so I tried because I got back in the gym today. I've just been so worked up about stuff. So I started yesterday. I was like, June 1st, I'm gonna get back in the gym, try to maybe work some stuff out. I'm back in therapy and stuff, so I'm trying. I appreciate that.
That's another thing I'm allergic to.
What?
the
Going to the
gym.
gym.
The gym.
My daughters go to the gym every damn day, and they be like, "Mama, you gonna go with us? You need to go to the gym. You need to do yoga. You need to do such such." Like, no, I feeling like I'm about to fucking die of a heart attack because I'm working out is not fun to me.
Okay.
I don't. I do not like
I
going to the
feel that
gym.
though.
Huh?
I say I feel that because like that's really what's been keeping me out. Because I'm like, oh my god, why do I have to go through all of this to. But I don't know. I'm trying to do some discipline thing because since I left the military, I haven't been able to like make myself go. So I'm like, maybe if I change something, the thing that I can change, it's that whole serenity bullshit. Sorry, this is the one thing, one thing that I can change. So maybe if I change something, then I might feel better. But I hate it. So I only do like maybe 20 minutes. As once I get tired, I'm out of there. I'm not doing the 1 hour, 3 hour thing. So
Sophie, are you serious? Sophie said, "I'm literally allergic to exercise. It's called exercise induced rhinitis. Is that a real
you
thing?"
get rashes and stuff.
Rhinitis is like the nose, so
That's
like
the nose. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Oh, you get
Uh,
Yeah.
like your nose gets runny. I get that like when I'm doing my makeup. I don't know what's wrong with that.
mm. Oh wow, that's a real thing for
Oh, when
all.
Wow.
Oh wow.
your nose gets runny. Okay.
whoa.
I know somebody that like
Never knew that.
when she works out or she sweats, she gets rashes. I don't know what that's called. So she can never sweat or like work out or exert herself because she's gonna just
I
like
have that
blow up.
issue.
I was
Mm.
like, what the fuck?
Wow.
And
Damn.
listening to all of us have these ailments, like my boyfriend is allergic to the sunlight, like suddenly in
Oh
summer, if he
wow.
gets out into bright sunlight too long, he starts sneezing.
Oh my.
Oh, what?
Even
Yeah, that's
water. Some people are allergic to like water altogether. Like they can't take showers and stuff because it
yeah.
hurts so fucking bad. I was like, damn, like this is the perfect world y'all talking about.
Exactly. So you're
That's
telling me
crazy.
God created this perfect body with all this
I
stuff
was
happening?
is that I was one of the K dramas I was watching is I Am Not a Robot, and in that show, he's allergic to humans.
I love that one.
Yeah, he can't be around humans. I think
Mm.
I'm allergic to humans.
Well, there is this saying that intelligent people tend to keep to themselves a bit more, just because they know that other people are a bit uh we get allergic to to people. Not everyone, as we know, not this community, but I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Oh, thinker, somebody,
it's just, huh?
sorry, somebody was suggesting riding bikes. Do you like riding bikes?
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's a
Child, I
good.
sit on the bikes, the seat go up the crack of my ass, never to be said
Oh
again.
my goodness, Miss Shirley.
She just be coming up with some shit. Your ass.
Never to be seen again. Uh-uh.
Oh, Lordy.
When I eat spicy food, I start hiccuping. So
Oh wow.
yeah, I can't
what's
eat
that?
sweet
That's
stuff.
indigestion, right?
I just no, I don't get really indigestion. I just if I eat it, oh, is that called indigestion? I don't know because if I
I
swallow,
think
it's hard
so.
to swallow. It's just like I hiccup the whole time.
Because hiccups are caused by gaps in your like, like air gaps in your digestive tract.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
but then why would I hiccup when I eat spicy food? Is it
It's probably not going good. Like it's not
down?
going down right. Yeah.
With it. Okay, okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
But the thing with the water, Rhea, is aquagenic pruritus.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I have, yeah. It's not, for me it's not a full extent. And then mine is hot water. It makes my histamines go through the roof,
Oh damn.
and
Mm.
it hurts. I mean, it hurts. It itches
Yeah.
so bad it
Mm.
hurts. Yeah. And then I can't remember the other one, but it's like when if you scratch anywhere, you get the raised hives on your skin. I don't care how lightly I scratch. It's like it's red and it's raised. Trying to remember
But
the name of that one.
there's so many things that like it is, and I don't know how to explain like the how not amazing this world is. Like it's not curated to humans. I don't know why
Mhm.
people still
Mm.
say that, because like my cousin at some point, she used to be allergic to carbs. If she ate anything carbs, rice, bread, right, like anything that had like a high amount of carbs, she'll break out in like literal, like
Mm-hmm.
not even rashes but bumps.
Mm.
I said, what the hell?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Like, and they had to give her
That's
like these shots, and like for a few days she would have to like calm down, and she had to just go on a protein diet. Like I think up until now she has to still eat like that, because I'm like, what is going on? This is food. This is what people eat. Like why would you be I don't know, man.
But yeah, imagine
the
living in a
God was
time.
just up there like, "Yep, little bumps for you."
Right. Right. And we were
Thinker.
Goodness.
kids. We were kids when this started. Like it
Oh
literally just
shoot.
started out of nowhere one day. Like we had to figure out what it was, because she just broke out in hives one day. We were running around. Like I used to stay with my cousins a lot. So like we'll run around, and like we find, eventually the doctor's like, oh, keep certain things out of her diet, see how she does. And then we found out it was carbs. I'm like, why would you do that to a kid?
Goodness
Mm-mm.
gracious. Y'all let me know when Christina goes live, please.
Okay. Speaking of going live, someone is running this background as we speak.
Oh my god.
What?
What?
Can't
Someone
stand
is running this exact background as we speak. Phil sent it to me in Discord. Let me see what's their name. Hold on.
I bet it's the exact same person
What's
I said earlier. Wait.
Jules?
yacht?
It better not be a YT person.
The name is Ven OE.
Van. Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is.
That one.
VENOE.
Hold on. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, how you just gonna run the same?
Wow.
Like at the
Mm.
very least, just change the background. If you're gonna steal, just be a little bit smart about it.
Right.
Let me see if I know them. Van.
I feel like
Oh.
because they're not creative, and so they think maybe she got this out of somewhere. Like maybe this is all. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like people think like that. Like it's okay. You don't think she's gonna recognize her background? Like, what?
Mm.
I don't think I can go in there live while I'm live.
Yeah, because it's gonna kick you off. But
I don't
that's
know
just
this
crazy to
person.
me.
They aren't even following me.
Exact. Oh wow.
It's a young. Is it a? It's a young black girl.
I don't. Let me see.
So did they take a screenshot?
They would
They
have
had
had
to.
to. That's the only way. Screenshot
I
and
mean, you,
crop the fuck out of it.
yeah. Like, are young people that lazy? No, sorry. I don't like to use no lazy. Not the word. Are they
It's just lack of
that?
creativity. That's all it is. It's a
There
lack
we
of
Yeah,
go.
it's
creativity.
definitely a lack of creativity.
But
I'm
don't
gonna
they
go
grow up with
ahead
the
and do
phone?
this.
Didn't they
Yep.
grow up with computers and the phone? Like,
Lack of
Yep.
creativity.
And
oh,
the crazy
damn.
thing is, like, if you're gonna, I could see if it was a follower, right? Like somebody that follows the account,
Mm-hmm.
that supports the live. Because I did say, like, I don't care if,
Mm-hmm.
people in the community, screenshots and have these conversations. But this person doesn't
Exactly.
even
What
follow my
what is
account.
it? Is you said it's VINOE?
VEN
VENOE.
underscore OE.
Yeah, they're live right now. It's a young black
Mm-hmm.
girl. Uh,
From
yeah, she doesn't even follow
from
my account.
Guyana.
So,
The fact that she's
huh?
blocking people in the comments, like what?
That's
For real?
crazy.
Yeah, people
She's
are
blocking
looking.
people.
Yeah, in the comments, people are saying that they like she blocked them right off the bat.
Oh, if like they go in there and ask her, "Hey, why are you doing this?"
Probably that's what they're telling her.
Mm.
I
One
don't
thing I
have
And
to do
will.
nothing to
TikTok can
block her,
get
so she
thinker
can't steal
for
from me anymore.
yeah, unoriginal content. Like if they decide they can decide that thinker is the one that took it and get her
Ugh,
for unoriginal content.
Wow.
And with them being on her like this,
yeah.
Report it. I honestly think
Are
report
you
it.
gonna have to start putting a watermark on your live background?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna
That's
start doing. That's what I'm gonna start
crazy.
doing.
And it's
that's
just
that's crazy.
it's annoying because you didn't even care the first time. I'm like, I don't know. These motherfuckers at the end of the day, like at least come up with your own thing, and then like another person is doing it. That's too much.
Yeah, way too many people grabbing it.
She ended the live. She's not live
Yeah.
anymore.
Girl.
And this is the thing. Like, if you are in the community, right? Like, you come to the live, you support the live. Like, I don't care. Like, God of Information and Jules, they screenshot all the time. Like, me and God of Information don't get along, but I, when he first started coming in here, he was a dickhead. Um,
Mhm.
but now he's having different conversations than he used to have. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Um, I don't listen to his conversations, but I do see a lot of people in the community on his panels now with the backgrounds that I run. And then I know Jules, like I love like staying out in the hallway and listening to Jules conversations. She is fucking hilarious. Jules runs some of my backgrounds. And there's another guy that I see in the comments all the time. So like I don't mind if I know you're in here and I see you with the background, I'm not gonna mind. Um, but if I don't know you and you don't support the community, like that's just
right.
fucking like I don't know. To me,
Rude.
Me,
sometimes I think
You a
people think
leech.
if they just run the background, that's gonna make people come in there. But I think people they don't think about the fact that it's the information that we share and the conversations that we have that makes people come in here. The background ain't gonna do it. Like you got to, you know, also be providing value at the same time. But I mean,
Amen.
it is what it is. But I am gonna start putting a watermark, a
Yeah.
watermark on it. But Christina is live.
So it's
I'll see
time for
y'all.
us.
Huh?
Sorry. So it's time for us to scoot on out.
I'll see y'all tonight at 11 p.m. I appreciate y'all for all the likes, the shares, and the comments. Those of you that are in the guest request box, I apologize that I didn't get to you today. If you come back, I will be live tonight, 11 p.m. Central, all the way till 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. To the YouTubers, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the super chats. And until tonight,
Love y'all.
Night,
Bye.
y'all. Have a
bye
good
y'all.
one.
Love y'all
Bye.
too.